Very warm welcome back to King Abdulaziz Racecourse here in Saudi Arabia. We are live here just outside Riyadh on a beautiful Friday afternoon. The sun is shining, temperatures hitting around 22 degrees, a nice breeze blowing around the track as well, and a warm welcome along to day 2 of our coverage here. Friday, January 31st, 3 weeks today will be the beginning of the Saudi Cup meeting, but we're racing today and tomorrow, 3 more days as well. And it's great to have you along on the Jockey Club of Saudi Arabia's English-speaking channel here on YouTube. Loads of you got involved yesterday. We'd love more of that interaction again today. Your thoughts, your selections, or any comments you've got for our expert here, Tom Collins, who's alongside as well. Do get involved on the chat section. Hello there.
Hello. Looking forward to today.
Yeah,
good
it's a
racing.
real mix of all sorts, isn't there?
Yeah, we've got 3 turf races, a handful of maidens featuring some really promising unraced types with US and UK pedigrees as well as local breds. And there are 4 cup races as well to end the card. They're not the best cup races you'll ever see, but they're still highly competitive. And there's a mixture of short price favourites, races that are super wide open today. And
lots of handicaps as well.
Yeah, I feel like we're going to get a few winners, much more than yesterday. Anyway.
Oh, yesterday was dire, wasn't it? And
it was.
We managed 1 apiece yesterday.
Guys, there's an inside joke there that I'm not going to say because I want us to all keep our jobs, but I'm really looking forward to today's action here. And it's we're starting off on the turf course, so I thought I'd start on this turf course as well. Before we do anything, we do have to do a quick outfit check as per usual. We've gone for the pink check suit today. It's a bit of a fun Friday. We're going to have some fun with the outfit as well. So we've gone for the check jacket, the matching trousers, white shirt, short sleeves. Not sure how I feel about it, but we're going with it anyway. And the typical blue trainers that are going to keep me running around the racecourse all over. Remember, only a few weeks now till we begin the Saudi Cup, where we'll be running on both the turf and the dirt. Really looking forward to that meeting. But this card today is intriguing. I've been digging up form all day, and I think I've found one that snuck in to a 0-85 handicap, and that's horse number 21, Swing the Ring, in race number 7. Really looking forward to this horse. It's in a 0-85 handicap with a winner a couple of starts ago. He then finished a very good third last time out in 0-90 company. He snuck in as a reserve, and he has Naif Al-Anazi on his back. Now, they'll be running on the dirt course over there, but on the turf course over here, we've got 3 exciting races to look forward to as well. So can't wait to get stuck in. The first is on the turf. They're already in the pre-parade ring, so there's only one man who can give us the runners and riders, and it is the commentary legend, the Racing League legend, Anthony Ennis.
Thank you, Callum. Great build-up. Great suit as well. Right, here we go. Runners and riders for race 1 on the turf. Looking forward to this. Scratch number 1. So we've got 8 runners to take out the ones. 2 is Elzar Blue. Used to be with Jamie Osborne over in the UK. Ridden today by Ahmed Al-Azari. Number 3 is Maroof, who's been frustrating of late. That's the favourite, Ricardo Souza Ferreira. Number 4 is Shanko for Abdullah Al-Saidi, the second favourite. 5 is Beautiful Ashling for Osama Al-Sharani. Number 6 is Rovaniemi for Alex Moreno. That's a grey. Number 7 is Hapipi Go Lucky, one of the old favourites here on the English-speaking channel. Louis Morales riding that one. Number 8 is going to be Princess Alex for Muhannad Al-Nassar. And number 9, Perfect View, Abdullah Al-Khamis rides that one. So 8 runners on the turf over 6 furlongs. Let's go back to Martin and Tom.
Yeah, welcome back to the runners then in the pre-parade. Thanks to Enzo. And we've been going through a car theme, haven't we? We had Alex Footy last week with his Lexus, so it became a Lexus. Gareth Topham yesterday, the GT.
Yeah.
So when we go back to Enzo, we're going to reveal his car name for today.
It's a good one as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, we had 2. We'll give him both, but we'll.
He can choose.
Well, no, we'll tell him what both were. But
you want to choose? Okay.
It's decided. It's in lights.
Excellent.
As we said at the top of the programme, lots of chat yesterday on the YouTube channel. You can get involved with us as well. Hello to Cameron also. To Jose has been in touch as well. Love the mixed cards with both race on dirt and the turf.
Me too.
Which we've got today, which is the sort of the Friday feeling, isn't it? 3 races on turf, the sort of standard.
Last season, I'm pretty sure they had turf on the Saturday, as well.
Yeah.
But just Fridays this season, which is fine. 3 races. And yeah, it mixes it up. But when you look at the initial entries, the turf race is always the first 3. And it's like, well, it's very turf heavy to start. But I like how they integrate it with the dirt racing and provide something different. It's great.
Well, our first race is this turf handicap. Horses rated 0-90. It's over the 1,200 metres. Number 1, Amici doesn't go.
Big scratch.
Unfortunately, yeah. We're both with Amici, but in the absence of Amici, we're going to turn to regular connections. Tamer El-Dahani and Ricardo Ferreira with Maroof.
Yes, and we're going to see him in action right now. I just looked over my shoulder to have a look at him in the paddock, as you can see in the shot there. The issue with Maroof is that he constantly places, but he has a lot of upside. It's not necessarily that he doesn't want to win, it's just that off the bridle he doesn't find much, and you can see that this day. Cruises into contention, looks like he's going to get the job done, and just doesn't find much in the latter part of the race. He mixes turf and dirt, so there's no problem with this surface. Obviously you can see he's running on dirt in this footage, but turf is no problem for him. He has the tactical speed to go close in the early stages, but he's drawn in 7. Ricardo Sousa Ferreira is the best jockey here on turf, no question about it. He's going to be able to save ground, and that will be the key to Maroof's chance.
And also a bit of a form clue as well for Elzam Blue, and I'm sure you don't want to watch this back. And this was the dirt sprint qualifier last week.
Just a horror ride. Never put in the race. Didn't even come off the bridle until about 150 metres from home. Around now, this is the first time he was asked for any effort, and he's just so far back. Ends up closing up into 5th. Not beaten far for 3rd actually at the line. Look, he wouldn't have won this day, probably, but he would have definitely placed with a better ride. He's interesting switching to turf. He's drawn in 1. He's going to come from out the back of the pack. I think he's got a good chance of running 2nd or 3rd, but I'd be disappointed if he won. Not only from a personal level, as I liked him that day and don't today, but also because he's not a proper turf horse. He's a dirt horse nowadays.
Well, that's it. I mean, not much form to go on turf, is there, with him, really?
Yeah. All his best form recently has been on the dirt. They're just mixing it up, which is absolutely fine. And you can win as a closer on turf, but over the 1200, it's unlikely that he's going to get involved until the last 100 metres or so, and even then, the winner's probably already gone.
And Maroof finished 2nd to My Dabawi last time out. Amichu's not running today, was in behind. There was the likes of Dora Penny and Ryan's Party, and Beehive as well, so that the form of that's strong. And of course, we saw My Dabawi come out, and he's twice been beaten by a horse who starred here last weekend.
Yeah, the form is good for Maroof. It's just whether he can fully put it in. Hopefully, Callum's going to give us a positive paddock analysis of the 3 as well.
Well, let's find out. Callum is outside. And what Callum looks a glorious afternoon in the paddock.
It is a glorious afternoon here, Martin. Really lovely place to come racing here at King Abdulaziz Racecourse on a fantastic Friday afternoon. Sun is shining, the horses are also shining, and Elzam Blue is the first one we're going to look at. Slightly coming into that winter coat and not exactly the most smoothest of walkers, but certainly a horse that can't be ignored here. It's been finishing in the money in the last couple of starts, and as you can see, looks plenty fit enough to do the business today. Nice, short, powerful neck as well, strong shoulder, very typical sprinter build, and hopefully he can run a good race for Connections. Asil Al-Zahani on board, he's had a good couple of weeks in the saddle. Let's pull back to the 3. This is Maroof, Tom Collins' selection here. Look at the horse that is perennially placed, always runs a good race, but also looks really good as well. A really nice looking type, short, powerful back. Not the biggest of back ends, I must admit, but certainly walking out with a sense of urgency. You can see he's got the ring bit on as well, just give the jockey a little bit of extra control too, and certainly he will be the one on paper that they all have to beat. Let's pull back to the 4. This is the one I really like. This is Shanko. I just think a really reliable runner at this level, a winner on penultimate start in good style, coming widest of all, and then not disgraced last time when finishing 4th. Look, if you have a close look at him, he's actually coming into that winter coat quite a bit. That would be a slight concern from me from the paddock, but he's got the model of a perfect sprinter, and he's quite a good walker as well. Look at those hind legs, they come all the way through. He covers the ground well. Now, he's not a very fluid mover, but he certainly isn't the worst of these. He would be one where I'd be having straight on my shortlist, and hopefully this drop back in class will suit him down to the ground. Let's pull back to the last one we want to have a look at. This is the 9, the final horse we're going to have a peep at. I just thought looked really good in these prelims. This is Perfect View, who really is a bit of a perfect view, a really nice type, very different to what we've seen before, a little bit of a lighter frame, has only had the 9 starts, just the 1 win in that time. Not exactly the most fluid of walkers, but just in really good shape, not carrying too much condition. You could imagine a little bit of development on the hindquarters, but aside from that, you'd be pretty happy with Perfect View. It's a big step up in class today. It won't be easy, and we'll have to step up from 2 pretty low-key runs recently, but certainly cannot be ignored here, lads. The paddock pick for me, though, has to be Shanko, the 4.
Well, Callum with Shanko. Let's have a look at international markets. Maroof is the favourite, and he's been, as Tom was saying, placed on a fair few occasions. Second over 1,200 metres this trip on dirt, the last couple of starts. Second over the course and distance on turf. 3 starts ago and he wasn't beaten far. That was actually the first turf race of the season as well. Takes on Shanko. They're 5 to... No, whoa, here we go. 11 to 8 to 5 to 4. Money coming for Maroof. Shanko second best at 5 to 2. Has got course and distance winning form and ran 4th over the course and distance last time with the 5 and the 7 in behind.
Yes. He was behind Maroof over course and distance last month before notching that win when Shanko was 5th. So on that form line, it's very hard to make a winning case for Shanko, really. Maroof travelled into the race better and looked like he was going to, always looked like he was going to beat Shanko. Subsequently, Shanko's won nicely, but he did get a dream trip on his penultimate outing. He went on the rail, beautiful passage through the race, and then just pounced in the home straight. So I think he was probably flattered by that performance when he won. Last time up, he ran okay, but I think Maroof has his measure, to be honest with you.
And of course, Aldahani's had a terrific few weeks.
Yeah, brilliant. Brilliant few weeks, yeah. And same with Ricardo as well.
OK, Callum, let's pop back out to you.
Thank you, guys. Alex Moreno's with me. You ride at Rovaniemi in this race, same colours as Shanko. You had 2 winners yesterday. You must be feeling confident.
Well, you know, I think the horse number 3 is the top horse to beat, but we will try our best.
Well, horse number 3 is a horse that it just struggles to go a little bit under pressure. Will you be trying to put this pace in nice and early?
Well, I will try to be early, you know, so we'll see what's going on.
Well, best of luck. Hopefully, you can make it 3 winners this weekend.
I hope so. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, good luck to Alex. Not at the best of seasons by his usual high standards, but amongst the winners yesterday, and he's on board Rovaniemi here, same colours as Callum said of Shanko.
Finished behind Shanko last time as well.
Yeah?
Yeah, pressed the pace that day. Do you remember this horse in the UK? He used to be with David Simcock and was ridden right out the back. Jamie Spencer used to ride.
Okay.
Since he's come over here, he's now ridden as a front runner / pace setter for Shanko, which is odd. But yeah, he's the likely speed from gate 4. Him and Maroof, I think, will go forward, try and make the pace, and whoever lasts the longest will have a great chance of winning.
Yeah, well, he's been placed 5th, 3rd and 6th over the course and distance on the last few runs. Let's have a word also, as in fact on the international market, that's a 10 to 1 chance. 3rd best it is Elzam Blue, who we've touched on.
Yeah.
Beautiful Aisling, who was in behind Shanko last time, formerly trained by the Christmas in the UK. He's had 6 starts here so far. 5th over the course and distance, in behind Shanko, and then he was in open company as well. You go back a few runs, did manage to finish in 2nd, but he's going to need to find a step of improvement from somewhere.
Yeah, her form over here is not as good as I think Connections would have hoped. It would be great if Jimmy Jerkins could get a winner in this contest, and obviously this is his only runner now that Amici's been taken out. But she was behind Shanko, as you say, and if you use collateral form with Maroof already beating Shanko, it feels unlikely that the 5's going to win here.
Well, they're the only horses really fancied in the market. 11 to 10 for Maroof, Shanko 5 to 2, Elzam Blue at 4s, Beautiful Aisling at 6s, Rovaniemi at 12, and it's 25 to 1 at Bigger the Mainer. That's Happy Go Lucky, Princess Alex at 25, and Perfect View at 40 to 1. Not many positives to take for the bottom 3.
No.
Happy Go Lucky got the form to turn around with Shanko for a start.
Yeah, Happy Go Lucky is generally a dirt horse nowadays. Does have a bit of turf in the pedigree, of course, by Memas, but seems to relish the dirt. Also comes from way off the speed, which is just not ideal in a small field turf race like this. Princess Alex, limited performer in the UK. She was sold for 24,000 guineas. By Dark Angel, the turf should be fine, but the efforts recently just haven't been good, and she runs from £4 out of the handicap. And Perfect View.
The switch to dirt to turf could see Princess Alex show a bit more.
This is just too tough, though, isn't it? It
Okay.
needs an easier contest than this. And Perfect View right at the bottom, just no chance. Gets in as a reserve. Just struggled ever since she's been purchased, and he's been purchased and moved over here. Runs from £10 out of the handicap. It's just no chance in this contest, really.
And it's been tumbling down the way to Perfect View since coming across from George Scott in the UK. So, as regards the studio tipping competition, Maroof were both trying to level up with Callum with 2 across the board.
Indeed, and I think the international market's got its spot on here. It's exactly what I had. Maroof favourite, Shanko 2nd, Elzam Blue 3rd, Beautiful Aisling 4th. That's the order I have them finishing, and it's the order that the market has it to.
Okay, James, who was in great form yesterday, has been back in church on YouTube. If you are watching on YouTube, do get your selections in. We'd love to interact with you. James, good afternoon, all back again. Elzam Blue for me. Well, good luck with him back on the turf today. And Ray as well. Hello there, Ray. He's watching from Perth in Australia.
Superb. What time is it there now?
About midnight-ish.
Yeah, it must be late.
Late.
Yeah.
Have become a fan of Saudi racing, the dirt racing we don't really have down here. And I love the races over the 1,600 metres on the dirt.
Yeah. Coming out the chute.
20 past 8 it is. I'm thinking if
AM.
it was in the UK it would be about midnight, but we're 3 ahead of the UK, so that's what, yeah. So mid-evening time over in Australia. Ray, great to have you on board in Perth, Australia. And if you are getting involved on the comment section, do let us know where you're watching from as well. It's always good to have an idea where people are. Of course, we've got Jose over in Spain. We've got James, who I'm guessing is in the UK.
I think so.
And Ray down in Perth in Australia as well. So we're both going to go Maroof here.
Yep.
Get off to a winning start, 11 to 10. Another one for Tamar. But you're taking us on, Callum, first of the day. And by the way, George as well. I think George is right. You won't agree, Callum. It's Maroof's day today.
Hopefully it will be Maroof's day for you guys. Yeah, it's just a horse that you just got a concern. Is there something mentally there that he just doesn't quite want to put his best foot forward when he's got a chance to take the lead? Rory Delagi made a great point about his run on the turf last time we saw him on the turf, where he was just weaving through traffic, and Ricardo was trying to keep him interested by just weaving between rivals rather than letting him get out on his own. He's clearly a thinker. I think Shanko is quite straightforward. Whether he's got the ability to win is a different story altogether. Yeah, I'm really keen on this one. So the 4 is going to be the pick for me, boys.
So good luck to you, Callum. Yeah, Shanky, you are leading 2 winners to our 1. So we've had Alexis with the Lexus car. We had GT for Gareth Topham yesterday. Anthony Ennis is our man today. Now, we've come up with 2 names.
Yep.
I've overruled you, but the more I think of yours, it's clever.
Thank you.
So, Anthony Enzo, you went with...
I like Mercedes Benzo. You see, that works.
Mercedes Benzo. But of course, the supremo behind some of the best cars in the world was, of course, Enzo Ferrari.
Yes.
So we're going to go to the Ferrari for the call.
Thank you, Ross. It's very good. It was worth the wait. Right, the first 2 have got in for this race. Great to have some turf racing as well. I don't get a chance to do many turf meetings. I think it's the first one I've had this season, so looking forward to it. As they go in, beautiful Ashling in the red colours. Just a 3 to go in now for this opening race here on the turf. And Maroof, the favourite for Tom and Martin. Kind of with Shanko, the second favourite. The last one's in here. 8 runners are set for race 1 here at Riyadh today. This is our 325. 1 or 2 a little bit fractious in the gates here. Starter seems to be happy. He's let them go. They're off and racing. Jumped away for opener here on the turf at Riyadh on this Friday. 8 runners going the 1,200 metres. Bright early speed towards the inside from Princess Alex, and that one's going to lead up here in the orange colours, but taken on immediately by Perfect View in the blue and white. These 2 are ahead of Shanko, who's racing about 5th place at this stage. Racing in 3rd, that's Robin Niemi, who's got the black cap. Behind Robin Niemi in the green colours, next to the field is Maroof, the market leader. Then comes the red towards the outside of beautiful Ashling, followed by Shanko, the gold sleeves and cap, and the black and orange further back in the field to find Elzam Blue. The back marker is Hapipi Go Lucky with work to do in the black and white. Around the home turn, they're already past halfway. Towards the inside is Princess Alex, taken on though on the outer by Perfect View, and these 2 are 1st and 2nd. Perfect View trying to lay it down here, looking for the big guns. Maroof is getting into it towards the outside. Shanko is also picking up down the outer, but here goes Maroof. All of a sudden quickens up and goes on. And Maroof has gone 2 lengths clear from Shanko. Hapipi Go Lucky against the running rail is staying on, but surely Maroof's day, and it will be Maroof. A well-deserved success for Ricardo Ferreira. Maroof is the winner, close for 2nd, Hapipi Go Lucky or Shanko, and back in 4th was beautiful Ashling. Straightforward in the end from Maroof, who quickened up on the turf. Tom and Martin were all aboard the Maroof train today. Done the business with a minimum of fuss, really, wasn't it? He was hardly pushed out at all. He's won that, I'd say, with a few pounds in hand. 1 minute 12.44 seconds the winner's time. 3 the winner, Maroof. Fairly close for 2nd. Thought Hapipi Go Lucky ran on well on the inside running rail. Very tight. Maybe this side on that evidence, Shanko. It's close. Yeah, Shanko got 2nd, number 4. So the market got it right. Favourite beats the 2nd favourite. And the 7 back in 3rd, Hapipi Go Lucky. So 3, 4, 7. Maroof, Shanko, Hapipi Go Lucky. 2.5 lengths The winning margin, 1 minute 12.44. The favourite Maroof wins the opener.
Maroof has won our opening contest for Samar Al Dahani, and he's finally got his head in front.
Yeah, he's good. Today they wait for assault him too much. He's 58. First time he ran, all the time 62. I talked to Ricardo before the race. I said for him, just relax, easy truffle. He have a good speed 2 furlong, and he do it perfect, and he won easy.
He was very easy. You could call him the winner as they turned into the straight. It must have been very relaxing to watch him.
Yeah, he's a good horse in the grass all the time. He do the best all the time. Yeah.
And later on in the card, you've got National Gallery going on to the turf for the first time in a while. What chances does he have?
We hope he progress like in England, because a long time no run in the grass, you know. But he was good when he came from England. He was very good in the grass, you know. And we hope today he progress too good, because after this race he will go to the jockey challenge if he progress good, you know.
You might get Ricardo or Mohammed on him in the jockey challenge as well.
Yeah, I'm happy my jockey, you know, because they have a good form and they are straight jockey. They never do any problem, you know. I'm happy for my jockey because they are in the jockey challenge. I'm very happy for them, you know.
And Western City as well later on in the card too. He's an interesting horse, not very exposed.
Yeah, Western City and the other horse together in one race. The other horse, I think, is a little better. Western City, since I run him in Prince Saud and King Saud race, his form is going down too much, you know. I'm not sure with him until now. I'm not happy with him. But I hope he progresses today too good, you know.
So he'll be looking to step forward. I'll let you enjoy this moment with Maroof. Well done.
Thank you very much indeed.
Lovely to hear from Samar Al Dahani here. And now we are just seeing Ricardo Sosa Ferreira getting in and getting this winner. Is a third winner of the weekend, because he had a really late double yesterday where he won the penultimate and final contest on the card on that day, which was good for him. He won a purebred Arabian race right at the end of proceedings as well, which was lovely to see. And he's guided Maroof to victory here, giving him a third winner of the weekend. And I'm sure he'll be very happy to talk to us after that, because this will feel good, because Maroof has been a bit tricky in the past, but on this occasion, no issues at all. It was Shanko that just held on from second from the fast finishing Habibi Go Lucky. Beautiful Ashling was in fourth, Rovaniemi down in fifth, and it was Perfect View who rounded out the top six. We'll go and get a word with our winning jockey, who will be absolutely chuffed to bits with that performance. He should be weighing in here at the 58 kilos, 58 and a half. That's perfect. He's actually maybe half a kilo over there. Ricardo, congratulations. Well done. 3 winners this weekend now.
Yes, thank you. I'm really happy because all stable want Maroof win, because this horse, you know, come second, come third, come fourth, come second. But today good handicap for him. Before the race, I don't think very speed horses. I speak with Tamer, maybe I go front, but when I jump, I look 2-3 horses go in front. I travel a little bit relaxed for a good finish.
And you were very comfortable all the way around, and when you turned into the straight, you looked like the winner from a long way out.
Yes, you know, I want to wait a little bit more, but this horse don't like catch too much, you know. In the 600 in the corner, I check the horse, I have power. Okay, go step by step.
Were you surprised that he actually managed to just give you a little bit more than he normally does? Because sometimes you do have to kind of keep him interested, but today he was very willing to go for you.
Yes, he traveled very easy, you know, very easy and very comfortable. All the time I check, I have horse for win this race, and I'm happy because stable like this horse. He's a nice horse. He need win, and today I can win.
He deserved that win, and you got him that win. Well done.
Thank you.
Yeah, well done to Ricardo. 18 winners he had in December. He must be getting close on that this month. He had a handful last weekend, 3 already again today. Interesting, they said he was going to go in front, but he saw a couple had gone on in front of him and was happy to not contest the lead.
Yeah, this is why Ricardo's the best on turf, because he doesn't just have a plan A, he has plan B as well. And sitting behind the pace was definitely wise. The 2 front runners were the 2 that were running from out the handicap in here.
They went hard.
Yeah, well, they went 10.6 through the first furlong. It's just too quick. You have to be going basically 11 or up if you want to go a normal pace. 10.6 is sprinting on the outset, and you're just not going to get home. Take it from the start here. Princess Alex in the orange. Perfect view in the blue and the white, drawn in 2 and 3. They pushed forward from their inside gates. But
And Elton Blue slow away at the back.
as per usual with him, you just can't get too far back over 1200, dirt and turf. And he had no chance from here. I thought Rovaniemi was the likely pace coming into the race. He had to settle for 3rd in the early part, which allowed Ricardo to get a beautiful spot in 4th. And you just saw there, Ricardo was keen to move in early, make sure he didn't get caught wide on the turn in the green and white silks. At this point, he's just travelling in hand, knowing the 2 leaders have gone too quick, and they will come back to him. And here is the key point. Shanko, with the yellow saddlecloth, looks to come outside of Maroof. He could have trapped him in behind his stablemate there, Rovaniemi, but Ricardo was keen just to get off the rail, give him a clean run, and from here he's never really going to get caught.
No. Was there any concern, though, given he doesn't find a lot off the bridle, how soon he went to the front? Or was it was just much the best?
Maybe, but the pace setter's always going to come back. The 3 in front of him weren't going to finish off their race. Out wide, Beautiful Ashling, we know isn't a very strong finisher over the 1200, so it was whether Shanko could go past Maroof. And he used so much petrol just to get alongside Maroof on the turn that he probably wasn't efficiently ridden, and that allowed Maroof the perfect opportunity to win.
Well, George was saying it to Maroof's day today before the race. He said, if he can't beat the field today, he'll never win again. Harsh, I get where he's going.
Yeah, a little bit harsh, considering this isn't a terrible field, but he was right. I mean, Maroof was quite clearly the standout coming into the race, and he's able to win decisively. The runner-up was Shanko. He did kind of what was expected. They were the top 2 horses on form. They finished 1-2. In 3rd was Hapipi Go Lucky, which was a big step forward for the mare. Her previous efforts had looked to be much better on dirt than they were on turf, but she's shown that she can still do as well on both surfaces right now.
Well, the international favourite beat the international second favourite 11-10 and 5-2. Ray, who's watching there down in Perth, came back and said, "G'day, guys." He said it's paid $1.95 down there, so he's probably on the tab, I guess, down in Australia.
Yep, absolutely. I write the race comments for the tab, so hopefully you're reading those and get a few more winners today.
Also, Jose finally won with this horse. So many good second places in a row. James said it was a good winner. Indeed, it was. Ray, classy win as well. And Black Type TV reckoning that Ricardo's now on 49 winners for the season here in Riyadh. Of course, he's without those winners in Taif as well.
Yeah, he's having a great year. We got blamed for being very biased towards Ricardo yesterday, so I won't harp on, but he's definitely been the best rider this season.
Well, the poster who put that never came back to us with their favourite
Must have
rider.
turned off, they weren't happy.
Unless they just became a big fan of Ricardo as well.
Well, it's more likely to be that.
They just joined the club and gave up. Right. Do get your selections and your comments. We'd love to hear from you. It's great to have you part of the programme here in Riyadh this afternoon. Now, I think we'll give him the choice, do we?
I think so.
What do you prefer, Enzo? Would you like to be known as Ferrari or
Mercedes-Benzo?
Number 10 is out. Doesn't go. Merbic. 11 is Mustang. Number 10 is out. Doesn't go. Merbic. 11 is Mustango. Abdullah Al Khamis. 12 Sense of Power. Selman Al Rashid. 13 Tower Car is ridden by Fawaz Wanas. 14 is Tawik. Khalid Al Mamoni. 15 Asadna for Mohammed Aldaham is over the page. That is trained by Thama Al Dahani, who's had that winner. 16 is Mumayaza. Osama Al Sharani. Tchaikovsky is number 17. The Wigman, Wigberto Ramos. Scratch the 18, but the 19 does run. That's Stanley Street. He used to race over in the UK for Ahmad Al Shra. That is a great. Right, let's go back to Callum.
Thank you, Mercedes-Benzo. I'm a huge fan of that. That's a great nickname. Well done, Tom. This is Al Moassis V2 here. Mohamed Al Nathar, the 2 kilo claimer on board. Good jockey booking. Lovely type. He's a big, strong bull of a horse. good, nice, strong back end, lovely shoulder, a good flat back. He's a little long, but I wouldn't hold that against him. He's got a lovely neck as well. Was a winner 3 starts ago, but has been slightly disappointing in the last 2 efforts. But this sort of company should be where he's at his best. One for the shortlist for sure. See the difference? Really still holding on to that summer coat, striding out well. See the difference? Really still holding on to that summer coat, striding out well. Look, he's got string halt in the near hock here, so the near hind is just got a bit of string halt to him, but that's not going to hold him back, I don't think. He's got plenty of gears, this horse, and I think he's got enough speed to be dangerous in this sort of company. Really like him. I think he'll go for the Abdul Wahed, who will be hoping for some more success. Hashim's had a bit of a quiet time with things recently. We've not heard from young Saad, the assistant trainer, so it'd be nice if this horse could get the head in front, and he will certainly be a pace angle here in a big drop in class. Let's drop back to the 8, the dashing grey. This is Dabiran, who's just coming towards us now. Another horse who's showing really lovely looks here. Hard to get these greys to look good in the paddock. This one looks fantastic. Dappling all the way through, plenty of definition. You can see the poverty line is just about on show. You might want a little bit more, but there's plenty to like about the way this one moves. He's been in the parade ring for a while. He's been very relaxed, and this 5-year-old entire certainly cannot be looked past with any ease. Now, he does need to bounce back from 2 pretty low-key runs last time, but a few of these are all looking to find their form. One of them has to win. Now we'll pull our way back to the 15 is the next horse we'll look at. This is Asdana, who is a story in himself, just coming towards us now, looking to give Sama Al-Dahani a double, this time with Mohammed Al-Daham in the saddle. Mohammed had a winner yesterday as well, so certainly can't be ignored. Now, Asdana, when he was a baby, went to Ripon and absolutely blitzed the clock on debut. He was so impressive that he was the clock watcher's horse for Royal Ascot. He then got a little bit of an injury. George Bowie ran him at Ascot against the trainer's wishes. There was a whole hoopla about him, and he ended up out here in Saudi Arabia. Remember, he's not won since that day at Ripon, so you'll be looking for a little bit more form. It was a little bit of a better effort last time out, but he's hard to fancy here. But connections cannot be ignored. Camera, are you okay there? We'll pull back one more. We'll pull back to Tchaikovsky, who's the 17, who's just coming towards us now. This is the horse in the red stable colours. Wigberto Ramos on board. We've not congratulated Wigberto on his big win last week, so he'll be super happy to be back in the saddle. Had a couple of rides yesterday, back in the plate today. Looking forward to seeing Tchaikovsky run. I remember when he was a winner and a second earlier this season. Not quite had the same luck since, but he's certainly a horse that can't be ignored. You just see, just in front of him, basically in his armpit, you would say, in his front leg nearest to us. Just got a bit of a rub mark there. That's just rubbing. That's nothing to be too concerned about. And the experience with Wigberto Ramos, the wig man in the saddle, would be a big positive. So plenty to like in this field. I think my selection is going to be a lot earlier in the card. I think I'm going to go for Hob Al Watan, the 5, at the pick of the paddock.
Which I believe, Callum, might leave us all in the same boat here. Ob Al Watan, who had 1 start for Wesley Ward, 2nd pick on the international market, and has been backed as well. 130 into 11 to 4. But let's have a look at a bit of form. Let's first off have a look at Get Stuck In, who is horse number 9 on the card. One of the bigger prices in the field as well. 20 to 1 currently, just a 1 win in 23 starts for this horse.
Yeah, I found this horse quite hard to like actually in this race today, but he draws well, and this day you can see that he comes from slightly off the pace. He plugs on kind of at the 1 speed, never able to get close to the eventual winner, who I think is transferred actually on his 2nd victory. But, you know, he's consistent. He does what he does every single time we see him. He's just not good enough to win a race of this nature. He kind of needs to drop into a handicap off a mark of around 70. So maybe if he loses here, the handicapper will give him a little bit of leniency, and he'll get down to a mark he can win off.
And here is Al Musassis winning back on the 4th of January. This was 3 starts back, has since run 9th in the Turf Sprint qualifier. This was a course and distance 0 to 90 handicap, so you know it's a similar kind of race to this. Maybe even tougher, you'd suggest, given at 0 to 90, and in here there's only 2 horses rated 80 or higher aside from him. He didn't handle turf last time, so you can just put a line through that. I don't think you can really read too much into that form. Generally, he's a little bit inconsistent for my liking, but he has a chance on this form to win. Yeah, well, he was a winner of 72. He's climbed the handicap on the back of it, now officially rated 84. which would put him in here as one of the better chances on the figures, but
Yeah.
that's more due to the fact he's had that handicap win and been thrown up the rating.
Exactly. It's just whether he can do it again off this kind of mark, albeit it's not a handicap in here. So he still has to give weight to a couple of them, but he's kind of running off good terms compared to the majority of this field. The only two that are actually running off better terms, well, three. The only three that are running off better terms are Cuban Tiger, Hob Al Watan, and Tawaka. And I suppose you can make winning claims for all three of those over Al Mawassis. I have put Al Mawassis as my second choice, purely because he's got form over the course and distance in handicap company. The others, apart from the horse that we both like, and Callum likes, Hob Al Watan, the others generally finishing second and third and not really performing as expectation.
And as regards Hob Al Watan, the second, they're now 5-2 on the international markets. So formerly trained by Wesley Ward, 1 start in America, 4 goes here.
Yeah.
The first couple of runs, wins over 1400 and 1200. Impressed here in the conditions race, and he's been in much better company the last twice.
There are 2 keys to him. Firstly, get to the front. Now he's drawn in stall 4, perfect, means he can get to the rail. The 3 horses drawn inside of him don't have that much speed. He should be able to get to the rail in front. That's not only a key to his chance, but it's also playing towards the bias of the track, which we've seen over the last 3 weeks, especially over 1200 metres, is favouring front runners. So that's a huge tick in the box of Hob Al Watan. The other key is the last 2 starts where he's got duck eggs next to his name in the form figures. They've been in cup races, as you say, much better races, but he was unable to get to the lead because he was facing faster horses. That's not the case here. There is no faster horse than Hob Al Watan in this field. So he should be able to get to the lead, get on the front and dictate. If he's in the same form as when he won 3 starts back, he should go very close. That's the question. Has the recent 2 cup efforts taken anything out of him? If they haven't, then I think he's way the horse to beat. If they have, then you're looking towards Cuban Tiger, Tawaka as the most likely winner. But I'm going to stick with the 5.
Yeah, it was in the Dirt Sprint qualifier last week. Let's have a word on Cuban Tiger. It is the international market leader. Formerly trained in the UK by Carl Burke, has joined New Connections. He had a couple of wins in the UK, but he was sold initially as a yearling for €200,000 and then went through the ring at just 72,000 guineas to join New Connections.
Yeah, in November. This is his first ever try on dirt, so that's the big question mark. But Havana Greys do handle it, and the Damside pedigree suggests that dirt should be fine. But he is drawn in 16. First time here, wide draw, 1,200 metres, probably not going to be the quickest away. He's going to have to be way the best to win, and I wouldn't want a short price on him.
No, he's 15-8 on the international market. So we are in agreement. The 5.
Yep, the 5. I do want to quickly mention the 13 again, Tawaka, just because I think she has got a chance at a bigger price, 10-1. She's not drawn well, but she was a handicap winner over the course and distance in November. She was subsequently placed in a Fillies Open. Now returns back to dirt, returns back to a race she can go close in. So don't give up on the 13. Maybe she's one for an each-way play if you're looking at a bigger price in the international market. But I think the 5 is the most likely winner, Hob Al Watan.
What about Get Stuck In that we saw on the VT as an each-way play? 25-1 there for the 9.
We'll need others to crumble in front of him, I think. He's just very one-paced. It's the same with the Sadner, who just hasn't performed so far since coming over here. Tchaikovsky, Jimmy Jerkins runner, again, another ex-Brit that hasn't really performed. You know what? Because we like the 5, the 17's an interesting runner here. The 17 could ruin the race for the 5. He's the only horse that has the early speed that can go with Hob Al Watan in the early part of the race.
But it was well behind him back in December.
Yes, but he softened him up as well. That just wasn't much for a race. He could soften him up again today against better horses. Hopefully he doesn't, obviously, as we like Hob Al Watan, but that is a possibility. And yeah, just watch out for the duel early between the 5 and the 17.
Nobody likes Tchaikovsky, hitting all the wrong notes today, 28-1.
Oh, the first one. The first one of many.
Yeah. But he'll hit all the right notes if he wins.
Well, yeah. Apart from, well, yeah, I suppose.
Well, the horse will be. Won't do us any favours, though.
No, won't do us anything at all, any favours at all. We want another winner, mate. We need to start the day 2 from 2.
Yeah, we do, yeah. Which will put us all on 3, though, unfortunately. Yep. At least it shows that we're actually on the ball today.
Exactly. Yesterday was the opposite.
Was tough.
Yeah, difficult. We didn't get a single winning favourite yesterday, and we've already had one today.
Is that why you're lack with us?
That's why you did.
I think I found a 14-1 winner today yesterday.
Oh, I think it was 12, but okay.
It got backed into 12s. It was 16s earlier.
Yeah.
Of course, your comments are more than welcome as well. Do get your chat comments in on the YouTube channel if you are watching us. And do let us know where in the world you're watching from and what you fancy today. Many people off to a very good start with Maroof in the opener for Ricardo Ferreira, who is on board. Hob Al Watan here. looking to bounce back from that run last week in the turf sprint qualifier, dropping in grade 12th in a domestic Group 2 prior to that. So the runners are down at the start. We're over the 1,200 metres for this. We're back onto the turf for the next, stepping up in distance. So we're all agreed, Enzo, the 5 here is what we are selecting, but there's a bit of break up on the line. We didn't get to know whether you preferred Ferrari or
Mercedes-Benz.
I'm still undecided. Can I have a bit longer to make my mind up? But give me to race 4 and I'll let you know the definitive answer. But yeah, both great titles. Mercedes. I've driven a Mercedes, but not a Ferrari. So maybe Enzo Ferrari might be the one I'll go for. But look, I'll have to have another think after this race, because they are circling and about to go in here on the dirt, as you say, for these non-winners of 3 lifetime. 16 runners going the 6 furlongs. And there's the white cap of Ahmad Al-Shra riding Stanley Street. Black cap is worn by Louis Morales on Get Stuck In. Bashawa, it's also in black and white. It's just gone forward there. Stanley Street out in gate 15. Hob Al Watan is about to go forward into stall 4, the one that Martin and Thomas are quite keen on here. Callum as well in the paddock pick. Right, here's the 15. This is a Sadna. Looking to give the trainer a quick double and the owner. And then goes the grey, Get Stuck In. And we're just about ready for race 2 on the dirt here at Riyadh. This is our 350. Going 6 furlongs, 1,200 metres. Poised to go. Handler still in with the horse on this side. That's Jamran. Stall 1 is a bit edgy. Quite a long hold here for some of these runners. But they're off. He's let them go. A little bit messy for 1 or 2 coming out of the stalls, including Get Stuck In, who just appeared to shift out to the right and lose some ground early doors. One that broke well, though, towards the centre of the red was Tchaikovsky, who flew out the gates under the wingman to lead in the red colours. So Tchaikovsky has gone storming off in front here to, in second place, Hob Al Watan, who's got across into a good sit from stall 4. Towards the inside, handy as well in the green cap is a Sadna. That's the front trio at this stage. They're followed further back in the field by Jamran on the inside, the sheepskin noseband and cheek pieces. Then the grey making up ground, Get Stuck In after a poor start. Mumayaza is next around the turn. Tchaikovsky, though, is clearly in a hurry. He's 5 lengths clear, but here comes Hob Al Watan going off in chase for Ricardo Ferreira into second place. Third place for a Sadna, and they are clear of the rest, headed by Get Stuck In. And then down the outside, coming home, well, is Mumayaza in the yellow, is really picking up now. Tchaikovsky about to be headed by Hob Al Watan, who's now got to the front, but here's Mumayaza, who's thrusting home. Relentless headway down the outside from Mumayaza, coming to tackle Hob Al Watan. It's Mumayaza who's got all the momentum and has got to the front, and it's Mumayaza's day. Mumayaza to Hob Al Watan, a Sadna for 3rd, Tchaikovsky all Get Stuck In for 4th. It's fairly tight for 4th place. Osama Al-Sharani has guided Mumayaza, horse 16, to victory here. It's filly wearing the hood and the tongue strap, and the jockey enjoyed it. So he should. I thought it was Hob Al Watan's race when that one took it up 250 metres out. But Al-Sharani had other ideas. And Mumayaza, 16 horses won. Rated 77 coming into this race. Beats Hob Al Watan with a Sadna in 3rd. 4th was Tchaikovsky, did all the hard work early on. 1.25 lengths the winning margin. 1 minute 14.14 seconds. 16, 5, 15 the numbers. Mumayaza beats the selection, Hob Al Watan, with a Sadna in 3rd.
Oh, he's back. Osama Al-Shahani, on the back of a long suspension for a whip offence, has guided Mumayada to victory for Mohammed Al-Khalifi and has done it in good style here, sweeping up and picking up Hob Al-Watan in a cracking old finish here at King Abdulaziz for our second race. This young man is absolutely flying along and should be credited for this success. He's done very, very well. We can grab a word with our trainer here. We're going to grab a word with the trainer, Mohammed Al-Khalifi. Firstly, congratulations, well done.
Thank you very much. Thanks, Gav.
He's done it really well, and Osama's done really well in the saddle too.
Osama is good. He's a good jockey. He have a bright future.
He certainly does. Enjoy the photos.
Thank you.
There's your winning trainer reaction there, and your winning rider here. Keep an eye on this young man, Osama. He had the ban for the big weekend, so he missed a lot of action, but he's now back in the saddle, and he's well worth that 3 kilo claim as well. He won't have that for much longer. He seemed to have had it for a while, but he really only got going this Riyadh season. But he's riding with the utmost confidence and has again denied us victory here. But boys, Hob Al-Watan I thought ran a pretty good race considering Tchaikovsky was able to make up the pace. Tchaikovsky eventually finished in 4th. The horse to really take out of this, Asadna, will win a race in time. He finished 3rd. That's the best effort in Saudi Arabia. Get stuck in, missed the break, and Dabaran ended up finishing in 6th. Boys, there's plenty to talk about in that race, and Hob Al-Watan just touched off by a very young, promising rider.
Well done to Ray, who's joined us from Perth in Australia. He messaged in on the chat before the race for this winner. He said, coming back in distance and has won over the 1,200 metres here, which was today's trip. Thank you, he said after she scorched to victory. And again, the race panning out, Tom, as you suggested it might do, if indeed Tchaikovsky got up on the speed.
Yeah, he kind of ruined the race for Hob Al-Watan. As hinted, could be the only negative really for Hob Al-Watan. He was definitely the horse to beat. He just needed to get on the front end and not have to sit second, but he sat second behind Tchaikovsky. He's not a horse that finds a lot in the latter part of the race. He's very much a speed horse, and therefore not leading is a big negative for him. Mumayada did well. She was the only one to come from off the pace and trouble the front 3, who ended up finishing 2nd, 3rd and 4th, the speed horses. We'll take it from the start here. Hob Al-Watan broke well from 4, but jumped out to the right, and that caused him to lose a stride or two. And Tchaikovsky then just was able to burn to the front and cross to the rail. Maybe the key here was Ricardo Sousa Ferreira, and I'm very pro him. I think he's an excellent rider, but he could have got to the rail on Hob Al-Watan, but he waits too long and now tries to get across, slightly hampers Asadna, and then has to veer a little bit to the right to avoid interference, which again probably cost Hob Al-Watan half a length. At this stage, Tchaikovsky's 3 or 4 lengths clear. We know he's not going to stay. He's just an utter speed bull that will last for as long as possible, which is generally between 900 metres and 1,000 metres, and then start to weaken. Asadna is the horse with Hob Al-Watan that are closing. Asadna hasn't been running very well here. Hob Al-Watan doesn't have a finishing kick. So where was the closer? Well, the only horse that actually came from off the speed was Mumayada down the outside. This filly came from off the pace to finish 3rd in a 0-80 handicap of 1,400 earlier this month. So not only has she used these tactics to run a good place recently, but also she has proven stamina over further. And she just manages to grind out victory over Hob Al-Watan, who was the best horse in the race, but inconvenienced by the setup today.
And she's picked up from about 7th place at the end, so maybe we're going to see today a bit more representation of horses coming from mid-pack.
Maybe. I don't think so necessarily. I just think this race specifically has suited the closers. I mean, just to show how strong the speed bias is, Tchaikovsky, who's out on his feet turning for home here and is about to get reeled in, he finishes 4th. He doesn't fade back through past other closers. Mumayada is the only one to come out of the pack,
and she does stay well, as
she does.
Ray was saying.
Yeah. So she's managed to get the job done. She's run very well. I want to take nothing away from her. I think Hob Al-Watan is the most talented horse in the race, but just being inconvenienced by the fact he wasn't able to get on the front. Asadna has run a season's best by a long way, and Tchaikovsky, he just needs to run over
sleep. 16-1 around sleep. 16-1 around that was the winner. In our second race of the day.
Quick word, Cuban Tiger, very disappointing first up here. Was a short price, wrong price. But moving forward now, you've got to treat him with caution back on dirt. We don't know if he handles it yet.
That's the big thing. You get so many of these imports coming in from the UK. They're made international favourites.
Yep.
And they're worth taking on every day of the week.
Every time. Every single time. You can't run on dirt in the UK or in Europe, so we just don't know about the surface. Completely different.
OK, well, let's go back to our commentator for our third race of the afternoon, a handicap here on the turf. Any decision yet, Enzo? Are we going with the Mercedes or Ferrari?
I'm going to go Ferrari. I've decided. I've been thinking about it a lot, and yeah, Enzo Ferrari is going to be just over Mercedes-Benz, which is also a very good name and well thought up. Right, let's move on quickly to race number 3. I'm back on the turf again here. Number 1 is Almore Helm for jockey Louis Morales. Number 2 is National Gallery, trainer and jockey looking for a double, Ricardo Ferreira. Number 3 is out, so scratch the goat, who sadly doesn't go here. Number 4 is Ben Hamrash for Abdullah Al Saidi. 5, Alaham, Alex Moreno. 6 is Mashur for Camillo Ospina. 7 is Miyagi for the rider there, Khalid Al Mimoni. It's currently, I think, second favourite on the international markets. Bolt Away is written by Nawaf Al Modiani for Jimmy Jerkins. And then number 9, Kontar, gets in here with Ahmad Al Shra riding scratch the 10 as well as the 3. So the GOAT is the absentee. Let's go to our very own GOAT. Let's cut him.
You're too kind, Ferrari, far too kind, but I will take that nickname all day. This is Al Mahem. He's a really interesting runner in this race. He's actually still pretty unexposed for a horse of the talent level that he has. He's won some big races in his time, and he looks in great shape here. First time on the turf here in Saudi. Be interesting to see how he goes, but if he handles it, he's got the ability to blow this lot completely and utterly out the water down at this mark of 96. He's fallen to this level. It would be no surprise if he could get the head in front. We'll go back one more to National Gallery. This is a dashing grey with the dappling. Obviously, a talented performer on the turf in the UK, but has not run on the turf in Saudi yet. So looking forward to seeing his effort here. He's a nice enough mover. He's very sort of steppy, as I would describe him, as the way he covers the ground. He takes his feet quite high off the surface, and he's got a good old bend to his knee, but he's okay. I mean, he doesn't blow anyone away when National Gallery walks around the parade ring, but that's not a surprise anymore. Certainly is one for your shortlist here, with the connections that are flying, and Caravaggios are doing both well on the dirt and on the turf, and they can go further, we found in Saudi Arabia too. So keep an eye out on this Caravaggio National Gallery here. We don't have the GOAT, so we go straight down to Ben Hamrash here. This is the 4. Bit of a surprise winner last time, I thought, when he upset a couple of shorter priced rivals. Looks in great form again, certainly handling everything. He's got some nice quarter marks on his hind quarters there. You can just see them peeping out. He looks okay in the coat. He's not going to blow you away looks-wise, but he's certainly not too much of a negative. We'll pull back to Alaham here. This is the 5. This horse looks in really good shape. Lovely bit of muscle definition in the hind quarters, hips on display as well. Walks out in pretty good style too, and Alex Moreno in the plate is no bad thing either. He's looking for a first winner today. We'll go back to Mashur. This is the horse I saw as I came into work this afternoon. He looked great without the saddle on. He looks even better with the saddle on too. And Camillo Ospina, who had that winner on Baldi Porto on the turf in the Neon Turf Cup qualifier last week. He'll be looking for another turf winner here aboard Mashur. We go back to Miyagi. This is a fascinating runner. I think this will be a danger here. This is a 2-time winner in the career, 1 on penultimate start, 2nd last time. Loves this surface and cannot be ignored. Looks in really good shape as well. Really enjoying walking around the parade ring. Looking great in the sunshine. The light is bouncing off the coat. Not too much condition to be seen here. Looks in good enough shape and is walking out well enough as well. There's certainly no negatives about Miyagi if you like that one. Next one we're going to look at is Bolt Away. This is Jimmy Jerkins' runner. Bolt Away has been slightly disappointing of late. Nawaf Al Modiani takes the spin. I don't know whether he's just over the top or whether he's just finding some more horses joining the turf is making things tougher for him, but he does need to bounce back from 2 pretty disappointing efforts. He will stay though. That's one thing he has in his locker. And finally, in behind we have the 9, Kontar. I like this horse too. He's run a pretty decent race last time out. He's a hugely likeable type who will certainly be there or thereabouts. Fawaz Wallace in the plate is a positive as well. Remember, Fawaz needs a winner. He hasn't had a winner in a while here, but he did win that very, very valuable purebred Arabian race last weekend. So the winners that he's having are keeping those bills paid. So we'll be hoping for more success here. Kontar will be there or thereabouts and certainly represents an each-way play in a race like this.
Back onto the turf then for the next. I'm glad that Enzo's gone with Ferrari.
I didn't even hear that. Yeah, I'm glad to. That's a better one.
Well, you were disrupted by the clerk of the course coming to furnish us with going information for the turf course.
Yes, it is good to firm, as expected. The rails are out to 8 metres, as we've already seen in the first race today, and the going stick reading is 9.5. It was 10.0 last week, so a little bit softer, but you wouldn't notice.
Well, National Gallery, we can have a look at this horse in action. Jose's been in touch on the comments on YouTube to say, it's a turf race. I think I know who Tom's going with.
And this horse is the right answer, correct. Now, I do want to caveat this by saying I originally had Miyagi down as my pick, but I'm switching on to National Gallery last minute. We can see him on the dirt last time. He was very impressive off the front end. This was a big step forward on his previous effort where he was a little bit disappointing. If you go back to 2022, he won on turf for Joseph O'Brien in Ireland. So turf is his number one surface, but generally he's raced on dirt ever since he's come over here. He's got early speed, which is key, and that's why I'm switching on to the 2. Miyagi, who we'll look at in about 3 seconds' time, he doesn't have early speed. He's in the black and white silks here. He'll come from mid-pack. He's not completely devoid of it, but he doesn't have the early to go forward. He'll come from mid-pack and try to outstay them. Look, he's got every chance of winning, and he was impressive in this contest here when he was second behind Monsieur Jumbo, who's a pretty talented horse for Tharma. But I just think having early speed on turf is crucial, and National Gallery is likely to make all the running in here, I think.
Well, Miyagi there goes on to finish second. Had one over the course and distance and handicap prior to that. The only slight issue I've got with Miyagi is that he's taken a right thump in the handicap for those last couple of good runs. The win off 72, he's 89 today.
Yeah, but I think he's capable of running to 89. It's just he's improving. My big concern about Miyagi is the rider. Put Ricardo Ferreira against Mr. Al-Adib, and I think it's a bit of a one-way show. So I'd always rather the 2, the jockey on the 2.
Well, National Gallery is the 15-8 market leader, 4th to power in numbers in open company, 15th to Honky
Tonk
Man, and then a winner over the 2,000 metres last time out. 11-4 from just over 3-1 for Miyagi. We then got Ben Hamrash, number 4, at 4-1. This horse hammered home by the best part of 10 lengths last time out, but turf would be... This is the question for a few of these today, is can they replicate the dirt form on turf?
Well, that victory from Ben Hamrash last time was remarkable. He absolutely stuffed Leila Doro by at least 10 lengths. But where did that come from? Like in previous efforts, that was completely out of the blue. If he's capable of reproducing that on turf today, then he's the horse to beat. There's no question. But I just think it was a bit of a fluke. We'll find out today. If you believe that run last time, then the current 4-1 or whatever price is in the international market is very attractive. But as I say, I am dubious that that was a legitimate performance.
Well, Baltimore goes for Jimmy Jerkins in the red stable. That's also at 4-1, a 7 times winner. Was 7th over the 2,000 metres last time out, but dig back to starts 3 and 4 back. He was second twice here over the 2,100. He's
a strong stayer. He'll close from out the back of the pack. He gets a rider upgrade, in my opinion, to Nawaf Amudiani. He draws wide, so he's going to have to drop in, and he's probably going to be last in the early part of the race. From there, you've got a chance to mark by the grass, as you say. If he can handle it, as his pedigree suggests he should, then he's a player. But the reason I like National Gallery, and I'll quickly run through all of them. Al Mulhem comes from off the pace, hasn't run for 10 months. Likely to be quite far back in the early part of the race, also dirt bred. National Gallery, forward-going type. Ben Hamrash comes from off the pace. Alaham, off the pace. Mashur does have speed, but he hasn't improved since he was a 3-year-old. And he's been a good racer up against Scotland Yard and Al Musmak the last 2 starts, yeah,
albeit well held.
On dirt as well. It feels like they're looking for a new route with him because he's not reproducing his 3-year-old performances. But he has speed, okay. Miyagi off the pace, Boltaway off the pace, Konta likely to be towards the back early. There are 2 horses that want to go forward in this turf race, National Gallery and Mashur. National Gallery's drawn inside Mashur. Ricardo could just grab the front, dictate matters and kick clear. That's my thinking.
I can see where you're coming from. National Gallery, a 5 times winner. Tops international markets currently at around the 11-8 mark. There was money though for Miyagi against it. They are the top 2. In fact, no, 15-8 for National Gallery. Miyagi's at 11-4, just under 3-1, 4-1 twice over for the 4.
Twice over. He'd be a very short price in this race, wouldn't he?
He would.
Do you remember him?
Yeah. I do remember twice over.
Yeah.
Owned, of course, by Prince Khalid Abdullah, the late Prince Khalid Abdullah.
Yes. Yeah. In the UK, was a great horse.
But a Saudi man.
The Saudi man.
Yeah. National Gallery, Miyagi, Ben Hamrash, Boltaway. So you're just looking for National Gallery to get away well from 3.
Yeah, I think you've got to try and dictate Ricardo. There's no real... I mean, he's not listening to me, so I don't know why I'm talking to him, but...
if you shout loud enough, he might hear you.
Yeah, could do. You've got to dictate. There are 2 turns over this trip. You go round past the grandstand, and then you go all the way down the back straight and turn back in for home. If you can lead going into the first turn against the fence, slow up the pace down the back alongside Mashur, and then kick again turning for home, I think he's got a great chance. Obviously, the danger is Miyagi or Ben Hamrash if he can reproduce his efforts from last time, but both of those are going to come from off the pace. I like pace horses. I think I've made that quite clear over the last couple weeks, and hopefully we can see another all-the-way winner here with the number 2.
Well, it's 2 apiece in the Interstudio tipping competition. Tom goes with National Gallery. I'm going to go with Miyagi. His turf form reads pretty well. Looking to land a 3rd career win. And we'll get back to Callum as well and see what he goes for. We take out the 10 here. King's Coronation doesn't go. The 3, the Goat, also doesn't go. So come on then, Callum. We've got National Gallery for Tom. I'm Miyagi. Are you with either of those 2, or have you got something else for us?
I am going to go in a different direction, I think, team. Al Mahem, if he can transfer that dirt form over to the turf, would be far, far too good for these. It's a big if, but he's pretty unexpected. I mean, for a horse of his ability, he's only had the 14 Saudi starts. I was going through his form last night thinking, very weird that he's not actually had too many runs because he's had a few stints off the track. I still think there's some ability in there. He was a winner earlier this season, but that win was taken away from him when he was disqualified post-race. So if all goes to plan, he should be dangerous. I had a quick chat with Lou Morales, who's in the plate. He's feeling pretty confident. Big race, Louis. He's a pretty confident lad, so hopefully he can run a pretty big race. So yeah, I'm going to stick with Al Mahem here as the pick. National Gallery, I think, ran a big race in second last time out. Not National Gallery, I meant Miyagi ran a big race in second last time out. He's a really nice type, and the way he covered the ground with eye catching, if I had to go away from Al Mahem, I'd be looking at Miyagi ahead of National Gallery. But National Gallery, those typical Caravaggios, they absolutely adore this turf track here, and there'll be no surprise to see him win either. I'm actually looking forward to seeing the Goat here. I thought he was quite promising on Saudi debut, but he's a non-runner. I thought Alaham looked really well in the prelims. I thought Mashur was another one who looked really well in the prelims as well too, to keep an eye on in this race. Remember, Alex Moreno is looking for his 3rd winner of the weekend to draw level with Ricardo Sousa Ferreira. But Ricardo, obviously, is looking for his 4th winner already. He's flying along, doing very well for himself. Boltaway is an interesting runner here now, back at the 2100 metres. You just get the impression that if he was going to win races, he would have done it earlier this season before some of the bigger hitters came onto the turf, and he hasn't quite done that. And now he's been well beaten in the last 2. I know there'll be a lot of support for him back home from the Jimmy Jerkins fan club, Ed Rafield. I hope you're watching as well and managing all the social media channels expertly. But this will be a tough race for Boltaway because he just feels like he's going the wrong way, where some others might be going differently. I think Miyagi is definitely my biggest danger, but I'm just really excited to see what Al Mahem can do. He's got a lot of weight on his back, but he could be dangerous. Anthony Ennis, it's all yours.
Thank you, Callum. Yeah, fascinating race on the way. I was just circling there on the turf over this 2100 metre journey for race 3. This is our 4:15 today. And a couple of greys there. National Gallery, one of those greys. And that's Tom's fancy here. Ricardo Ferreira looking for the double, having won race 1 on Maroof. The other grey there is Mashur for Camille Ospina. Beginning to go forward here. Khalid Al-Mamoni is the jockey on Miyagi now. I think that might have been a change. He's going forward there, black with a white star. There's number 4, Ben Hamrash in the pink. Ben Hamrash, Abdullah Al-Saidi. About to bring this one forward. 8 is Boltaway, one that Callum was talking about there. Jimmy Jerkins. And the last one is in. We're ready on the turf. Extended mile and a quarter trip, 2100. They're off. Jumped away then for race 3. This handicap on the turf. National Gallery is up there. One of the greys, the green cap early on, and will lead to Ben Hamrash in the pink and purple. Going up the inside of Ben Hamrash to take second as Alaham in the blue and yellow striped colours. Wider out to find Miyagi, the orange saddlecloth, black and white silks. The other grey racing in the yellow and maroon is Mashur. And then further back to find the green cap of Al Maham, who's wide out. Back on the inside is Kontar in black and white, who's towards the back in company with Boltaway, who's being held up in the red colours there by Nawaf Al Mudiani. But the leader is National Gallery. He's got his own way in front, and he's by 2 lengths to Ben Hamrash, who is up sides towards the outside Miyagi. They're second and third. Fourth place then, as they go round the turn, is Al Maham. Alaham on the inside for Alex Moreno. That's in the striped colours. And racing ahead of Mashur, who's just dropped in behind there, the other grey. Very wide, without cover, Al Morhelm is covering the extra ground up on the outside under Morales as they continue their journey down the far side. Boltaway is out in the 3 path. The back marker chased along is Kontar. The pace increasing here. National Gallery trying to stretch them out. Leads by about 3 parts to Ben Hamrash, who's giving chase in second. Third place then for Miyagi, who's done plenty of work out there in the black and white colours. They're followed by Alaham against the running rail. Then the other grey Mashur, followed by Boltaway in the red. And then comes Kontar. And Al Mulhelm has dropped to the tail, looks to be struggling. National Gallery keeps pressing on, but Ben Hamrash is giving him no peace up top as they make the turn towards the final 400 metres and the home turn. So National Gallery, the grey, by 3 parts. Ben Hamrash has come under a ride. Here's Miyagi now getting into it towards the outside with a fast forward move, but National Gallery has got a kick and still leads by 2.5 lengths. In line for home, just over 200 metres to go. National Gallery finding plenty in front here for Ricardo Ferreira, and he's bounding away again from Miyagi in second place. Staying on behind them is Alaham, might get a place, but it's National Gallery all the way here. He's going to make just about every yard. Doubles for Thama Al-Dahani and Ricardo Ferreira, the informed rider. National Gallery wins. Miyagi chased him hard, finished second. Third will go to Alaham, and then Mashur. Another winner for Tom Collins, another winner for Ricardo Souza Ferreira and Thama Al-Dahani. They took the first race, they took the third as well. I wouldn't say uncontestedly, because Ben Hamrash was caught as sort of persisting, snapping away at him, but he found plenty when he had to. And Ferreira is just riding with so much confidence here, and National Gallery dominates. 2 minutes 11.8 seconds, the winning time for the 2100 metres on the turf. Second, number 7, Miyagi, beaten 3 lengths in second. Third, number 5, Alaham. 2.75, National Gallery makes just about all the grey on the turf.
It feels like deja vu. I'm joined by Samir Al-Dahani. We're talking about National Gallery, another son of Caravaggio, who is thriving on this turf surface.
Yeah, he's a very good horse. Like I told you, his form in England, he was too good in the grass. And today he progressed too good in a good rating. I hope to get a good rating to go to the Saudi Challenge. At least 98 to go to Saudi Challenge, you know. But he made a good race today, and he was traveling too good, and he made the race from the starting gate into the finish.
Yeah, he's absolutely pumped the likes of a few 90-rated rivals by really comfortable fashion. Obviously, Al Mahem came here rated 96, but didn't go a yard. So you'd be very happy with that performance, with the way he's done that win.
Yeah, because he have maybe his weight is high also, but he ran a good race. I'm happy with him. You know, like I told you, he made a good race. I'm happy with him. I think he will go to the Saudi Challenge. I think.
And Ricardo is riding with such confidence at the moment. You can see he had Abdullah Al-Saidi just alongside you on the bend, on Ben Hamrash, but he never looked phased. He always looked very happy.
Yeah, I told him, because Hamrash is a good horse if he take the lead early. I told him, don't let him to take the lead. It's a race, you know. If you take him to take the lead, you will lose the race. You have to continue going. Don't let anyone to pass you until you catch the line. And he do it perfect.
He's listened to your instructions and followed them to perfection. He's coming down now. I'll let you greet him to come in. Well done.
Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you very much. Yes, winner is just coming in behind us. He will be settling in just down this chute. It's nice that actually Samo is meeting us in the winners' enclosure now, because hilariously the photographers get very upset with me when I hold him up before he comes down to the winner's position. So he's already down here to meet the horse on this occasion, which makes life easier for everybody. Miyagi looked dangerous turning into the straight, but I think just got lost a little bit on the turn. It'll be really good for the boys to watch this race back and focus on the 5, Alaham, who ended up finishing 3rd. I'm pretty sure Alex Moreno worked a minor miracle to keep the partnership intact on the turn. That was very, very impressive riding. He ended up being rewarded for that with a 3rd place finish. Mashur has finished there in 4th, and Kontar is the last there in 5th. Boltway ended up in 6th. A disappointment with Al Mahem, no doubt about it. That horse never looked happy on this surface. You can see why they've given it a go, but he never, ever looked happy. So well done to everyone who was associated with National Gallery, and well done if you found that one at home. Tom Collins found that one in the studio and now leads the studio selections competition, but he's only one clear, so a lot can change, but he'd be very happy with that performance from National Gallery, who has justified his selection. We had a 2nd in the 2nd race and a winner in the 3rd for Tom, so you'll be super happy that all your premonitions are coming to the fruition, and we'll now see Ricardo Sosa Ferreira for the 2nd time today. Remember, when he gets confident, he starts firing in those winners, the smile keeps coming, and he keeps on getting them. So, Ricardo, I'm hearing, according to Black Type TV, this is your 50th winner in Riyadh this season. Well done.
Yes, thank you. One goal more, you know. When I come, I think some numbers for take the goal, and one more, you know, first goal, Jcsa challenge. My 2nd goal, 50 winners, and but okay, I can win, but if I don't have good sport behind me, all stables, but principal, my stable, Sheikh Abdullah, and Prince Faisal give me many horses, and I'm really happy because I'm good with all people, you know. All people give me chance. Not easy, just say thank you, Tamer, thank you, Amir Faisal, all people. I want to continue.
Change with the International Jockey Challenge, because there were 0 to 90 races last year, but
It might be 0 to 100s now.
yeah,
Maybe, based on what Tom was saying. Needs 98 to get in. You're going to get a small field of 10 or so, maybe. Well, he said he wants 98 to guarantee to get in. That sounds like a 0 to 100, no?
it does, yeah. But there were 0 to 90 last time around, so we'll have to look at that. But again, the race has panned out exactly as you thought it would do.
Yeah, perfect. This was the way the horse was going to win. He had to get forward, he had to make the front, and if he made the front, then he was going to basically be hard to beat. And he proved that. We'll take it from the start, and we can see exactly how he won this contest. As they break out, he breaks from stall number 3 in the green and the white silks, and he broke really well. Mashur briefly missed it, so did Kontar on the wide outside. Ben Hamrash actually, showed a little bit of enthusiasm to go forward, as did Alaham, but Ricardo knew he was going to be able to cross. Now going into this first bend, watch the horse on the inside with the yellow noseband. Alex Moreno briefly loses his irons. I don't know whether it's due to Ricardo just steadying the pace or what happens here, but we'll see. Oh no, the horse just jinked inside.
End,
yeah, jinked towards the rail, and Alex briefly loses his irons. Good jockeyship to get them back and eventually ride the horse out for 3rd. As you can see, just now gets back in his irons. But Ricardo's able to set the pace. He wasn't going overly hard. A couple of sub-12 second sectionals, but then he steadied it right up down the back. 12.35, 12.63, and was able to basically race how the horse needed to run. He gets challenged at some point down the back straight by Ben Hamrash under Abdullah Al-Saidi. Those two spurt in a little bit of energy into the race, and that got Miyagi off the bridle, and it looked like he was going to finish tailed off at one point, but
and the money really came from Miyagi on the international markets.
Did
it was 5-2 in the end.
Yeah, I think that's short enough. At this point, he's outpaced on the outside in the black and white. You can see his rider's asking for a little bit of effort. He's not initially responding, and he's lost a length or two on the two forward-going types. National Gallery's just going the shortest way round. He's still firmly on the bridle. He has the race won at this point. Ben Hamrash is not going to be able to sustain this effort. albeit he does run fairly. And National Gallery just kicks clear. He's quite a good horse, National Gallery, but I feel if there are other speed horses in the race, he does tend to chuck in the towel a little bit. Today there weren't any speed horses in there and he dominated from start to finish.
And he's got a long raking stride on him, hasn't
He does, yeah. To be fair to Miyagi, he ran really well considering he was outpaced. He came with a brief challenge around the home turn. Never looked like he was going to win, but he's continued that good form of his that has now produced form figures of 1-2-2 on his last 3 outings.
Well, as many of the races across the Saudi Cup weekend, as the meeting develops and the quality of horses keeps on improving, they do keep getting upgrades, and indeed, the Jockeys Challenge races have been upgraded. The first 2 races for the local breds were 0 to 90s, they're now 0 to 95s, and the latter 2 races, which were also 0 to 90s, the last 2 races over 1,200 metres, and also the 2,100 metres, which is the race that this horse would go for. 0 to 90 last time around, now 0 to 100s.
Are we allowed imported horses then in the last 2?
Yeah.
He's going to probably find it tough, I think, to win National Gallery. But it's good that he's likely to get in there. The handicapper should give him at least £6 or £7 for that. And he should be able to get into the final field. I think if you get any horses come across from Europe, they're probably going to beat him. They're also better horses.
But they generally do. They're open to him imported, but as in, like, he'd be an importer.
Would you not get any European challenges?
Not normally horse-wise, only jockey-wise.
Okay, then maybe he does have a chance. We'll see.
Maybe this is the year that'll all change then. Ratings band goes up, even better horses start coming
Exactly.
in.
It'll be exciting to see when we get the entries for both that day and Saudi Cup day as well.
Well, that'll be 3 weeks today. We'll be in amongst the Jockeys Challenge this day in 3 weeks' time.
Yep, fun.
That horse coming back again in the winner's enclosure.
Potentially. Who knows? He obviously handles the turf track and others are unproven on it, so why not?
And Tham was saying as well that both of his 2 jockeys, both taking part, announced a couple of days ago.
Yeah, positives for both. Ricardo deserves to be there for sure. Mohammed, it's a great opportunity for him. He's had a career best year, and it's great to see him go into the Jockey Challenge and able to strut his stuff against some of the best in the world.
And Ricardo, we're hearing on the YouTube channel there that was 50 for the season, confirmed as well, another milestone ticked off.
Yeah, the first jockey to get to 50 winners here in Riyadh this campaign, so a very good year. And I know we are harping on about Ricardo, but he has won 2 today. He's the guy in form right now. He is making all the other jockeys want to strive and get after him in this race just for the Riyadh title.
Well, Jose says another double for Ricardo. This is just the beginning. Ray comes back from Australia, good horse and a good jockey, especially on the grass.
Yes.
And also thanks to one of our other viewers who said, good luck for all. That's from maybe Dan, who's watching on in Saudi Arabia as well. Thank you very much indeed, Dan. OK, we're 3 races down already. Next up, another handicap. And Ferrari, we're back onto the dirt.
We are, yes. 1,200 metres, Martin. 6 furlongs on the dirt track for race 4. Number 1 is Jcsa, ridden by Abdullah Al Saidi. 2 is Beehive, who I think is the second favourite, Louis Morales. Number 3, Sir Titus, Osama Al Sharani, who won race 2. 4 is Bravado, Nawaf Al Mudiani. 5 is the international market favourite, Sam 6, Abdullah Al Khamis on board. 6 is a rider change, Camille Speeder now on board, Ryan's Party. Number 7 is Al Safar, Alex Moreno. 8 is the former Darrell Holland trained Giavont, Abdul Ella Al Hussein on board, 3 times Norweather winner in the UK. Number 9 is Secret Bid for Ahmed Al Azari. 10 Upper Class, Abdullah Al Lorfi. 11 is Alam Yar for Muhannad Al Nassar, and 12 High Ovation for Thab Al Timyat, who is the outsider, horse number 12. Let's go across to Callum.
Thank you very much, Ferrari. Yes, let's have a look at Jcsa here. This is the one. Huge fan of his. I think he looks in really good shape here. He's not carrying too much condition, which isn't too typical for the Red Stable runner. This one going for Fawaz Saad. You've got the Dappling just on the hindquarters here as well, who is walking out really well. I've got no concerns. Just a little bit of a concern about the near hind. But I mean, these sprinters, you can't expect perfection, can you? So I'll be okay with what I'm seeing so far in this contest. Let's drop back to Sir Titus, the 3. Really flashy type, a winner 2 starts ago. Not quite as impressive on his most recent outing, but certainly one that you can't ignore in the parade ring. The 4 white socks, the big white face, and a liver chestnut as well. Beautiful to see. Another one who's got some dappling up in that coat as well. Just looks really well within himself, Sir Titus. This one's by Dandy Man, and Osama Al Shahani is back in the plate looking for a very quick fire double. We'll drop back to Sam 6. This is the 5 just coming towards us now. A horse who really caught the eye when returning from a break to finish second on penultimate start and then won well last time. And that run doesn't look to have knocked the stuffing out of him because he looks great today in the parade ring as well. Really lovely type, short, powerful neck. Lovely strong shoulder, good back end as well. Certainly one you've got to have on your shortlist. I know Martin likes him and I can see why. Finally, we're going to just look at one more, which is the 9, just coming towards us now. This is Secret Bid. Last one we'll take a look at here. Got the fancy blinkers on. A horse who's not quite showed as much as we really hoped when he first came over to Saudi. And has just looking to still carry a wee bit of condition and is a bit dull in the coat. I was disappointed with the way Secret Bid looked, lads. I think if I had to make a paddock pick, it's between Sam Smith and Sir Titus, and the pick just goes to Sam 6.
Well, I think Sam Smith might be a few pounds overweight at this.
Yeah, Sam Smith wouldn't be winning this. Sam 6, absolutely. And let's have a look at Sam 6 in action from last time up. It was a career best effort this day, which we're about to see. He's in the blue and the red, and guess what? He rides the bias. He's forwardly placed, which is what you need on the dirt, especially over 1200. He has that ability to get into a nice prominent position, and that's key. This form's working out really well, actually. There are plenty of subsequent winners in behind, and horses who have run well since without winning. Elzan Blue's in there, so is Al Moassis, and one of Tharmas as well, who's won since. So, yeah, this is interesting. It's a good race. Good performance from Sam 6. He just holds on in the latter part of the race. I think he's got a great chance going back to back.
Yeah, and as you say, the form was worked out. Malian, who was in front on that occasion.
Yeah.
That was 0-85 company. Slightly better again today. And it's up a couple of pounds to a mark of 80, but plenty of upsides to Sam 6, who's drawn in stall 9. We can see Al Safa as well in action. A little bit of form. We can have a look at Al Safa, horse number 70, finishing in 4th place back on, well, just last week, in fact.
Yeah, he's been competitive in conditions races. By conditions races, I mean non-winners of 2, non-winners of 3, non-winners of 1, etc., whatever he qualifies for. And he is interesting, I suppose, back in handicap company. He hasn't really suggested he's going to be a next time out winner or a future winner this season, but at the same time, he could easily run a place.
And we'll touch on the second best on the international market, and this is number 2, Beehive, who was 8th in the dirt sprint qualifier. I've already seen that horse or that form advertised a couple of races back. So Titus was 7th in that race. Beehive, who does have course and distance winning form back in December and was quite a tidy winner by the best part of 3 lengths that day.
Yeah, he's a forward-going type, so another one that should ride the bias, which is a positive if you like Beehive. The negative is that he's an 8-year-old now. He's very exposed, and we know exactly what to expect from him. On form, he's got every chance of going close in here. He's already won a 0-90 handicap in December.
Off just £2 lower.
Exactly. He's back in the right spot. He could easily record a 12th success. He will be on the rail early. He will be leading or vying for it. And from there, he's going to prove pretty tough to get out of the frame. Whether he's good enough to win, that's to be seen. But if he's unchallenged on the front, he's probably the horse to beat.
Do you know what he's going to do when he gets to the lead?
If you make a joke about bees, I'm not going to be happy. Yeah?
He's going to take the sting out of his rivals.
Next. I know you too well now already. I knew a joke was coming.
But even though on the back of that, the win is gone on to be beaten by My Map and Malian as well. So a similar form line to touch on with Sam 6.
Yeah, Sam 6 is the horse that could still be improving, whereas Beehive is kind of what he is. But Beehive's won 11 times, Sam 6 has won just once. So there is a difference there. You were with Sam 6 last week.
Yeah.
And you're jumping ship, are you?
Actually, Beehive's more attractively priced at 9-2.
Probably fair.
There's a bit of a buzz around on the international markets as well.
You can't steal the producer's jokes.
It's anybody's jokes. I made a career out of it. Geowant is at 5-1. This is horse number 8. A winner 3 starts back in open company. The mark, though, has suffered on the back of that.
If this track was fair, and I know the clerk of the course is going to be happy with me keep harping on about this, but if the track was fair to forwardly place horses and closers, Geowant would be my selection here. But he's a deep closer. He's going to be out the back. The track is favouring speed, and it's just unlikely that he's going to pass them all. He will finish well, and he's very well matched against some of these, especially off this rating of 76. He's drawn nicely. I don't mind his jockey, Abdul Al Hussein. He was close to being my top pick, but his racing style was the only thing that put me off. And
I think we've got the best to come from Sir Titus as well. Not drawn ideally here on the wing here in 12, but Formerly trained by Michael Dodds in the UK, had a couple of goes in Taif and a couple of goes here in Riyadh. A winner and a 7th in the dirt sprint qualifier as well. The win was quite tight. He beat Amici.
Yep, there he is in shot right now. Lovely looking horse, the 3 in the green silks. Probably the best looker in my opinion. Yeah, form gives him a good chance of going close, but again, he's quite exposed after 31 outings as a 7-year-old. Draw is the negative, as you've already touched on.
Okay, well, Sam 6 is 7-4 on the international markets. There is the international favourite in shot. Beehive, there's got to be another put in there somewhere, is at 9-2. Geo wants at 5, so Titus 13-2. Al Safar at 15-2. And it's 12-1 and bigger the remainder. Anything else worth mentioning? I mean, the horse that Callum started talking about, Jcsa, off the track for quite some time.
Yeah.
But
he hasn't been seen for 13 months. That's a big concern, isn't it?
yeah, and that was a course and distance open. He ran in, finished 9th that day under James Doyle. But his runs to win record overall is quite good.
It is, but horses, especially from the red stable, generally need their first run back, so I'm happy to overlook him. Bravado, the 4, has been largely disappointing these days. He seems like turf is his preferred surface. Ryan's Party, the 6, was way behind Sam 6 earlier this month, so it's hard to fancy on that basis. The 9, Secret Beard, was always outpaced on local debut over course and distance, didn't seem to love the dirt, so it's hard to have confidence in him. Upper class, the 10, Brazilian bred, failed to stay 2,400 metres last time, drops way down in trip, but his recent efforts don't inspire any confidence. The 11, Alamia, is a 17 race maiden, finished last of 17 in the cup race last month, £2 out of the handicap. And High Ovation, I didn't think looked very good at all in the prelims. Finished last of 8 behind Beehive over course and distance, runs from £5 out of the handicap. So I very much think it's between Beehive, Sam 6, Giawant.
Or Sam Smith.
Not Sam Smith. And I'm going to put Sam 6 on top just because he's a speed horse. But watch out for Giawant. I wouldn't be surprised if he played a big role, providing he can get him.
We know what we're going to get with Beehive, and we should get a decent standard of performance. The last couple of runs have been disappointing, but this is a little bit easier contest. Looking forward to seeing how good-looking Sir Titus goes. He's a really nice-looking type. You don't get many very flashy liver chestnuts, and with the dappling that he has, he looks very, very well within himself, and obviously has the partnership of Osama Al-Shahani as well, which is not a bad thing either. Giavon is the apple of Abdullah Al-Manif's eye. He absolutely loves this horse, and he always does give his best effort, so it'll also be no surprise to see him bang up there. But Sam 6 will be the pick for me, so I'm going with the 5. Anthony Ennis, it's all yours.
Thank you. Runners are loading up. So Callum and Tom with Sam 6, Martin with Beehive. Runners are loading up. Sam 6, red sleeves already in. 1,200 metres here on the dirt of this handicap. Race 4. This is our 440 here in the sunshine at Riyadh. Turning into a beautiful day here, and the last few about to go in. Al Safar, who's got a dark grey in colour. The white cap, by the way, worn by Thab Al-Timyat on High Ovation. Camille Ospina wearing the first colours on Ryan's Party, and they are loading up pretty steadily here, and we'll be set to go. Last one in. High Ovation. Set over 6 furlongs, 1,200 for race 4. They're off. They've jumped away. Starter caught them in a good line. Maybe just slightly slow as High Ovation from gate 2 and towards the outside. Not that quickly away upper class as they go for the first 400 metres. There's one determined to get to the front here. A Lamia in the green colours, but he's going to find a horse on the inside. Beehive trying to hold him out. These two lock on together. The speed is really on. Out wider, here comes Sam 6 from the outside stall, making ground 2 in the blue and red to get a view of the front. Sam 6 is 4 wide, working hard. Is up there towards the inside. Beehive trying his best to hold them out. In the middle is Alamia. And his speed burn up front here, followed by Bravado, who's now takes back into 4th place. And then followed by Ryan's Party around the outside of Giavant. And then behind those on the inside, the improving High Ovation. Into the straight they go, and Sam 6 wants to try and put this to bed right now. The danger could be Ryan's Party, who's running on strongly. And Camille Ospina's getting a tune out of Ryan's Party today. Goes into 2nd place. Giavant sticking on. Also staying on quite well too down the outside is Al Safar. But entering the final 200, it's Ryan's Party now who's grabbed the lead here. Deep inside the furlong, Ryan's Party, Giavant switching inside, out wider Al Safar keeping on too. Ryan's Party getting a bit tired. Here comes Giavant on the inside. Ryan's Party, Ospina, the magic touch might just have got there. So Giavant in a driving finish. Al Safar back in behind them. What a finish. Ryan's Party Very determined. Has he held on from the onrushing Guillavant on the rails? I think he might have done. Judge might want to look. No, they've called it. 6 Ryan's Party, the winner. Oh, Ospina. He's got that magic touch here on the dirt, and he's got this horse home. Hard to fancy coming into the race, but it's just held on from Guillavant. It made it interesting on the inside. And Al Safar, the grey horse, in 3rd place. Sam Six, who was involved in that speed burn-up, weakened in the end. It was ahead the winning margin, confirming number 6 the winner. Out in the middle, Ryan's Party for Ospina. 2nd place, the far side, number 8 Guillavant, beaten ahead. And 3rd, number 7 Al Safar. So it's a 6.87 finish. 1 minute 14.2 the winning time. Sam Six only 4th. Ryan's Party, Ospina just does enough.
Ryan's Party has taken victory here under Camille Ospina. A late jockey change here. Osama Al-Shara was meant to be on board, but he did not take this ride. So Ryan's Party has been partnered by Camille Ospina, who has another winner. So well done to Camille. He will be chuffed to bits with that. Remember, I've said it before and I'll say it again, his ban is about to kick in. So he will be very happy with this victory before he has a bit of a 4-day holiday. No concerns there. I'm sure he'll be appreciating the break, although he will be wanting to close that gap to Adel Alfaredi in the Jockeys Championship, but he'll be happy with that victory. And again, him with an outside ride, very, very dangerous. And it's worth noting that he's get this horse to find an extra leg, because this Memas Chestnut Gelding has really found things tough of late, but he's finally got the head in front. They're just trying to work out where to get the photo. They want to just pull him around a little bit. Working with the sunlight here, you can see there's definitely plans in place here. Lovely to see. And lovely to see Ryan's Party getting his head back in front in an absolute corker of a finish. Guillavant, we said would run a big race. He's run a massive race to finish 2nd. Al Safar's finished in 3rd. And Sam Six, who looked dangerous on the turn for home, and ended up finishing 4th in what was a wee bit of a pace collapse. Upper class 5th. And Sir Titus rounding out the top 6. We'll get a word from Camille after that victory. He will be happy with that. And we'll find out what actually happened to our jockey Osama Al-Shara, who didn't take the ride here. Camille, don't run away. Don't run away. Oh, he has to run away. He is running away. So Camille is running away. So we're just going to miss Camille on this occasion, lads. Just hearing there, Camille's just got away there. Trying to go grab some extra connections. I'm just trying to find the trainer now. I think the trainer's left as well. So we've lost everybody. So it's a bit of a late run there, but we missed Camillo and we've missed the trainer, unfortunately, team. But we also missed the winner. So it's an overall very disappointing race here, race 4.
Yeah, Camilo dashing back to the weighing room, but a spare ride for him, and it's Ryan's Party. He was well behind Sam Six. Last time out, finished 9th on that occasion, turns the form around. Sam Six, at this stage, had travelled into the closing stages, but couldn't maintain the effort.
Yeah, it looked like Sam Six had the race at his mercy turning for home, but he obviously had to work pretty hard early. Sat 4 wide on the pace, and yeah, this is a race where the pace is actually not held up, which is interesting. It's quite nice to see a bit of a fairer track. We'll see this from the outset here. A couple broke really well. Beehive broke well inside in the black and blue. G1 actually broke way better than usual in the black and the red spots. He's in third right now. Alamia's desperate to get to the front, but isn't able to cross. So it's Alamia and Beehive going into the first turn alongside each other. Just in behind those are on the outside Sam 6 and Bravado with the white disc. The eventual winner is he fifth? No, he's seventh, making a move on the outside. He's first.
He was mid-pack,
yeah. He and G1 have come from similar positions, and the pace is going to collapse in the latter part of the race. There is a bit of interference up top about to happen here. Sam 6 leans in, who leans into Alamia in about 1 second here, who leans into Beehive, and Lou Morales is forced to just slam the brakes on Beehive. That's race over, if it wasn't already for him.
He's virtually pulled up in the end.
Yeah, game over. I think he finishes last. Sam 6 is about to get overhauled at this stage. Ryan's party on the outside. G1's going to duck towards the rail, but just doesn't have enough legs to get there in the latter part of the race. G1 ran a really good race. As I say, if the pace collapsed, then he was the major player. But he was just probably 2 strides away from winning this contest. You can see he's closing all the way to the line, but just not able to get in front of Ryan's party.
The Beehive was empty.
Yeah, I prefer that one.
Get off the closing bend. But again, this is the second race we've seen today. Horses picking up from mid-pack to take advantage of the collapsing pace, which we've not seen the last couple of days.
Yeah, we haven't. It's been all speed, regardless of how quick they've gone. To be fair, in the first race, or second race today, the first dirt race, the speed did hold up, but one horse came from out of the pack, Mamiyaza. In this contest, it was more the speed completely collapsed, and the closers came through, the mid-pack horses came through. I think because of that, you have to upgrade Sam 6 a little bit, just purely because the other 3 speed horses, Bravado, Alamia, and Beehive, have all finished way out the back, and Sam 6 has only been beaten a length or 2. So maybe Sam 6 is worth a knock-up because of that, but at the same time, he was only 4th best in this race today.
Yeah, and ahead and a length with the winning distances. Sarim has got in touch on YouTube, as you're more than welcome to do yourselves. If you're watching on YouTube, your comments, your selections, and where you're watching from. Sarim says, I will second Callum. He's having a blast with the picks today. 100% record yesterday.
It's Callum's burner account for sure.
Yeah. Hello to Callum's mum, by the way. It's great. No, but seriously, he did have 2 winners yesterday.
Yeah, he beat us yesterday, in fairness.
Your mathematical genius worked out that's 17% strike rate.
Yeah, it's better than what we had. But
it
definitely wasn't 100%.
Definitely not 100%. As regards today's standings, well, Tom's in the lead. He's had 3 winners over the last 2 days. Callum and I both on 2 so far. So.
Let's add to it now. Race 5. I feel like this is a good spot to add to that. Today, I'll be disappointed if both of us, and Callum as well, didn't get up to at least 5.
This is where they say the apprentice leads the sorceress.
Absolutely not.
Any selections for us, do let us know on the chat section there, and we'll hopefully add to those winners throughout the course of the day. Race 5 is a fillies maiden. This is for the 3-year-olds, and Enzo Ferrari has the details.
Thank you, Martin. Yeah, 20 runners here, so plenty to keep you occupied during this race. As you say, for the fillies maiden on the dirt, runners headed by number 1, which is Al Jazi, Alex Moreno on board, around a 7-1 chance currently. 2 is Ayat, Abdullah Al-Khamis. 3, Bright Lily, Muhannad Al-Nassar. 4, Ghasana, Nawaf Al-Mudiani. 5, Hakima for the uniform Ricardo Ferreira, looking for the treble. 6 is Hathari, Abdullah Al-Rashid. 7's a non-runner, Hey Hanabar doesn't go. So over the page, our next runner will be number 8, which is Huaraya for Aisel Al-Sahani. Number 9, Kizdara, Khalid Al-Mamoni gets the call up for that one. 10, Leave the Girl Go, Thab Al-Timyat. 11 is Machayek for Samar Al-Dahani and Mohammed Al-Daham. 12, Mobshara, Abdulaziz Al-Faradi. 13 is Narawat. Al-Shamal is out. That's the scratching. 14 is Noof, Ayad Al-Tarisi. 15 is going to be Renad over the page. Renad is ridden by Abdullah Al-Fayruz. 16 is Raya Al-Sabah, Yasser Al-Bakawi. 17 is Shujaya for Abdullah Al-Kredis. 18 is Sultanat Al-Maidan, Ahmad Al-Tayar. 19 is Thrafa for Tariq Al-Mansur. And 20 is Tawked Salman Al-Rashid. 21 is a runner as well, which is Kerbat for Abdullah Al-Atabi. So take out 13, take out the 7 as well. But we still have a field of 19. So plenty of runners for the next. Let's go back to Martin and Tom.
Yeah, 13 confirmed as the late scratching in this. Then this filly's maiden for the 3-year-olds on the dirt. Races so far have been quite competitive. This not quite so much. We've got a few of these that you could pick out on the figures, but apart from that, there's a lot of horses that need to improve in here.
There are, but equally, I don't think this is the worst maiden by any means. There are
Okay.
probably 5 or 6 that give like the profile or the connections or the pedigree that stand out as potential future winners. The market is interesting. They've taken a very defensive approach regarding the 5, Hakama, who we'll talk about.
Well, it's a debutant, isn't it, for Jimmy
Yeah.
Jerkins in the red stable. Ricardo's on board and putting us the 11-8 favourite.
Very, very defensive there. I think that price is too short. She would have been my pick. I don't know whether I'm going to stick with her or not. I think from a betting perspective, if you're looking to have a play, then she's too short. But she's got the most interesting profile. We'll have a look at a couple of horses that do set the standard. Well, one horse that does set the standard, and that is Waria, who is seen here in the black and the red. Eventually finishes second. Back in behind is Hathari. But let's focus on Waria. Somehow, by the way, Hathari, who finishes third here, Waria finishes second. Hathari's 8-1. Waria's 10-1. So I don't understand that market move. That's not right. Waria's a better horse than Hathari. They're both having their second outing in this contest we're watching. Waria
Sun, she's walking out, like I said, very outright. She's got just a little nick on her hind leg here, near hind. Just got a little bit of a nick on it as well. So not blowing you away in the paddock, but I think she might be one for handicaps going forward in the future. Let's drop back to the 5. This is a talking horse, and Tom said the market had been defensive. Well, when you have a look at her, you can see why. Hakima is gorgeous. Look at her. She really does stand out in this field. She's got a lovely shoulder, good back end, nice strong neck on her as well. She's by Without Parole, who we haven't got the chance to see too many Without Paroles here in Saudi Arabia. We've not had a chance to see too many all over the planet, but he was a decent enough racehorse. Maybe not quite hit the ground running of the stallion as you'd want, but there'll be plenty of people connected with Without Parole. I can't remember where he's standing, but I'll find that out. They'll be watching this eagerly. Hakama, debutant, very, very nice. Let's drop all the way back now to the 11 and the 12 of the next two we're going to look at. We're going to look at the Kitten's Joy filly, Machayek, who's just coming towards us now. Samir Al-Dahani doing the training of this one. Very typical Kitten's Joy here. She's right on edge. They don't tend to be the most relaxed sorts here, and she makes her second start. She was 8th on debut. It'd be no doubt she could probably come forward from this. I just thought she was probably just doing a little bit too much in here. She's certainly clear and ready to go. Just give her a little bit of space for Stuffer because she's having a good old look. But she's one you have to put on your shortlist just with the connections who are in fine form already today. She's a liver chestnut. As you can see now, she's come into the shadow. She's got that dappling on her. She's clearly ready to go today, and physically she's certainly more advanced than some of these in this field. In behind is the 12, in the colours that you know from horses like Paradise Row. Certainly they've got a type of horse, don't they? They like a one that will grow. Abdulaziz Al Faradi on board. He's back from his ban and very happy to be on board. He's quite confident about this from when I chatted to him earlier. The form certainly isn't too bad for Bashara here. Looking forward to seeing her. And the final one we'll peek at is the 16. Raya Al Sabah is just coming towards me now in the, just careful there, Mustafa, just coming towards us now in the noseband. She's another one that's very well developed. She's a good looking individual here. She would be another one that you'd have to keep on the right side of here. She's a nice type. She again has had the one run, will need to build on that, but she's passing a lot of my tests in the parade ring. She's handling herself well, she's walking confidently, and she's a good looker, very well developed, and certainly a type that I can imagine running well today. But I couldn't take my eyes off the 5, lads. Maybe a short price favourite, but it looks like a ready winner on debut.
That's interesting, Callum. Thank you for that. International markets have even hardened 5-4 now for this horse for the red stable. And usually you're saying you can't see Jimmy Jerkins here.
No, I couldn't see Jimmy in the paddock, which is strange. He's usually here every time, so I don't know whether he's just opted either not to come into the paddock or not.
He must be. He's got loads of chances today.
Yeah, I just couldn't see him. He definitely wasn't talking to Ricardo prior to Ricardo getting up. So, yeah, maybe he's not here today. Hopefully he's watching our channel anyway.
Good afternoon to you, Jimmy, if you are indeed. As this horse on debut today, 5-4 on the international markets.
Isn't that just too short?
It is.
My personal opinion, I know Callum said she looks lovely. I think she's not 100% wound up, personally. So whatever we get from her today, I think she'll probably improve on. And that is kind of the Jimmy Jerkins way anyway. He wouldn't get first timers usually fully tuned up. So,
But if she could come here and run to mid-60s, she could win this.
yeah. But she's drawn wide. First time starter. I don't know. I did have her down as my initial selection, but I'm going to change my mind because the price is too short for me.
Okay, well, Bright Lily is the second best in for Richard Fahey. 4 starts to date. 3 runs for Richard Fahey in the UK, 1 run then for Mick Appleby. So Change Stables in the UK comes down in trip on dirt debut. Second best 11-2.
Yeah, one quick word, sorry, on Hakama before we go back to Bright Lily. Without Parole progeny are beginning to become hyped. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see more of his offspring here and over in Europe and the US as well. I know Sherry DeVoe, a US trainer, is very keen on the Without Parole. So yeah, watch out for that sire. Back to Bright Lily, 4 outings, as you say, placed on a couple of them. She's run to a fair enough level, but she's drawn in 17. She was privately sold to race here. She makes her dirt debut. There's just not enough for me, again, to warrant supporting her. She's very much like the one horse we saw earlier, Cuban Tiger. First up on a different surface at a short enough price. I'm happy to overlook that one.
Did you see enough from Al Jazzy on debut to make that of interest? Drawn wide again, running behind Amarat Al-Zaman last time with Hathari back in 11th place.
I thought the run was okay. That came earlier this month. I love Tis the Law. He was one of my favourite horses. So when I see any of his progeny, then I'm always keeping a close eye on them. However, this filly's going to have to improve a little bit based on what we saw. And again, draws wide in this spot. I had her third in. So I don't think she's completely out of the picture, but she's not my pick.
Mob Shara, number 12, is next best at 8-1, just eases from 7th on the international plays. Second over the 1600 on debut, then 5th over the course and distance, dropped to this trip last time up.
It was an encouraging debut, but I don't know what happened last time. I've got written down could be a weak finisher because I didn't like the way that she ended her race. And now she steps up in trip. Again, not ideal. But she's by Munning, so she should handle further than this. Maybe she's just a raw and incomplete filly at this stage of her career.
Okay, who have you got on top? Given you switched from the favourites.
Yeah, it was the favourite Hakama, but I'm going to put the 8 on top, Warrior. I've written down in my notes that she basically has a maiden there at her mercy when she runs in one that is winnable. I thought maybe a first-time starter could beat her here, notably the 5. But she sets the standard, in my opinion, with a mark of 60. She's been second twice. She has early speed. I'll be with Warrior. 10-1 is a good price, and I'm much more interested in that than Hakama at 5-4 or whatever she is.
And the places?
8, 5, 1, 11 in that order.
Okay, I'm going to go 1. Al Jazzy. The form of the debut run wasn't too bad. And she's got the form with Hathari, which ties in with Huari. Not so much love for this race on YouTube. Not many people getting involved. If you do have a selection for this, do let us know. As we head into the 5th race of the afternoon, Tom with 3 winners on the board so far this 3-day meeting. We're coming towards the halfway point of that. Callum and myself on 2. So you've jumped ship from the favourites. Tom, you're going to go with the 8 here. I'm going to go with the 1, Al Jazzy.
It's very much a price reason, the reason why I've jumped ship. The 5 can definitely win. She has probably the most upside, but as I said, I didn't think she was fully tight and ready to go today. And the wide draws are concerned, but lovely pedigree would be great for Jimmy if she can get off the mark as well. But I just thought the price was too short, so that's why I switched to the 8.
I'm disappointed it's not here. A winning Jimmy interview is always welcome.
Oh, it's the best. It is the best. But yeah, unfortunately we didn't see him, so maybe he has other plans today.
Okay, well, let's head back out to Callum and confirm the selections. We're not with the favourite Callum. We've gone 3rd best with number 1, Al Jazzy. Tom's gone for a bigger price as well with Haruia at 8-1 as well. But you got to go with the favourites. Stick to your guns here.
Very much, guys. I just missed the other selection there. I heard one of you had Al Jazzy. What was the other selection, the bigger priced run? Ah, the 8 is the next one. Araya for yourself, Tom. Yeah, go the same colours of Giavont. Naif Wanas doing the training of that one as well. Yeah, nothing to dislike about 2 seconds in the last 2 runs, is there? But I just couldn't take my eyes off Akema, who was the horse who I really, really like. So looking forward to seeing the 5. I think it's a nice enough type. really caught my eye on the parade ring. Be interested to see what these without paroles do over here. You can understand why they're big in America. It was owned by Americans. It had a big old American ownership without paroles, so I can understand where the support from the US is coming from. Will he make it the stallion? Who really knows at this point? It's a fascinating game, the old breeding industry, and whether you're in vogue or not, and hopefully he will be in vogue. Just look at a horse like Wootton Bassett, wasn't in vogue for a very long time and suddenly became the most in vogue stallion, arguably, in the world. Al Jazzy is the selection of one of the team as well, Alex Moreno. Didn't blow me away in the parade ring, Al Jazzy. There are a few of these that didn't quite get me too excited, but the ones that did, I thought the 11, the 12, and the 16 were all really nice physical models. I thought the 17 with a really fit type looked ready to go, has plenty of experience with the 6 runs, but the rating of 22 is a massive concern. And as I spoke to Connection, they said, look, they've just had lots and lots of problems with her. So Jcsa is probably best watched, but certainly if you were looking for a horse who looked fit and ready to do the damage today, the 17 was red hot fit and ready to go. So well worth maybe a second look. But again, it's hard to trust a horse for the rating of 22, but experience can count for a lot in a race like this, and it wouldn't be a million miles if that horse was to turn that form around and maybe run into a top 5 position. They'd be happy if this horse just finished in the money. Of the others down towards the bottom end, the 19 is another one who comes here with plenty of experience, and the 20 wasn't too bad a looker in the prelims either. A couple just on the other side of the vet check. I've not got the best vision, but I think that might be the 12 who's just getting a look at. I'm thinking a hint of orange in those silks. He's just on the other side. I could be totally wrong, but they are going to start loading sooner rather than later. So the team are going for the 1, the 5 is going to be my play, and the 8 is also a play from the team as well. So looking forward to this one, Enzo. It's all yours.
Cheers, Callum. So Callum going with the 5, Hakima, who's currently 6-5 now in the international market, been really well backed. Martin likes the 1, Al Jazzy, and Tom the 8, Riyadh. So they load the runners up. Oh, one was a little bit edgy going in there. Green colours. So they load up. It might have been Al Jazzy, who's gone into gate 15, Alex Moreno. Very calm Hakima, I must admit, for a debutante. Look very relaxed so far. Goes into 16, red colours. It's Kizdara, Khalid Al Mamoni in the blue spots. The black and white checks for number 14, Noof. It's about to go in. Pink saddlecloth, the 14. And Al Tarisi was in good form last week. And the few left to go forward here. Machiek is one of those still to go forward. Machiek in the white and green for the informed barn of Thamar Al Dahani. Number 6, Hathari, white with the red sleeves. I think it's just Thrafar now we're waiting for. Indeed it is, number 19 in the blue and white. To complete the line, here we go, race 5. This is our 5:5 race for the fillies on the dirt. 7 furlongs, the long sprint, 1,400 metres. They're ready to go here at Riyadh. Starter is poised. Jockeys are ready. Keeping an eye on one towards the centre there, but I think we're all right. Starter now puts the flag up. We are set, and they're off. And they're running. Starter caught them in a pretty good line. Kerbat towards the outside, missed the kick. And one that's slowly away there as they go through the first 200 metres. One that broke quite well towards the inside. Sultanat Al Maidan is up there in blue colours. And also the black and white checks of Noof has overall command. So Noof it is, who's going to tow them along early doors to in second place. Sultanat Al Maidan in second position, with racing up on the outside in third. Haraya, who's handy in the black with the red spots. Then wider out to finding the white and maroon colours, trying to get a bit closer now. Leave the Girl goes on the move as well as they make the turn. Looking for the favourite, Hakima, is well down the pack at this stage. They go around that turn. The leader is pressing on here, and that leader is going on its Noof by about 3 lengths. So Noof out in front at this stage by a few lengths. To in second place, the black and red Haraya is now giving chase and looking a big threat. Meanwhile, making giant strides up is Leave the Girl Go in the yellow as well to go into third place on the move. Here comes Haraya to come and tackle Noof. Leave the Girl Go has a shot too in behind them. Mob Shara's picking up as well. Orange Cap goes into fourth place. Down the straight, Haraya has now got to the front. Horse number 8 starts to stretch on. Leave the Girl Go is still making headway though down the outside. The grey in the yellow cap. Haraya's in front. Leave the Girl Go is still running on for top. Altimyat, but Harayat has about a half-length lead and is just doing enough. Haraya in front for Asad Al Sahani and wins. To Leave the Girl Go, new for third. They were clear of Mob Shara, number 12 in fourth place. So number 8, winner for Tom Collins. Haraya has won it. Haraya, Asad Al Sahani on board, number 8. Good price winner for Tom. 1 minute 28.78 seconds. Wins by 1 length. Leave the Girl Go was second. The yellow and blue. They were clear of the others. Noof was third. Did all the donkey work. Number 14. So it's going to be 8, 10, 14, 12. It was Mob Shara in fourth. 128.78. 1 length the winning margin. Haraya winner for Tom Collins at a good price. Wins by
Riyadh is your winner here under Asad Al Sahani, who continues his very good form this season for the Wanat family, which is lovely to see. Plenty of real enjoyment here for this winner, who just about shrugged off the late challenge of Leave the Girl Go, who caught the eye on debut. A good performance all round there from this horse, who again, like Tom said, was showing plenty of decent form so far. Back-to-back seconds in the first 2 starts, and then it's gone 1 place better here. And in reality, never really looked in doubt. I think it's worth looking at where they came out of the stalls. Winner came out of 12. The second came out of stall 20. So no real excuses if you were drawn wide there. Noof, who cut out all the early running, ends up finishing in third. And Mabshara ran another good race to finish fourth. Her best years will be ahead of her. Mashayak was in fifth, and Karbat ended up finishing in sixth. But a very good performance from our winning horse here, who's done that in good style. Just see a Sil on board is a proper talented jockey, and certainly one to keep on the right side of. Tom Collins, though, you are in red hot form, Tom, so hopefully we will see you getting more and more winners going forward.
No. Callum, don't be so nice to him. We're languishing on 2 apiece here. Let's not hope that he gets lots more winners. We need to catch him up. He's 4-2 ahead, but good selection. Rated 60 coming into this. A couple of good runs so far. Beaten by Foos last time, rated 63. This horse rated 60, and has come home in front of Leave the Girl Go. Done really well on debut from such a wide berth.
Yeah, the runner-up ran really good, to be fair. She was drawn 20. She made a nice mid-race move, Leave the Girl Go. And it did look like at some point at the top of the turn she was going to pass my horse, Waria. But the experience told, and we saw in our previous race when we looked at the footage pre this contest that Waria stays the trip well. So I was never really in doubt that she was going to get home. It was just whether the 10 had enough firepower. But midway down the straight, you could see that she was kind of just holding that advantage rather than eroding the deficit to the leader. And yeah, speed is held up once again. These 3 horses were all forwardly placed throughout from start to finish. And yeah, it's good to see Waria get a victory on the board at a nice price as well. See, this was a good case of switching selections. Hakima was going to be my original pick, but the market was too short, and when that happens, you have to switch, find the value, And we did both try to do that, to be fair, looking at bigger prices. Take it from the start. Good break inside from Noof. That's the first horse that you see in the check silks, white and black inside, Eared Al Tarisi.
Flies into the lead.
Yeah, flies straight to the front and actually runs really well to finish third, albeit helped by the track. In second at this point was, any idea? The 18, was it?
18, so yeah, sorry.
Yeah, Sultan at Al Maidan.
It says 18, not 1.
Yeah.
It's 14, 18, 4, 8 early.
Yes, Sultan at Al Maidan is the only one who probably wasn't able to put that early good position into effect in the latter part of the race. She faded out of things on debut. The eventual winner's just moved into second, that is Waraya. And right on the outside in the yellow in fifth now is the eventual runner-up, Leave the Girl Go. She's probably done the most running in here. I mean, she's had a wide trip from a wide draw. She wasn't the quickest away. She's made inroads all the way around the home turn and actually closed right up to win the length of the eventual winner here and just holds that position all the way to the line. I think the 10 is worth following moving forward. She was a big price today on the debut, 33-1, but she has a lot of upside moving forward now, especially for these connections who do well with young horses. Waria's obviously got off the mark. She'll be running in a non-wiz of 2 next time, I presume, and she's very capable, but she's only like a 75 rated filly, I imagine. And she might find it tough against previous winners. Of the disappointing horses, Hakima...
You think she could go as high as mid-70s?
I think so, yeah. I mean, 60 is the wrong mark, in my opinion. She'd run to higher than that.
And the third's 54?
Yeah. The third was helped by the pace track bias, maybe? I don't know. Maybe I'm being harsh. Maybe she'll get high 60s.
Yeah,
I don't know.
That would seem fairer.
Okay. Yeah, I'm not dead against that by any means. I think she'll probably get around that 70, give or take a few.
You've given her a
either way.
TC penalty, basically.
Well,
You've given her the rise that she's due, plus a TC penalty.
I thought a mark of 60 was quite unfortunate coming into the race. She'd shown more in 2 starts, but yeah, maybe she'll just get a few pounds and then she can run in handicaps or something. But anyway, she's run well. Disappointments include the horse in the red at the back of shot there. That was your favourite, Hakima. However, I want to put disappointment in italics because she didn't break very well. And then she was forced wide. She actually ran on okay in the latter part of the race, and maybe she's open to more improvement. I thought she was carrying condition today. What happened to your pick, Al Jazzy?
Always towards the rear.
Was it? Okay.
Broke wide, pulled towards the inside, sat towards the back of mid-div, never involved.
Right, interesting.
And again, the first 3 home have sat in the first 6 positions.
Speed.
Yeah.
If you're way out the back, it's very hard to make up ground. One horse who did make up ground, could be one for the future, is the Tamal Dahani filly, Mashayek. Horse number 11 there. I think she finished around 7th or 8th. She could be one to keep an eye on, as well as the eventual runner-up, Leave the Girl Go. They're the 2 eye catchers, but a well-deserved victory at the 3rd attempt for Warrior.
Yeah, and a nice performance, Leave the Girl Go on debut from that wide berth to finish second to a filly who potentially is rated a fair bit better than 60.
Definitely, yeah.
That was race 5. Already on to race 6 here this Friday here at King Abdulaziz. We've got races 6 through to 12 still to come. And the back end of the card, we've got the final champion of the race courses. 3 different races there. We've got a race for the fillies and mares over the 1800, an Arabian race over the 1800, and also the final there of the 4-year-olds only over the 2,000 metres. They're all races worth 300,000 SAR. Our final turf race, though, is race 6. It's a handicap 0 to 95, maximum field of 8 declared here. And Ferrari can whiz through the runners and riders.
Thank you, Martin. Yes, 8 runners without 9 and 10. Here we go then. Last turf race. We enjoyed this turf action today. Number 1 is Tell Me All. I had Al Tarisi on board out of stall 6. That's your favourite. 2 is Time Nudged for Osama Al-Sharani, who won our 2nd race earlier. Number 3 is Calculation. Jimmy Carrion gets the mount there out of stall 8. 4, Dramatic Device, who is the 2nd favourite for Abdulaziz Al Faradi. 5, Ursa Minor, Abdullah Al-Lawfi. 6, Freshwater Cliffs, Abdullah Al Saidi gets stall 1. And number 7 is Tornadic for Ricardo Ferreira, looking for the 3-timer and a break. Cool Legend, Louis Morales, scratch 9, scratch 10. 8 runners on the turf for this handicap. Let's go to Callum.
Thank you, Ferrari, for typically whizzing through those horses in perfect fashion. We'll start with the really interesting horse in this race, trying to do a all-the-way victory over course and distance for the 3rd time in a row. This is Tell Me All. Now, what you're seeing here is Tell Me All looking at his best. The question is, will he get himself too revved up? He has a habit to get very, very warm in the prelims just before they go into the gates and then sort of run away with his jockey. He got an unbelievable ride from Mayed Al Tarisi last time, where he was able to make all, put the brakes on the far side, and then kick again down the home straight. It was an absolutely magnificent ride, and hopefully he will get that same treatment today. Will the other jockeys maybe not give him so much rope on this occasion? It will be interesting to see how they judge this race. Tactically, this is the race of the day. Let's move back to time now here. Typical time test here, partnered by Osama Al Shahani. A very, very typical time test it looks. Looks really well though, I must admit. Not carrying a lick of condition, walking out beautifully, typical European type. With a winner on penultimate start, unplaced last time, but I think unexposed at this trip. Now, time tests don't usually stay this far, which would be a slight concern for me, but you never know. Maybe this step up in distance will be exactly what this horse needs. However, it will be no cakewalk today. They will be flying along, setting blazing fractions. It will be a tough ask. One horse we do know will stay is Calculation, who is walking around the parade ring incredibly slowly. He'll be on the racetrack very slowly as well. This horse has no gears, but when he does get rolling, he stays on very well late on. The concern will be, will he just get run out of things early? He's not the quickest, but he is exceptionally well bred, and he certainly can't be ignored and looks to be really on the improve today. In behind now, it looks to be the main rival to the front runner, Tell Me All. This is Dramatic Device, second behind Tell Me All last time. Again, looking a bit wintry in the coat, but he did look like this last time. I'm not going to get fooled by that again. Ran a perfectly respectable race to finish in second on that occasion. He's bred by Godolphin, this one. This is a son of Dan Silly. Don't see many of them around nowadays, which is nice to see. And now we'll pull back to one more. This is Ursa Minor. The 5 just coming towards us now with the flare strip on. Interesting to see a flare strip on the turf. Don't really need it on this surface. But a really nice coat, looking very well. Probably the best coat we've seen so far out of this group for Ursa Minor. 2 wins from the 27 career starts. A decent enough walker, and has been running well recently. Finished in the money in the last 3 efforts. In behind is Freshwater Cliffs. What do we not know about Freshwater Cliffs? A horse who showed some really good form last season. Ran very well in some competitive races. Hasn't quite been at that same level this season, but was third on penultimate start and has been turned out really, really well today by the team. Looks in really great shape. In behind, we've got Tornadic. Know this horse as well from the same owners as Rovaniemi and Co earlier on. I think Shanko and Rovaniemi, wasn't it, in our earlier contest. Not quite as good looking as those two. Probably carrying a little bit of condition as well, a little bit woolly in the coat too. Not blowing me away in the paddock, I must admit. And finally, we've got Cool Legend, who is an absolute legend. Not the most imposing type. Small, ratty individual. He's got a little bit of a roach back as well. He's not winning any dressage contests, that's for sure. But he's very relaxed in the parade ring. He's walking around well, and he's been consistently finishing in the money, which is all important for owners who are looking for a double after Ryan's Party's victory.
Thank you, Callum. Yeah, we've got a full field then in the paddock for our next.
Your favourite horse is in this field?
I'm not sure it's my favourite, but he's a horse I didn't give enough credit to last time, and having been touched off the time before, he managed to get away with his front-running tactics last time.
In fairness, you have put him up as a selection on both starts. You have been here for both, haven't you?
Yeah. He was just the wrong price last time because he'd beaten half the field, and it was a bigger price than it's 11-1.
Yeah,
he's now the 2-1 favourite this time around, so the value's not there.
Let's have a look at the last time out performance then. And you got the spot on really. We kind of said this in the preview, didn't we? We said if this horse gets a freebie, he could easily go clear. And I said, no, Loving Feeling is Wade the best horse in this race. Well, Loving Feeling's the one that's dropped right out of the back. He's just not stayed, and he's subsequently disappointed as well. I think he's got an issue. But Tell Me All was just given so much rope out in front, and he just dominated. Now, two questions. One, is he going to be given this much of a leeway again today? And secondly, possibly, but that hanging across the track late on, I don't like that. In second was Dramatic Device, in third was Calculation. They both reoppose.
And we can have a look at Ursa Minor as well. This was the 4th last time out.
Yeah, this horse has some talent. You can see blue with the white checks. Just gets short of room. He's quite a big horse. Monsieur Jumbo wins the race. The runner-up is Miyagi in the black and white, who we've seen earlier today. In third is Boltaway up the inside, and Ursa Minor finishes 4th. The form was given a bit of a boost by Miyagi, but Ursa Minor has been beaten a long way by him. The trip should be fine, and he's likely to stay based on his UAE form as well. I just don't know whether he's good enough to beat some of these.
Well, 3 runs here for this UAE import. Third to Belaid's Porto, who we saw winning the qualifier for the Neom Turf last week. Second to Miyagi, and then fourth to Monsieur Jumbo. So the overall profile isn't bad. A new lease of life for this horse, sending him forward over extreme trips. And we've touched on the last couple of times that he's ran as well. Really well bred by Lupe de Vega out of Controversial Lady.
Yeah, lovely pedigree. He's definitely in form, and it's all about his handicap mark, really. He's gone up in the weights due to that success last time. Calculation gets a £2 weight swing for finishing 2 lengths behind him. Dramatic Device gets a £1 weight swing for finishing 1 length behind him. Those 3 horses, on that evidence, should all finish in a line, but we know that's not how horse racing works. I think Dramatic Device has the most upside of the 3. But it wouldn't be surprising if Tell Me All made all again, or if Calculation somehow returned back to its best. They're the 3 to look at here. Of the others, Time Nudge benefited from a pace collapse when he won from off the speed and 0 to 85 handicap on dirt. He is going to be last early and is unlikely to win because of that. Ursa Minor we've already talked about in good detail. The 7 Tornadic finished behind Ursa Minor on his last 2 appearances over this kind of trip.
There was second and fourth and fourth and fifth.
Yeah, unlikely to reverse the form of the 5, so why would Tornadic beat the 1, 3 and 4 in here? Unlikely. The 8 Cool Legend, shaped like a really strong stayer in the UK for William Haggis. He was purchased for 35,000 guineas in October to come over here. And actually his 3 runs over here have been solid, but he's just facing better opposition today. And then that leaves Freshwater Cliffs, who could be interesting. He's got a turf pedigree, but he's a forward-going type and he draws inside. Maybe they'll ride him to get on the front. And if that's the case, then that would disadvantage Tell Me All. Now, if they decide not to do that, then Tell Me All's going to get a freebie, because there are no other speed horses in this field.
But surely, I mean, I wouldn't know that the sire stats are, but Canford Cliffs siring a horse that wins over 3,000 from the front?
That's a good question. Trip, not sure. However, this horse did win over 2,400, I think, on dirt. So he stays that distance. Does he stay 3,000? I don't know. But he's got quite a lot of speed. So he is, I think Freshwater Cliffs is the making or breaking of Tell Me All. If he drops back into mid-pack or into a stalking role, Tell Me All could get a freebie. If he goes forward and presses Tell Me All, that's going to really help Dramatic Device in Calculation.
OK, well, they're coming out onto the track then for this. Any selections for this race on YouTube? We'd love to hear them. I'm going to go Tell Me All again. I just think you might be able to slip them again. I know the other jockeys will be more alive to it, but I think he's just improved as well over this longer trip.
Yeah, I don't disagree. He's definitely improved, and you've got this horse right 2 out of 2, and I haven't. So, yeah, I bow down to that for sure. I'm going to stick with my guns and going against him. This time, more that I just think Dramatic Device is as good as Tell Me All, and he's got a weight swing. But, I mean, Dramatic Device is a 10-year-old as well. It's not like he's improving. I'll stick with a 4. It's a bit of a trappy race. I'm interested to see how Freshwater Cliffs goes in the early part of things, as he will dictate whether Tell Me All wins or not. But horse number 4, Dramatic Device for me.
And this could be crucial, because if Dramatic Device wins, you're 5-2 against me.
Yeah.
I can get one back, so I'm still on your coattails. Mm-hmm. What did Callum go for on the paddock?
I can't remember. Should we find out?
Let's find out. Callum, all yours.
Yeah, I'm going to go with Freshwater Cliff here, guys, as the paddock pick. Look, the best of these. I thought Time Naj looked really well in the prelims as well. Tell Me All was not sweating up in the parade ring, which is a good thing. You'll have to see more when they're down at the track to really work out what the deal with Tell Me All is. I didn't think Ursa Minor was disgraced in that last run, finishing 4th, shaping like he wanted further. 8-year-old entire horse. You'd be thinking his mind is on plenty of other things rather than racing. Dramatic Device typically doesn't do much in the parade ring, but clearly has that good second-place effort behind Tell Me All last time out. And it'll be fascinating tactically to see how this goes, because Freshwater Cliff, like you mentioned, likes to be in front. But are there stamina concerns here at this extreme distance? Remember, it is a tighter track, this turf track. It is more forgiving, which is why we're seeing these Caravaggios. Yes, that Ballydoyle Bullet is now becoming a bit of a sire of stayers here in Saudi Arabia, because they can just handle the tight nature of this turf track. So wouldn't be totally against anything which might have stamina concerns over this 3,000 metre trip, because it's not really a true 3000 test. So yeah, I'm going to be pretty keen on Freshwater Cliff here, hoping that horse can find enough gas to get home in the finish. Looked fantastic in the parade ring, had to be the pick of the paddock. A really, really good job to all those connected with him, because they've done very well there. There's the Legend that is cool. Legend. Doesn't do anything in the parade ring, very tiny, very unattractive type, but he's just a trier. It's highly unlikely that you get a horse from William Haggas and can improve it, but he's not been disgraced in those starts here so far. The vibes from the Tornadic camp were not strong. Tried to speak to the trainer, Mohammed Al-Harabi. He didn't want to talk to me, but he says he's not that good. And then I had a quick peep at Ricardo, who said, I'm going to have to try very hard to get this horse to win. So best of luck to everyone that's teaming up on Team Tornadic. Like I mentioned with Ursa Minor, the horse you can see there, the 5. Shaped as if this trip wouldn't be too much of a concern, but again, just looks at maybe a bit one-paced. It'll be interesting to see how that horse can handle this strong early tempo. Calculation and Dramatic Device, we both know about their form lies within each other. Dramatic Device potentially might have a little bit more to give. Looks very much like the winner we had in the first race. You could pick holes and say maybe there's an attitude concern, but at the end of the day, if it all falls correctly, you can go and get that win. And it'll be fascinating to see how Time Nash gets on, a horse who maybe has stamina doubts and is by a pedigree that doesn't suggest bundles of stamina. Hugely exciting race this, Enzo, but I'm sticking with Freshwater Cliffs.
Okay, Callum, Freshwater Cliffs right on cue, about to go in for you there. Stall 1, orange and blue. Martin with Tell Me All and Tom with Dramatic Device, who has been quite well back to the international market. 15-8 now, Dramatic Device, the veteran. 2-1, Tell Me All. I guess it's also an 8-year-old. This is the race for the older horses, and they are going in. Here's number 5, Ursa Minor, blue and white, on the turf track here for this handicap. 5:30 here at Riyadh. Waiting for the last 2. Time Nudged and Dramatic Device to complete the line. And we'll be ready to go here on the grass at Riyadh, waiting for Dramatic Device. It's very relaxed, coming forward from Abdulaziz Al Faradi. Goes in. Set. Starts ready for them, and flag goes up. Just keep an eye on stall 6 there. A little bit edgy in gate 6. But we are ready to go. Tell Me All, that is, in the beige. Still got the handler in to attend to Tell Me All. Now we're set, and they're off. Tell Me All jumped away okay. A bit warm beforehand and leads up now, Tell Me All. This is our 6th race here. We're racing on the turf for the final time this afternoon. Now, very wide calculation. In between those two is Tornadic in the maroon and yellow colours. Jockey just checking in behind to see if he can go across towards the paint, which he can. The leader, though, is Tell Me All. Quite an uncontested lead by 2 lengths to, in 2nd place, Tornadic. Racing in 3rd, Dramatic Device in the black and yellow. 4th place, the blue and white of Ursa Minor. Calculation, those bright green sleeves and cap in 5th. Then the grey horse Cool Legend in the black and white silks, followed by Freshwater Cliffs being weighted with in the orange and blue. The back marker by a few lengths is Time Nudged in the light blue as they come around the turn. They're quite well strung out here. The leader bowling along in front. This race over the 3,000 metres here. And that leader is Tell Me All. Leads them up the straight the first time. And he's bowling along in front in this long distance turf handicap. Tell Me All. Out in front, leads the stayers up past the enclosures to, in 2nd place, Tornadic, with racing in 3rd, Dramatic Device. 4th place then, in the blue for Ursa Minor, who's on the outside, a Cool Legend, who's tucked away on the inside of the Louis Morales, the grey horse, followed by Calculation, the bright green cap. 2 more legs back to Freshwater Cliffs, ridden with restraint, and the back marker also patiently ridden is Time Nudged and Osama Al-Sharani, who's already been amongst the winners today. So into the final circuit they go, and Tell Me All, Ayad Al Tarisi out in front, and leads them by about 4 lengths to, on the inside, Tornadic is just 2nd. Now Dramatic Device taking closer order, goes up on the outside. They come around the turn. Pace now just starts the lift. They're being followed then by Ursa Minor, who's on the outside of Cool Legend. Out wider is Calculation. The gap to Freshwater Cliffs. Another gap back to time nudged. Down the back straight they go the final time. Calculation just given a wake-up call there on the outside to try and get closer to this leader, who still tell me all in the beige and brown colours. Dramatic Devices rider takes a check to see what's happening in behind him. He's poised in about third place on the outside of Tornadic, who's just second. Then Calculation. Now they're lifting. Ursa Minor is next. Cool Legend is getting into it too, the grey. Pace is definitely increasing as they head towards the final 800 metres. The leader, Tell Me All, but only by about 2 lengths to Tornadic in second place. Dramatic Device still niggled along in third place. Ursa Minor's now dropping away as Cool Legend is the eye catcher, improving on the inside, about to take a handy third. 600 metres to go. Has Tell Me All got enough to hold them off? Leads by 2 lengths to Tornadic in second. Cool Legend looks a possible threat in third. Dramatic Device is flat to the boards in fourth as they turn for home. And the final 300 metres, Tell Me All's about to face a challenge because Cool Legend is absolutely full of run. Right down the outside, the grey, and Cool Legend, Louis Morales, can wait no longer, and whoosh, away he goes. The galloping grey, Cool Legend, takes over and starts to stride clear. He's going to win this handsomely. Cool Legend is going to rout them here. Very impressive. Held up off the pace. Wins going away. Cool Legend, very impressive. Tornadic in second place. And third in the end was Tell Me All, who got tired ahead of Dramatic Device, who never really got into it. Nice effort that, wasn't it, from the former Haggis trained runner. Cool Legend. Love that performance. Travelled well. Took it up on the home turn. Louis Morales had plenty in the tank on board this grey. He wins the Stayers handicap in style. 3 minutes, 15.55 seconds the winning time. And the owners, of course, had a winner earlier, didn't they? With one of our earlier race winners, Ryan's Party. They get a double up. They'll be having a party tonight. Second, Tornadic, number 7. And third, number 1, Tell Me All. 7 3/4 lengths. 8.71 the result. 3 minutes, 15.55. Cool Legend, too good in the Stayers handicap.
A win for the legend that is Cool Legend, and Fawaz Aghreban is here with me. He's just across to my right. Congratulations, Fawaz. Well done.
Thank you, my friend.
This is the second win of the day for you. Fantastic.
I'm little English. I'm happy today on first horse. This horse distance long and sorry, I'm sorry.
Okay, don't apologise at all. It's absolutely fine.
Inshallah, another race, inshallah.
Congratulations. Well done.
Thank you, my friend.
Well done. Yeah, there's Aghreban, who has had a double today. Cool Legend is a bit of a legend here. Which once was William Haggis. Has clearly just taken a couple of runs to get started here in Saudi Arabia, but it's beginning to find its feet and travelled like an absolute good thing all the way through on this occasion under Louis Morales, who will be absolutely chuffed to bits with that ride. That's his second winner of the week for Louis. We call him Big Race Louis. He's getting winners on Thursdays and Fridays. What's this all about? But we're glad to see his success and hopefully see some more for him throughout the rest of the week. He'll be very happy with that. And this horse never really looked in danger if you watched. Patiently ridden, but still with that main group. You saw the likes of Freshwater Cliff and Time Naj were never really able to lay a glove of them. Time Naj eventually finishing in 5th. But Tell Me All tried to set the fraction, but you could tell as they turned into the straight that Cool Legend was travelling so well. Big run from Tornadic there in 2nd, who connections weren't screaming confidence, but that horse has been lifted home to finish 2nd. Dramatic Device is there in 4th. As well, so it'll be interesting to see what they all do going forward. But I think the division at the 3,000 metres at this sort of level, the 0 to 95 company, have another contender him. Cool Legend, a winner off a mark of 73, which gives him plenty of opportunities in races of this level going forward. And I think Louis Morales will hope to keep the ride on this dashing grey, who has got another victory here. And we'll just wait for him to get weighed in, make sure that's all good. Only had to carry 54 kilos, so he'll be chuffed with that, and we'll grab a word with him now. Well done, Louis. Fantastic. Congratulations.
Yeah, thank you so much, Bob. Appreciate it.
It was very easy for him today. He travelled so smoothly and made it very easy for you.
Yeah, well, from the beginning, he was a little bit rank in the beginning, but, I tried to cover him, and he stayed till the last 800, and then he was more relaxed, so I leave him slowly. Put it in the clear in the last 400, and he just fly the last 4 long.
He really did fly. Were you surprised by how much he flew?
I was surprised, not that he kicked off too strong, because I was very comfortable all the way. But the way he did it, it surprised me a lot for the long distance,
And it's exciting because he can run in these 0 to 95 for a long time now. He's got a nice rating.
Yeah, sure. And then you can sit far away, and he will come, and then you can sit close to the pace, and he still have stamina,
It's hugely exciting. Well done.
Appreciate it. Hopefully, inshallah, for the Saudi.
There we go.
We remember that we have a 3,000 meters race in the Saudi. Hopefully, he got in.
It'd be very exciting if he did.
Why? Why not?
Can you keep that right?
Why not, man?
Well, he was the outsider of the field on the international markets, was Cool Legend, but has come home much the best today. Formerly trained in the United Kingdom by William Haggis when he had form over staying distances, and he's been upped in trip today, and it's allowed him to flourish, Tom.
Yeah, he has travelled beautifully throughout this race. He looked like the winner turning in, just cruising in behind the speed. They went hard up front, and that allowed him to get into a nice rhythm. And the final 200 metres probably his best, actually. Just stretches clear. Sounds like there's a future target in mind as well with him. And
I didn't catch what that was, though. It's a 3,000 metre race, but I'm not sure where.
Yeah, me neither.
Or when.
But he stays very well over the distance, and not many horses here would do that. So his upside is unlimited. Only a 4-year-old as well, against a lot of older horses in this contest.
And there's the Red Sea Turf handicap on Saudi Cup now, but off 73.
No, it's not. It can't be that.
He's got to be about 4 stone at the handicap.
Yeah, it can't be that.
He wouldn't even get in.
No, it would have to be some other race around then. I don't know which race, but yeah, it sounds like the plan is there. You can see early on, Tell Me All makes the front. Freshwater Cliffs is just being strangled out the back in the orange. There's no need to hold that horse up. He's a forward-going type. He had no chance once he didn't go forward. But that helped Tell Me All, who made the pace in the early part of the race. 2 lengths clear at this point of Tornadic, who was fierce keen, wasn't he? He was so keen throughout the whole race in the yellow and burgundy. He eventually finishes 2nd and probably would warrant a drop back to 2,100 metres based on this evidence. Just wants to go faster, despite the fact they're not going slow up front at all. In 3rd was Dramatic Device. He ran okay today, but just wasn't good enough. Ursa Minor travelled lovely and then finished last, so he completely didn't stay. Then you're looking back to calculation alongside the eventual winner, Cool Legend, who's on the fence, the grey horse in the white and black silks. The 2 right out the back who aren't in picture, Freshwater Cliffs and Time Naj, never involved. Time Naj finished 5th, Freshwater Cliffs was 2nd last.
They got so far behind.
So far behind. There's no reason, especially Freshwater Cliffs, no reason to be that far behind. Just not a very good ride. Or tactics. I don't know whether the jockey got given tactics to hold the horse up, but yeah, he has no chance when he doesn't go forward, especially over this trip on turf. At this stage, Tell Me All had just clocked off a couple of 12-second furlongs, so it was going quite hard, but then slows it up down the back. It's about to go 13.01, 13.03, and that helps those in behind to really close up. You can see Tornadic with the orange saddlecloth, still fierce keen. Ricardo arms being pulled out at this part of the race, and he's just wishing and praying his horse would settle. It wouldn't have made any difference anyway, but if he didn't lose a bit of energy in this part of the race, then maybe he'd have finished off a little bit better. Dramatic Device in the black and yellow is about to come under pressure in a second, as is Ursa Minor in the blue and check sleeves, and Calculation over the far side. And Cool Legend, when they start turning for home, is going to be the obvious winner of this race. Just travels lovely. Louis Morella saved ground up the inside, and the horse had plenty left in the tank for a finishing kick.
And what about Tell Me All? Didn't quite get he's not been pestered for the lead, but he's not had that sort of ability to sail away and open the advantage that he did last time.
He didn't have as much leeway at all. The horses in behind were always within 2-3 lengths of him, and turning in, he was cooked. He's only 1 length clear, and 2 horses that are travelling really well in behind with proven form over further. So he's won his race. Maybe he's gone up enough in the handicap now, and he's just bumped into 2 better stayers.
And they represent a different form line. He's confirmed the form with those that he's beaten before.
He has, yeah. Only just. Dramatic Device did close right up to the line. I think there was only a neck between them actually for 3rd and 4th, but he did confirm that form. This horse, Cool Legend, is just quite clearly the best of these, isn't he? He was actually racing for £1 out the handicap with the official figures and the £4-year-old allowance, but that made no difference. He's an up-and-coming horse who would be good over this distance in the future, depending against who he faces, I guess.
I mean, he's got limited opportunities going forward over 3,000 metres here on turf, but he's got the scope to be an awful lot better than 73.
Yeah, oh, definitely. Well, he's going to be rated... He's going to have to be rated in the mid-80s after this. He's won so easily. He's going to get at least 10, 11 pounds. And then we'll see where he goes after that. He's definitely the best horse. He probably would have won this off near levels, to be honest with you. He's won with such authority. And he's only inexperienced still. He's only had 13 outings. He could easily go on to bigger and better things.
Outside of the fields, at 16 to 1 on the early prices, he's gone off at 25 to 1 and beats Tornadic into second at 18 to 1 on the international markets, with Tell Me All, the 2 to 1 second favourite in the end, finishing back in 3rd place. Well, our next race, post time locally at 6 o'clock, this is a handicap between horses rated 0 to 85. It's 7 to 1 the field. This looks really competitive, and to roar his way through the field, he's the Ferrari.
Thank you, Martin. Yeah, it looks a tough one, this, doesn't it? 7 the field, don't see that too often. 20 runners on the dirt, mile and a quarter. This handicap. Let's go through the runners and riders. Big list of runners and riders to get through as well. Starting with Inspiritus, number 1, now ridden by Osama Al-Sharani. That's a change. 2 is Almo Salhima, Abdullah Al-Fairuz, commentator's nightmare, that name. Number 3 is Saeed for Muhammad Al-Nassar. 4, Western City, Mohammed Al-Daham, trainer in good form, Farmer Al-Dahani. 5, Al-Mukab, Abdullah Al-Rashid. 6 is Mobham for Ayad Al-Tarisi. Over the page to find number 7, Premium Ticket, Abdullah Al-Kradis. Number 8 is Moata, Nawaf Al-Mudiani. Scratch number 9, Nakitush doesn't go, so 10 is Causeway, Louis Morales. 11, Castle in the Sand, Ricardo Ferreira from the white draw. 12, Composite, Khalid Al-Mamoni. 13, Karam Alanaya, Camille Ospina in search of a double. Over the page to find number 14, The King's General, written by the General himself, Roberto Ramos. 15, Taking Names, Alex Moreno. 16, Tathbeat, Fawaz Wanas. 17, Al-Albani, Thab Al-Timyat. Scratch the 18, Damis doesn't go. 19, Forgivable, Abdullah Al-Saidi. Scratch the 20, Canood is out, so 21's a runner. Swing the Ring, written now by Abdullah Al-Lawfi. 22, the reserve gets in, Courageous Night, now written by Salman Al-Rashid. The other reserve gets in, 23, Autumn Foliage, written by Tariq Al-Mansur. Scratch the other reserve, 24 is out. So they are the runners and the riders, 20 of them. Let's go to Callum.
It is a corker, isn't it? What a race this is. We'll start with the 2, Mosalema, but we've got plenty to get through, so I'll be very, very quick. But I've got no negatives about this horse, who is showing some really, really good form. Let's pull back to the next one of note. This is the 3, Saeed. This is a lovely looking type, isn't he? He's looking really well in the coat. Needs to bounce back from a couple of duck egg performances, but is a previous winner. Oh, and the 2 is just getting very, very wound up here. But the 3 is looking perfectly calm and serene. So certainly handling the prelims well and looking immaculate in the coat. Let's pull back now. Now, if we've got a bit of running to do to make up the gap, we'll talk about the 4 Western City that comes towards us now. Connections, who are in absolutely stupendous form right now, looking for yet another winner. Western City, now at this sort of level, is he dangerous? Samurai Dahani had his doubts, said the horse might not be his first string in this race. Let's pull back to the 7 now, Af. Let's move back towards the 7 horse. This is Premium Ticket, has danced every dance, Premium Ticket. Might be a contender here if this race falls apart. Tends to always run a pretty decent race, and with a winner on penultimate start. Looks fit enough as well. You can see those hip pointers on show. Now, let's pull our way back to the 10, Causeway. Now, this is a horse owned by the Prince Salman bin Abdulaziz team. They don't often find themselves in races like that. They'll be excited to see what Causeway can do. Just having a bit of a flicking around with his tongue strap at the moment. They're just trying to get him to settle down. He's just having a chew on that bit. I wouldn't use this as too much of a negative, but you want him to settle when the jockey gets back on board. Now, let's pull back to what looks to be Samurai Dahani's first string. This is Castle in the Sand, who he really, really likes. Horse number 11 on your race cards. He's a very nice type, and he certainly is probably out of the two of them. I would say he is the better looking of the two. He's got a pretty extreme cross noseband on, which gives the jockey just a little bit more control, and Ricardo will be looking for the hat trick. He's an exciting horse here and looks really well in the prelims. Pull back to the 13. This is one that we saw earlier on, just coming down to the start this afternoon before we got racing. This is Karam Al-Anaya, who has been mad keen all the way through, absolutely chomping at the bit to get going here. Is a really, really gorgeous type, carries himself in really good fashion. Camille Ospina on board, I think, is a big positive. You can just see he is absolutely on edge. Really, really good looking type. The trainer's looking for a double, but it's all about whether they can just keep a lid on this thing. It's going to be tough. He's been keen all day. We'll pull back to number 15, Taking Names. This is the next one of note. A really, really nice type again, who's just carrying himself a little bit better than some of the others. You can just see this nice, relaxed, bouncy walk for a horse who is beginning to find form, for a stable who is beginning to find some form. Keep an eye out on Taking Names. He could be very, very dangerous. And finally, we pull all the way back to a horse I'm so excited to see here, has snuck in. One of the reserves that sneaks in here, this is Swing the Ring. We talk about horses that are in good form. Swing the Ring is in cracking form. A winner on penultimate start and ran hugely well in decent company last time out. Drops in class a bit today, sneaks in at the bottom of the weights and gets, I think it's Abdullah Alorfi I heard, with the jockey change on this one. No Nathan Anazi today, but the jockey had lots of confidence last time. He travelled so well. He ran a big race. This is a drop in class. I think he might be dangerous here, lads, but it's an absolute corker, and those are just some of the ones that have caught my eye.
It is a really competitive race. I said to older Enzo Ferrari before, it's 7-1 the field, and it's 7-1 co-favourites of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
The traders have no idea.
No. Well, they've just put into. Well, in fact, no, it's all changed a little bit. Western City's gone though, 5-1 favourite from 7s. Big move for Western City.
Interesting. That's the horse I thought should be favourite anyway, but.
Well, you obviously texted one of your trader pals to put it in as favourite. Almo Salhimea is number 2 here, a very lightly raced horse. We're going to have a look at this horse finishing second last time. This was in Group 2 company. That's only had the 6 runs and has scored on a couple of occasions as well.
This was a good effort. She does fly from off the speed. You can see her down the outside, white silks, grey filly. She picks up nicely. Now, my questions are, the pace collapsed apart from the winner. The winner's in a league of his own. The others who are up with the speed have all faded back through the pack. She's the only one to make up any considerable inroads. Has she been flattered by the way this race has panned out? The answer, I don't know. It might be yes, it might be no. I was a bit tentative on that one. I have her down as my second in today because I thought this effort was strong. She's obviously in good form, and she's at the top of the market, top of the ratings, which is kind of what you want in these handicaps.
Unexposed over the 2,000 metres as well. That was her only start over the Trebus. We take in Castle in the Sand, one of 2 in the race for Tamar Al-Dahani.
That horse on the outside is Mary Fury, who I can't remember if it won or not last week, but I think it might have. Castle in the Sand gets the better of that one. Just stays 2,500 metres better than the eventual runner-up, who did it like he was going to win throughout. The horse in third is Freshwater Cliffs, who we've just seen in the turf race finish way out the back of the pack. So the form isn't the strongest. He's also drawn in 20 today, casting the sky, which isn't casting the sand, sorry, which isn't ideal. However, the positives for him represents time Al Dahani, and he's only a 4-year-old, so still improving.
Castle in the Sand, the forward Murray Fury, 7th last week.
Okay, yeah. I remember we talked about the horse, but I couldn't remember where he
Got beat by Canood.
I still can't remember that race.
Race 7 on the 18th, so 2 weeks ago, in fact.
Oh, that's probably why I can't remember it. Okay, fine. But I remember watching that video footage before and saying how Murray Fury didn't stay, and casting the stand is obviously a better stay over the 2400. Maybe stepping back down to 2000 isn't ideal today for casting the stand. Okay,
well, so 5-1 for Western City.
Yeah.
Been really well found at the top of the market, suddenly from nowhere. The other one for Tamer El Dahani. 9 runs, 3 starts, has been in good company, beaten by Karachi and defunded on the last couple of runs.
Yeah, well, when we came into today, he was going to be one of my strongest selections. Unfortunately, we did receive a negative interview with Tamer earlier about the horse, which is not Al Dahani style. He usually talks his horses up.
And what did he say?
He said that his form has dropped off and he preferred the other horse, despite the fact that Callum really asked him about Western City. I thought Western City was clearly the horse to beat in here. He's drawn well in 10. He's unexposed. His 2 victories earlier this season were exceptionally impressive. In one of those, he won a 0-90 handicap. He thumped his rivals. That was in November. Now he's running in a 0-85. He followed up in an open race.
He's £25 higher, though.
He is, but he was running from out the handicap there. So, like, he was not actually running off £25 low, if that makes sense.
It does, yeah.
He won an open race on his other start. That was over course and distance, so he stays the trip. The last 2 runs have been in cup contests, and he just hasn't been competitive. Al Dahani was basically saying that he thinks his form has dropped off, which is not a positive at all. But if he's anything like in the same level of form as he was back when he was winning, then surely he's the horse to beat in here.
Well, sure, if you're like him, you've got like Western, you've got like a Causeway as well, because he was 10th to Karachi. That horse was 8th in the same race, domestic Group 1. That had been 2nd in a winners of 1 prior to that.
Agreed, yeah. Causeway is my 3rd in. So I've got Western City on top, Amos Salima in 2nd, the 2-horse, and then Causeway, the 10, in 3rd. Causeway is another horse that I've been keeping a close eye on this season. I remember working with Rory Delagi, our colleague, at the start of the Riyadh campaign, and I said, keep an eye on this horse. And he was the only one that I really said to Rory, because Rory was staying out for another 5 weeks. And he ran and he won when Rory was here. He's subsequently run twice, and he's been a little bit disappointing, actually, especially last time up, albeit that was in Group 1 company. My theory with Causeway, who is a former Chad Brown trainee, by the way, in the US, my theory with him is he wants 2400. He's very much a galloper.
Yeah.
And that's a slight concern for me today. But I wouldn't be surprised if he ran a place.
And he has got winning form over that 2400-metre trip. We've got the winner of the Lexus race from last week back again. That's Mobhem horse number 6, a 7-1 chance on the international markets. As the money keeps coming for Western City, 4-1 now from 7s at the top of the international markets. But Mobhem, it's a big handicap win here last time out in a race that was only separated by a couple of pounds for the whole field.
Yeah, it was a good performance as well. He was always well placed when prior to that, when he finished 2nd, he came from out of the pack and beat the other horses but couldn't get to the eventual winner, who did subsequently follow up in a 0-90 handicap. So the form of Mobhem recently is strong, but bigger field today, more speed in here. He's likely to be further back, and he's drawn in 16. That's a bit of a poor concoction there with him. I think he's going to struggle to win today.
Okay, taking names at 13-2, Moassa 8-1, Inspiritus 12. The King's General comes into 11-1. He's worth a mention, the King's General, formerly with the Gosdens. Mm-hmm. He was really well found in the market on his debut here, but he wasn't disgraced over the 2,000 metres in a maiden.
It was a solid effort, yeah. He was 11-10 in the market and he got beaten, so people will be like, oh, well, he's lost as a short price favourite. But it was first time up here, as you say. He could run okay today. Again, I think he's got something to prove still. He's yet to win for a start. He's also probably not very well treated off a mark of 80, but he's drawn nicely and he's got a lovely pedigree. So the King's General can't be completely ruled out, albeit he's not in my top 4 or 5. Taking names, a horse you mentioned there is in my top 4, number 4. He is a bit of a hard horse to catch right. He's only won 3 of his 32 starts. Sometimes he runs well, sometimes he doesn't. However, his 3 good performances this year have all come over this course and distance. He isn't particularly well handicapped, but taking names will be the speed. He will lead this field from gate 2. I think Al Dahani's horses, Cast in the Sand and Western City will both be 4D placed as well. There is another front runner in here that I'm just trying to find.
As we see a beautiful overhead shot of the back end of the track where they start from here with the sun setting over towards the right-hand side over the city. You were quite impressed with the sunset before, weren't you?
I was, yeah. It was like a rainbow in the sky. It was fantastic.
Yeah. Sunset. They're quite nice to do if you do watch out for them.
Don't see them much in England.
No. Well, you get some beautiful ones here with the clear skies in the desert. OK, selection time then for our 7th race of the afternoon.
Western City for me, horse number 4.
Well backed as well. I'll go with the 2. Almos Samara, who's into 11-2. Been supported as well. Western City at 4-1. Bigger prices the remainder. Let's have a quick check on YouTube. Yeah, no one's really engaged with this surprise next. It's very, very difficult. So, Callum, for the team, we've got a 4 for Tom. We've got a 2 for me. What about yourself?
Yeah, really, really fascinating race here. There's a couple that really stood out in the parade ring. The 3 was the best of these, the pick of the yard by far. Really intrigued to see how he goes here. That's Saeed, who's interesting here. Interesting that there's no love for Castle in the Sand, who I thought looked a little bit better than Western City, and the word from the trainer suggested as much. Karam Al-Anaya is just everything I love in a racehorse. He is just ready to go. And watch him now down at the start. He's much calmer. He was like a cat prowling around the parade ring, but now he's relaxed. He's ready to go. I really like him. And from a form perspective, I thought Swing the Ring must have a mighty chance here. He cantered into the race last time out, and that was in much better company than this. It's just a fascinating race, but I think the pick of the paddock has to be Karam Al-Anaya. Just looked an absolute picture and was like I said, like a cat prowling around, really taking it all in. He comes out of stall 13, which I think is crucial because he's in the first block. I don't like being on those outside block of stalls where you have to work even further to get across, and you can sometimes get a lot of dirt in your face. So really excited to see how they get on. Just spoken to Connections of Causeway, which obviously means we've got to chat about their good horse in their supposed Saudi Cup runner. Oh, goodness gracious me, his name has just completely slipped my mind. Scotland Yard. They're just really concerned about his feet with Scotland Yard. He's got special shoes on, and they're hoping that he can just adapt and run a little bit better with these special shoes on. So hugely exciting to hear about him and where he might possibly end up, because he did blot his copybook for the Saudi Cup. But Karam Al-Anaya is going to be the pick for me. Enzo, this is a humdinger of a 0-85.
Yeah, hell of a race. This is looking forward to this one. As you say, plenty of chances, but money for Western City. Tom's selection into 4-1 now in the international market. The other one they've backed is Martin's fancy, Almo Salamar, I think I'm going to call him. This one, say it quickly, should be okay. 11-2, that one from sevens. Causeway's also coming half a point, 13-2 from sevens. Taking names 13-2. Nothing really being pushed out much. The King's General 11s from 10s. So just trimming everything. Western City, Almo Salamar and Causeway at the top of the betting. They're about to load up here for this race on the track. As we head into the evening here at Riyadh now, we are, 6 o'clock local time. The lights going on as evening descends on Riyadh. Runners are about to load up there. Big field of runners here. Al Abani, that was, just saw Tharbal Timyat. There's number 10, Causeway, Louis Morales. Of course, just had that winner on the turf. 14 there is the King's General. Roberto Ramos in the black and red. Also in the cheap pieces. 21 is Swing the Ring. So Callum was talking about the form for this one. Abdullah Lorfi taking over now from Naif Al-Anazi. So they're going forward. Reserves that get in here. Courageous Knight, now written by Salman Al-Rashid, that's number 22. And Autumn Foliage, number 23, Tariq Al-Mansour is on board that one. Runners are loading up. That's Inspiritus, who's stall horse number 1. And stall number 1 as well for Osama Al-Sharani, who won our second race earlier today. Black and white colours for Tathbeat there, number 16. Owners have already had a couple of winners. Al Guraban stable. Fawas Wanas riding that one. 17 in blue and yellow there. That's Al Bani. through loading now. We've got about 10 in, I'd say, about half the field. Red colours of Moata has gone in there. Next one to walk forward. Karam Alanaya, Camille Spina. Looking for a double after his success on Ryan's party earlier. There's the one that Tom likes, Western City. White with the green sleeves and cap. Trainer won the first and the third race on the card. And we have a rider off here, taking names. Alex Moreno. See the jockey's just off number 15. 16 to go in as well, Tath Beat. Just keeping an eye on taking names here. It's quite far away from them. What if there's an issue with this horse? Yeah, it's been scratched. I think the jockey's got under the stall, suggests this horse is not going to run. So they've gone without taking names. They're racing. They've gone without number 15, taking names. It was a late withdrawal down at the start. They're racing over the mile and a quarter here for race 7 here at Riyadh. And one that broke well towards the inside was Inspiritus in the gold and red colours. Also up there is the King's General as well. The King's General from Inspiritus. These two are up there earlier on with wider out to find Al Albani in the blue and yellow colours. Looking for a Western City's prominent too, the green sleeves and cap as they go through the first 400 metres. Castle in the Sand has got the white cap out wider for Ricardo Ferreira as they go for the first 3 furlongs of the race. And up front, it's the King's General, Rigberto Ramos, the white cap narrowly in front. Al Albani, the blue and yellow, towards the outside in second. Going wider out, the white cap of Ricardo Ferreira. That's Castle in the Sand into third. Inspiritus drops in on the inside, the noseband. Red cap into 4th place, followed by Tath Beat, who's next in the field. Then comes Western City in the green sleeves and cap, still moving well at about 6th position at this stage. He, in turn, is being followed by Autumn Foliage in the blue colours. Back on the rails to find Composite, trying to get close to the green and white colours. Further back in the field to find Moata at this stage. Now they're starting to just turn up the tempo as they head around the crown of the home turn. The leader is the King's General, striding on by a length to Al Albani, racing in second, the blue and yellow. Western City's on the move now into third. The green sleeves and cap also improving towards the outside is Almo Salamar as well as getting into it, white and blue. That's the grey, that's really on the move. But the King's General still in front here by 4 lengths. Rigberto Ramos had a look there, still going well. The danger, I think, is this grey. Almo Salamar is really making up the ground now, putting in the giant strides. And here comes Almo Salamar, who's full of run down the outside. Another one staying on his swing the ring out very wide, the red and white colours. But it's still the Wester King's General in front. The King's General, Rigberto Ramos, trying hard. Almo Salamar hasn't got past, and it's still the King's General for Rigberto. Out in front by 2 legs. He's going to cling on here. Great front running, attacking ride. The King's General beats Almo Salamar. Swing the ring ran on to be third. And behind those came Courageous Knight, who once again stayed on in the black colours to be 4th. Superb judge of pace, Rigberto Ramos. Take my hat off to you, sir. That was a fantastic ride. The King's General from the front judged it to a nicety there. 2 minutes 08.7 the winning time. 14 the winner, the King's General. Martin Kelly's pick ran a cracker but couldn't get there. Almo Salamar thought he looked the winner turning in. Number 2 was second. Third, number 21, swinged the ring around well in the red and white. 4th was the 22, Courageous Knight. They went without taking names. It was a late scratch, number 15. 2 1/4 lengths the winning margin. 14-2, 21-22 the numbers. The King's General was on top.
Oh, he did it aboard Taj Bloody in the big race last week, and Wigberto Ramos is at it again aboard the King's General, who came into this still a maiden after failing to win for John Gosden and a couple of starts in Saudi Arabia, but no stopping him today. The King's General, a brilliant, attacking, determined, confident ride from Wigberto Ramos, who has given this horse the absolute business and has won very, very well. It was a cracking race as well. So much to talk about in behind. Mosalema, shaped like he was going to be dangerous, didn't quite get home. Swing the ring, ran another absolute corker. Yeah, Courageous Knight doing what he does best, running on late to finish fourth, and Kareem Alanaya finished in fifth. And there the Wigberto Ramos ready to give us a wiggle. The Wigman strikes again, and he has been in fine form. Some would say he's getting a little bit old for it now. He's a little bit beaten. He's not at his best, but he's still a man for the big occasion and has shown it once again. A really huge, huge victory for the King's General, who was bred by the late Queen Elizabeth II and did his running for John Gosden. So huge performance from everybody involved and a massive, massive result for Wigberto, who is in cracking form right now, a jockey who cannot stop riding big race winners. That victory aboard Taj Bloody was massive. We didn't quite get to do the big reaction afterwards just because of the timing of the race and the timing we came off air, but there were huge celebrations throughout. He was at the yard the following day giving the horse all the cuddles, and he's got yet another success here today. And the Wigman takes off his cap, puts down his whip and weighs in here. Should be weighing in about 59. Yeah, he's absolutely perfect. He's absolutely perfect, and he's done it once again. And we will grab a very quick word with the big man. There it is. Give us the wiggle. Hit him with the wiggle. And again, there it is. Absolute class from the man, the myth, the legend that is Wigberto Ramos. And we'll grab a quick word with the now Wigberto. Fantastic. Taj Bloody last week, and now this boy today.
Yeah, very nice. Taj Bloody is champion right now for the local bred. And the horse, I saw the horse the week before running, and I hear that he don't have most time here in Saudi Arabia. He make an excellent race. He went a little fast in the beginning that time, but today I got the control of the whole race. Very smart horse. And I told the owner maybe he's going to be better in the grass.
I was about to say, does his future lie on the grass track rather than on the dirt? The fact that he can win on the dirt is very exciting.
Yeah, very exciting, because then you have the two choices. The grass, and I'm very sure he's coming from England. Very sure he's better in the grass.
And you must have been really happy with the way you were able to control the race, because it was a big field, very competitive, very tight, but you were able to control it from start to finish.
Yeah, the soon I see in the first 200 that he take the beat and relax. I say, okay, we can go 1 lane, 2 lanes, whatever the pressure they came to me. But he can along. I feel when he want to go because someone can early, so I say, so he going to help me in this trip. And then the street he switched the lead and he opened up again.
He certainly did open up and won very impressively.
Yeah, but also he was gaming. He don't give me everything in this race.
Okay. So you think there's still more to come from him?
Yeah, and I want to try in the grass, on the grass.
Very exciting. Hopefully you can keep that ride and ride him on the grass. Well done. And again, well done for Taj Bloody last week.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, well done to Wiggy. Big win last week, and he strikes again here on board a horse who was set up a red-hot favourite on debut. Didn't come up with the goods on that occasion, but switched into a handicap today with the experience under his belt. He's been a dominant winner.
We were keen to oppose him on the debut, and we were right. We were both keen to oppose him today, and we were wrong. He's quite clearly improved. Second time up here in Saudi. I just wasn't convinced that the horse wanted dirt, to be honest with you. He's a very low grounded horse, isn't he? He's got very short legs, which is usually quite good for dirt, actually. Not so good for turf. But Wiggy just said then he could be useful on turf, so we'll see what connections do with him. He's by Dubai out of Daphne, lovely pedigree. We'll take it from the start. He breaks pretty well from 4, but he's massively helped by the fact that Moetta, who was just drawn inside him, wasn't able to break and get forwards. That allowed Wiggy to cross to the rail and dictate matters. The other forward-going type is horse number 23, Autumn Foliage, in the blue with the yellow dots. On the inside is Inspiritus in the yellow silks. He tries to push up forward as well, but none of them could match the eventual winner, the King's General, in the early stages. We haven't seen too much for pace bias today compared to previous days, but in this race, it definitely paid to be forwardly placed. The horse that did best from those back in the pack that aren't in shot right now was your selection, Martin, Al Mosalima, who made considerable ground actually on the home turn. But
I didn't like the position it was in early. From 11, seemed to get out wide and get back.
Yeah, she was very far back and also about 6 deep. She's not in the shot right now. She's about to come in. White silks on the outside there, grey filly. She's around 10 lengths behind the King's General. But she really arose that deficit in the home straight before just levelling out. She's done a lot of running and she'll be dangerous in a similar kind of race, providing she holds her form. But at this stage, Roberto's still comfortable up top on the King's General. He's about to look behind him, see the horses directly in behind, aren't moving forward. That's Albani and Premium Ticket back in the places, going backwards. Here comes Al Mosalima on the outside, just moving into third now in the white silks. She's about to run into second and throw down a brief challenge to the King's General, but not enough to reel in the son of Dubawi, who's proved his mark of 80 to be fair. I thought it was pretty stiff, but it's probably fair.
Okay, well, Al Mosalima and the King's General, if you look at the overall profile of the race, I mean, they were maybe the two key contenders in here that were unexposed, lightly raced, open to improvement, and they've dominated the finish, albeit the grey filly's got tired late.
Agreed, yeah. She closes all the way up to around a length and a half at this stage, and then just cannot keep eroding the deficit. She's done. Her petrol tank's empty. She keeps running on at the one speed. It's not like she completely falters, but she just can't get any closer. And if anything, the King's General's just pulling away a little bit later on. He's a strong stayer over the trip. Obviously rode the bias on the track, but he stayed very well. And Connections will be happy after splurging an amount of cash for him.
25,000 Guinness?
Yeah.
Not a huge amount.
No.
For a horse by Dubawi out of a listed winner over a mile and a half.
Yeah, the Goslings gave up on him after 4 outings and he failed to get a victory, so maybe they were a bit quick to do so. He's already proven in 2 starts here that he's very capable.
And then nicely clear of the remainder, Swing the Ring, making good headway for the Miners alongside Courageous Knight to well, Courageous Knight's slightly more exposed. Swing the Ring's only had 7 previous. Didn't come here in bad form.
No, 2 good performances as well from horses right down the bottom of the handicap. Courageous Knight, we know what he is. I wouldn't necessarily be following him next time. Swing the Ring still has upside and is definitely in good form right now. So the 21 ran nicely. Quick word on Western City as well. Travelled well to a certain point and then just wasn't able to match it in the latter part of the race.
The trainer just suggesting that he wasn't holding his form quite
well.
Got
off the boil, yeah.
Always worth listening to Mr. Al-Dahani when he speaks. He speaks a lot of sense and a lot of truth as well. He pointed you in the way. If you were fancying Western City, it was well found on international markets, maybe just to have held your cool. And if you'd got involved in it, you could have always got rid of the bet if you had it.
Yep, absolutely. It's the wise thing to do.
Well, that was race 7 of the evening. We've got a couple of Arabian races to come. Race 8, an Arabian horses handicap for those rated 0 to 55.
Difficult.
Very, very difficult. We've got a cup race, the Ministry of Media Cup. Then we get into the finals of the champion of the race courses, including an Arab race as race number 11. Any selections for the final races, you're more than welcome to get involved on YouTube. Hit the comments section, give us your selections, and maybe they could give us a colour scheme for tomorrow, given we've been the Men in Black today.
Yeah, well, we've only got limited colours available. But,
have you?
Well, I do. I don't know about you. You've packed for
Black,
6 weeks.
White, pink, a couple of shades of blue.
Blue would be a great choice.
Green.
If someone can message in blue, that would be fantastic.
We'll go blue tomorrow?
Let's go blue.
Okay. So from the Men in Black, I've got it. From the Men in Black, Mr. Ferrari, we're going to be the Blues Brothers tomorrow.
Oh, very good, very good. Right, let's move on to race number 8. Arabian bred horse handicap. Here we go, over a mile and a quarter. Number 1, Jawahar de Violette is one of the big fancies here. Abdullah Al-Khamis rides 2, Soyul Al-Gaya for Faras Al-Sunaitam. Number 3 is Naham. Roberto Ramos, can he go back-to-back? 4, Razina, the Khalid Al-Mamoni, he's got stall 1. 5 is narrated by Tariq Al-Mansur, that is Kaid Al-Daham. 6 is Miatab, Abdullah Al-Saidi. Over the page to find number 7. It's going to be Aswan. Aswan to be ridden by Abdullah Al-Kradis. Number 8 is Al-Shaydam, Salman Al-Rashid. 9, Al-Wazir, Yasser Al-Bakawi. 10 is Anis, written by Mohammed Al-Gharib. 11's a scratch, take out Haider Al-Wathbar. 12, Mikdam Al-Hazam, is written by Osama Al-Sharani. 13, Musib Ayad Al-Tarisi. 14, Rajay Al-Khair. over the page, written by Ziad Al-Jabi. It's now changed. It's going to be Nawaf Al-Mudiani now aboard that one. 15, Obeid Al-Shahanaya, written by Muhammad Al-Nassar. And 16, Al-Dam, is now written by Rahid Al-Fayruz. So they are the runners and riders. Take out the 11. Still got 15 going. Let's go and join Callum.
Thank you, Ferrari. Let's have a look at the 1. Jawad de Violette certainly comes into this race with some half-decent form with a second-place effort last time out, having a good old look at us when leading the charge. Has got top weight here, but Abdullah Al-Khamis takes off 1 kilo, which should help. Can't be discounted here. Just doesn't blow you away in the parade ring, this 5-year-old mare, but she... yeah, she's fine. I mean, it's a purebred Arabian contest. You can't get too held up on physicals. Let's go back to the 4. This is a much more imposing physical type just coming towards me now. This is Razina just coming towards me, and this is Razina here. A fitter model, I would say. Your hip pointers are on show. You've got a little bit of a poverty line to work with as well. Again, another one who's typically a little bit long. She's a 7-year-old now, but she's been showing half-decent form of late. The 3rd-place effort last time was a best effort here in Saudi Arabia. She's still unexposed with just the 3 starts, and she gets the plum draw of stall 1. Go back to the 5 here, Kayid Aldam. I thought this was one, from a physical perspective, probably one of the better ones in this field. He's a 5-year-old, has only had the 5 starts, slightly unexposed here. Would be not worth ignoring this sort of company. Again, a lot of these struggle to win races, so you'd be thinking he would be one to take on, considering he's only had the 5 career starts. Now, let us drop back to the real paddock standout here, the 9. This is Al Wazir, well spotted by Nawaf, my cameraman, who came over and said, you have to look at the 9. I said, I will, and I will do exactly that. I will listen to Nawaf because the 9 is a very, very good looker. This is Al Wazir. The only problem with Al Wazir is the ability doesn't quite match the looks for this one. 7-year-old now, rating of 51, kind of tells us everything we need to know. But my goodness, doesn't Al Wazir look good here? Yasser Al-Bakawi on board, takes off 3 kilos, very inexperienced jockey, but is the apprentice jockey for the White Stable, so has to have some level of ability. Now we go back to the 10 and knees. This will probably be my paddock pick here, ladies and gentlemen. Just a really nice, strong type, lovely, powerful neck on this one, nice back end as well. You've got a 4 kilo claimer, which is slightly concerning on board, but you need everything to go in your favour in this type of race, so maybe 4 kilos off will suit, but again, comes into this race in a little bit of form, was 2nd on his 3rd last start, 3rd on penultimate start, well beaten last time, but at this sort of company, surely would have every chance with a jockey taking off a whopping 4 kilos. Boys, it's a tricky contest. The 1 would be the best form, but didn't blow me away on looks, so I'm sticking with the 10.
Well, this is a difficult race to find the winner of. We're dropping down in grade to 0 to 55 company. It's an Arabian horses maiden for 4-year-olds on the dirt over the 2,000 metres. Should we try and check in with the international market, Thomas?
Let's do that.
Give us a bit of a guide.
Yeah.
The King's General winning the last race at 11 to 1. If you followed them in first time, I hope you stuck with him, because 11 to 1 compared to his first
10
time
times the price.
Yeah. Right, let's have a look at a bit of form as well. Number 1, in fact, is the international market leader. Jawad de Violette, who is the 3 to 1 market leader.
This was a decent performance, but it was a terrible maiden. The winner's Bint Alam, who was, I think, 0 from 14 or 0 from 12 going into the race. Jawad de Violette's ran okay in 2nd. She was put in her place, obviously, by the winner who made all.
She gets beaten 8.5 lengths.
She does. She's clear-cut 2nd. When you watch that, you think, well, this filly's probably not much good. And then you look at the rest of the field and you think, well, actually, she is the horse to beat.
And she had Rosina back in 3rd that day as well. They were 2nd and 3rd. They're the top 2 on the international market. So we're taking a bit of form from horse number 7, Asyuan, who was 3rd here. 2 starts back in November.
Yeah, this came in this grade as well, over 1,800, so steps up to 2,000 today. He hasn't won a race for a long time, 3 years. He's very hard to trust as a result.
Well, there are a couple of form clues. They're heading off down to the start. One of the smaller in the field there, Rajay Al-Khair, is horse number 14, but the international market leader is the 1, being backed into 3 to 1 from 100 to 30. Rosina at 9-2. We've got Nahum at 7-1. 15-2 for Mayertab. We just touched on Asuan at 8-1 alongside as Al Shadim, and it's 9-1. And actually being backed is the 9. There has been money for Al Wazir here, who's had 6 goes so far, rated just 51. Form figures aren't overly inspiring.
No. Showed very little over 1,200 metres last week. Connections try a much longer trip. He reverts back to handicaps. I suppose he's a bit of an unknown quantity, and he's a nice looker, as Callum was saying, but on form it's just hard to have. Saying that, the majority of these are very hard to have on form.
I just thought, you look back to the first bit of form that we saw, with Johar de Violette finishing second. Rosina was back in third. Okay, there's only a pound between them on the official ratings now, 54 plays 55, but the horse who was seconds had 14 starts. The horse in behind's only had 3. That was a career best last time. Drawn 1, can maybe push forward, get on the speed and improve again. That was the sort of angle I took into it.
Yeah, I don't disagree. I had the 4 Rosina as my third pick. Johar de Violette I did have on top, but I may switch again. I may make a last-minute decision. I don't like taking a favourite in a race like this. It's just so competitive. Yeah, I'm going to switch. I'll have the 6. The 6 is my pick, Mayertab. Then I had the 1 and the 4. I understand what you're saying about the 4, Rosina. Unexposed, only had the 3 outings compared to Johar de Violette's with 14.
So hang on a minute, you've switched from a 0 from 14 maiden to a 20 race maiden.
I'll tell you why in a second. Firstly, much better price. 8-1 instead of 130. Rosina and Johar de Violette's are pretty much the same horse, apart from Rosina's more unexposed. They're drawn inside, they ran in the same race, closely matched. Hard to separate those two. And at the prices, I agree with you. I think the 4's a better bet than the 1. That being said, I'm going to be with the 6 here, purely on the basis that he's finished twice. He's finished second twice in 0 to 60 handicaps. This is a 0 to 55 in a weak one. So we know that he's capable if he wants to put it all in. He gets a good rider, Abdul Al-Saidi. I have no confidence in any of these, but I would rather take a price in this race than a horse at a shorter odds favouritism. So give me a 6.
6-1 from 8-1.
Well, that's obviously
You're going to switch back to the 1.
Yeah, that's obviously not helping my case. I would like the price to stay as it is, but yeah, it's a very, very tentative dart. The most tentative pick of the day, because this race is full of horses that either haven't won yet, haven't shown any ability, are long-standing maidens, or don't want to win. So you cannot be confident in a race like this. But yeah, my dart will be at the 6.
Okay, well, a couple who have won. We touched on the 7. That horse has won on 4 occasions.
The other 3 years since he last won, though.
Well, the other horse has won multiple races. The 10, Anis, has won 5 times from 11.
He hasn't won in the last 2 years. Doesn't want to go this far either. And he's an 11-year-old. I mean, can you imagine the pain when we were doing race comments for a race like this? Just going from one to the next to the next. And
well, it's the most uncompetitive race on the card.
Well, yeah. I mean, it's very competitive for the ratings, but for the level of horse, it's bleak. That being said, every race has to have a winner. The 15 is a little bit interesting. We haven't talked about.
Okay.
Abid Al-Shahania. He's a 4-year-old, so he gets the weight allowance. He's actually rated 55, yet he's carrying only 54.5 kilograms. He's rated the same as Johar de Violette's, but gets 5.5 kilograms because he's a younger horse. Now, his form figures aren't great, and actually I tipped him last time he ran. I think it was 2 weeks ago. But that was in a 0 to 85 handicap. Maybe the angle's to 15 here. Dropping down in class, draws well. Weak field.
9-1 from 10s on the internationals.
I mean, if I could have 2, I'm not going to because I don't want a half point. But
well, I can half point you if you want.
No, I'm not doing that.
It doesn't go down well with some members of the team, but if you want a half point,
no,
you can have 2 selections.
I'd rather not. But the 6 and the 15 would be the 2 I look at from a price perspective. Albeit in this race, you can really make a case for most.
Well, you're too clear, but just imagine though, if you took the half, if you didn't take the half point, the horse you didn't take the half point on wins,
and then I lose.
It comes to a level draw, but if you'd taken the half point, you could have had the victory overall.
Stop trying to tempt me in. No, I'm sticking with the 6, but I did want to mention the 15 because he's probably the most interesting horse in the race.
Half point?
No.
Right, arriving down at the start, this is race number 8 of 12 here at King Abdulaziz Racecourse. On the final champion of the racecourse is meeting. It's meeting number 86, meeting 87 to come tomorrow. We're back next week for 88, 89 and 90. And meetings 91 and 92 are...
Saudi Cup weekend.
Yeah. International Jockeys Challenge and the big meeting itself here on the 22nd of February. So heading behind the stalls and about to load up then for race 8, confirming selections. You've jumped ship.
Yeah, horse number 6, Mia Tab, but keep an eye out on the 15.
Mia Tab at 6 to 1. The 15's 8s from 10s. I'm going to stick with the 4, Rosina. Not an awful lot to recommend, but a better run last time to be 30 behind. Joao de Violette is much more exposed, and there just could be more to come. And hopefully, Callum, we can see Rosina push forward from stall 1 and get on that front-running conveyor belt.
You'd like to hope so, wouldn't you guys? Rosina, it certainly makes a lot of sense on paper, still very unexposed. That third place effort last time was good, but it was a long, long way behind the eventual second, wasn't it? Surprised you guys aren't really teaming with Joao de Violette's here, but not the best of lookers for me in the parade ring. I'd be tempted to go elsewhere, and that's exactly what I'm doing. Going with the 10 here, and Knees, who just gets all the benefits of an apprentice jockey, where you've got no weight on your back, you've got a little bit of form in the book, you need to bounce back for a pretty diabolical run last time, but this is an opportunity, and a perfect opportunity to bounce back in these 0 to 55 contests. Got a rating of 50. There's only a couple in here rated the actual 55. Gets 4 kilos. I mean, that's a lot of weight. He's basically running loose in this race. Big type will feel it and enjoy it, and I think certainly the pick for me, and the way he looked in the paddock just gave me lots to like. Now, obviously, it is an 11-year-old, but clutching at straws here massively. Al Wazir with another one, the British bred runner. It also had a 3 kilo claimer on board. Looked really well in the parade ring too. Another one that wasn't utterly disgraced last time, but finished 8th. And you know how they finish 8th in a purebred Arabian race. They're not all finishing on top of each other. They are strung out all over Riyadh. It'll be a tricky race. It'll be a fascinating race. I know, Tom, you like Mayertab. I didn't really get too much of a look at the 6, but certainly nothing to be too negative about. One thing you will notice is that you'll be able to see it because from the few in here that aren't grey. So enjoy the fact you'll be able to see Mayertab all the way around. And best of luck with you, Martin, with Rosina as well, who certainly shaped like this would be a good opportunity here. But the pick for me is the 10. Anthony Ennis, it's all yours.
Thank you, Callum. Yeah, just got a few left to go in now for this race. Wonderful scenes, isn't it, when you see the overhead shots of the dirt track here under the floodlights. The long stretch down the back straight for the 1.25 miles. Last couple about to go in then. This very competitive looking Arabian horse handicap. This is our 6:30 race here today. Race number 8, just about ready. Runners stretched across the track here. Field of 15. Last one just being led in. Backing out. The 14. Raja Al Khair, it was, who was just causing an issue. Has now been taken out of stall 13, horse 14. So Raja Al Khair has been taken out. They're looking at taking another one out now. 15, Obeid Al Shahanaya. Not sure what's happened to that runner, but it's been taken out of the stalls by the team there. So we have 2 out of line, 14 and 15. Also just been looked at. Raja Al Khair. The white chevron, the rider there, and is Nawaf Al Mudiani. I'm going to try and get the other one back in now. So it looks like those two are okay. Waiting for Obeid Al Shahanaya. So once again, we are all in 15 Arabian breds for this handicap, and they're off. This time they are racing. A scruffy start for 1 or 2 of the runners there. A bit slow to go was Anise. That one's towards the back early on. Also in the red colours. Another one that's just dropping towards the tail of the field early on is Al Daham as they go through the first 250 metres or so. One that broke well in the quarters here is Mekdan Al Hazam. That one's going to lead up here. Mekdan Al Hazam. Solul Al Gayer is handy as well towards the inside. And a field full of greys. Right up on the inside, handy too, is Jawahar de Violette, one of the fancied runners in black and white silks. They go for the first 400 metres. A bit wider out is Naham in green and black silks as they now come across onto the main track proper. The back marker early on is Anis in the light blue and purple. So up front it is Soyul Al Ghaya in the light grey colours on the inside, disputing the early running with Mekdam Al Hazam. These two at the head of affairs. Naham's got a nice sit, the green and black racing in third. Then comes Jawahar de Violette racing out wider in the white and green. Musib is on the move, followed by Miatar. We're looking for that bright pink jacket towards the outside. Another one that's quite wide of the track is Al Wazir, another grey. Then the light blue and yellow colours further back in the field, trying to creep a little bit closer as they race well down the far side and in towards the second half of the contest. That's Ez Al Shaydam in the light blue and gold colours on the move. But around the turn they go towards the inside. Still there it is Mekdam Al Hazam, but now being taken on in the white and green by Musib, and then three wide of the Czechs Al Wazir. They're pressing on. Miatar is now driven back in fourth, and then comes Ez Al Shaydam, who's racing in the blue and gold. One that's making ground now is Anis, who was out the back early on, but starts to pick off one or two toiling rivals as they turn into the home straight. This leader's got a kick though. Mekdam Al Hazam still leads here. Mekdam Al Hazam is travelling well. Look at Anis though, he's absolutely flying on the outside, goes into second and now takes dead aim with this leader. They've still got 250 metres to go. It concerns these two. The leader is still clear though. Mekdam Al Hazam has got a 4-length buffer over Anis, who is going to try and run him down in the final 200. But I don't think this leader's going to be caught here. This Mekdam Al Hazam, Osama Al Sharani on board, is finding plenty. He was up with the pace throughout, and it's a good winner here. Mekdam Al Hazam, Osama Al Sharani at the double. Mekdam Al Hazam goes on to win. Anis finishes second. It was slowly away if you want to get into it at all. Third will be number 6, Miatar, and they're ahead of Musib, I think it was, back in fourth. Gutsy winner though. Osama Al Sharani's having a good day, isn't he? Won race 2. He wins race 8. Number 12, Mekdam Al Hazam. One of the few non-greys in the race has won this. Second place going to Anis, who was put forward by Callum, was as a late shout. Slowly away, but made up a lot of ground, but did a lot of running to get into second and couldn't quite finish off the job. Third, number 6, Miatab. That was Tom's fancy. And fourth, number 13, Musib. So it's 12, 10, 6 and 13. 2 minutes 24.22. 7 lengths the winning margin. Mekdam Al Hazam, the winner of the Arabian Horse Handicap.
Omar Al Tawili has joined me now, winning trainer here. I thought this horse would struggle today, but has been given a fantastic ride and won very well.
Thank you very much, my friend. Yeah, happy to see you again. Inshallah, in Saudi Cup, we will see you, inshallah, and win. He is a good horse, very strong. But he have some problem in the last races, joint and something like that. Today, I think he's make a good race, but I not know what he do. But he's up of my expectations. I think
he stepped up here, hasn't he? And the jockey, Osama Al Shahani, he is flying at the moment.
Osama is young, but he have a good mind. I'm every time with Osama. Good races with Osama, inshallah. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Go and enjoy it.
Yes, thank you. Thank you.
There's your winning trainer going to enjoy this moment. Make sure we don't get run over by the outriders who were coming in hot behind us there, but we're all good there. And yeah, I think this is the jockey you really have to follow. He had a really unlucky to get a big ban for whip offences a few weeks ago, which meant he didn't ride last week, but he's been banging in the winners. And we mentioned the fact that my selection Anis was getting 4 kilos off. Well, Omar still gets to take off, Osana I should say, still gets to take off 3, and that's helped him here. here. This horse has made almost every yard of the running to win very well. Talk about an ease in second. Absolutely cantered into the race. Was getting me very excited at one point. He ended up finishing in second under basically no weight at all. Made a great ride from the young jockey there as well. That's a name to keep on the eye. Mohammed Al Gharib. Certainly a jockey to keep on the right side of, certainly. He gave that horse a beautiful patient ride. Then you got Metayab in third, Masib in fourth, Asuan in fifth, and Obeid Al Shahania in sixth. It was a tricky race, lads, but we nearly called it right. We had the second and the third.
Alan, well done with your second placed finisher, who was around a 10-1 chance. Third goes the way of Tom Switch. Mia Tarb finishing back in third place, but the win goes the way of the 12, double up for Asama, and Mekdam Al-Hazam gets off the mark at the third attempt. Could you take any encouragement at all from the first two runs?
No, nothing. Was unexposed, so that was the angle, I guess, but yeah, the two runs from this horse were bleak. He was a 6-year-old as well. It's not like he was a 4-year-old and he's had 2 outings and can improve. He is a 6-year-old, like he's had plenty of time to be a racehorse. He was drawn wide. He was 20-1 for a reason. Well, that was the opening price. I don't know what the SP was, but yeah, he was tough. But this was a very tough race. Like
25.
25, yeah. I feel like we did well to get a couple of places between the three of us. You could have run this race again, and I don't think you'd get the same result many times, just purely because these are all much for muchness. In behind, Anis, Callum's pick probably ran the best race. He closed well from the back of the pack, but just got tired. My selection, Mirtab, I mean, never really looked like winning, but plugged on for third. The favourite, however, was the best leave from all of us, Jawahar de Violet's shortish price at around 3-1, and never really able to get involved. Broke the best, actually, inside, white horse. Black and white silks, just one off the rail, now about to move to the rail.
But already the winner's gone on.
Yeah, again, speed, isn't it? Speed bias, even in these Arabian races. And the horse with the most pace generally wins, especially in these low-grade handicaps, just purely because none of these horses have a turn of foot. So if you can get some track advantage, you're likely to hold on if the horse can keep running.
Well, he does get the track advantage, gets up on the speed. And maybe the form of that race last time, where we saw Jawahar de Violet finishing second and Rosina finishing third, isn't worth very much at all. They both disappointed.
Yeah, I thought.
Or not, I wouldn't say disappointed, they've both not replicated that run anyway.
Yeah, they both ran below expectation in what looked to be a weaker race, albeit this was a handicap rather than a maiden. Yeah, both were disappointing, to be fair. And neither really looked like shaping as if they were going to contend at any point. I suppose here, when they were around 4th and 5th on the inside.
Two greys.
The two greys, yeah.
Black colours.
I suppose it looked like they were going to potentially play a part, but when they start turning for home in a second.
Well, Rosina's the first one to back out.
Yeah, it's the first one to go, and then Jawahar de Violet just can't sustain her effort either in a second. So, yeah, they were out of the picture. This is where you get the real move from the back of the pack from Anis, just coming to shot at the bottom, two-tone blue silks. Passes Rosina right there, about to pass Obeid Al Shahania and Jawahar de Violet, and really starts to make a move up the pack, but just has too much to do to catch this eventual winner who's made every single yard.
Does indeed, and returns at 25-1. Mekdam Al-Hazam off the mark at the third attempt, leaving behind 2 duck eggs to beat. Into second, Callum selection, Anis with Miatab back in third place. That wins race number 8.
Quick point on this winner, and when I was doing my race comments, I thought this as well. On the website, it says the winner was rated 53 going into the first run, which is impossible. So the horse must have been running at lower grade second tier venues, maybe. Which is unfortunate because we didn't get to see the form of the horse. I don't think it would have been great, and I'm not using that as an excuse, but on the 2 pieces of evidence we saw, it was hard to make a case for him, but he would have run before that as well.
Okay, Mekdam Al-Hazam on his 3rd official start from what we know, despite maybe earlier runs as well. Ministry Media Cup is next up. We were wondering, though, early on today if Jimmy Jerkins was here. We thought it was unusual he wouldn't be. He is, though. Great news. And it's with Callum.
Yeah, thank you very much, guys. Yes, Jimmy is joined me now. Jimmy, just feeling a little bit under the weather, which is why you've not been here for the early part of the card.
Yeah, little stomach issues, but I think I can handle one race anyway.
Well, this is the one race, and you've got Southland in here, the 11. The form figures read quite nicely.
Yeah, but this, he's been out. He hasn't been out in over a year, and I haven't run him. It's my first time running him. Obviously, with that rating, he's got a lot of class. He's won a lot of races in the past, but he didn't come out of his last race last year in good shape. So, as a matter of fact, he had surgery on a hind ankle, and it's been a long road getting him here. But we almost had him about a couple of months ago, and he had another little issue in front in a foot, but now we got to train him with some continuity and just hope he can. This isn't ideal for him, this distance and everything like that, but he's got to start somewhere. He hasn't. He's kind of sluggish working in the morning, even in company. So you wouldn't. He's a beautiful horse to look at, and you can tell he's. But I tell you, he doesn't turn any heads in the morning working. I'll tell you, I've had company, all different kinds of company with him, and he just goes through the motions. I think the old trainer that had him before had mentioned that to Dr. Abdullah. That's why they ran him pretty often, because he didn't get much out of his workouts, and I can see what they mean. But I'm just hoping he gets enough out of today to bounce off it and get back to his old self.
I was going to say that for me what's interesting is how you bring him back after that ankle surgery and what you have to do with the horse to bring them back slowly along to get them back to race fitness, especially if they're a horse who does very little at home.
Yeah, that's tough. I mean, they got to be willing to be ready first out. They have to be willing. Like you say, you try everything, you work them out of the gate. You don't want to do that too often, and you get company with him. Actually, he did. Now that I remember, his first go around coming back, he actually did work very well in a home race here against Finest Sound a ways back, and it really surprised me. As I said, I thought he'd be trailing the field all the way, and he actually came on and worked very well, and I was thrilled. But then he didn't come out of that work too good. So then I haven't had a chance to do another homework with him. Just works in the morning, and they're just they're nothing to speak of. But I think he's done enough to be fit enough to run here and get Ricardo will pick his head up, and he's strong, and hopefully he gets something out of it so he can bounce back and run good next time.
Yeah, huge fact-finding exercise today. We'll let you go in and see him in the parade ring. Best of luck.
Okay, thanks.
Anthony Ennis, it's all yours.
Thank you, Caleb. Yeah, fascinating to listen to Jimmy. Hopefully he's feeling better. I'm looking forward to this race, no doubt, with Seyfan, who is the favourite. Number 1 is out. This is the Ministry of Media Cup. They're on the dirt over 7 furlongs. Take out the 1. 2 is Al Sharid, written by Nawaf Al Madiani. 3, Al Wahif, Abdullah Al Kradis. 4's been scratched, Dere Al Fard. So 5 is Flywing, Eddie Castro. 6, Hoot Al Karain, Thab Al Timyat. 7 is Marut, Abdullah Alorfi. 8, Murano, Abdullah Al Rashid. 9, over the page, is going to be Mostahish, ridden by Abdullah Al Khamis. 10, Rustam Basha, one of the old favourites, Alex Moreno on board. 11 is the favourite in the market, Salfan, Ricardo Ferreira. 12 is Saab, Selman Al Rashid. 13 is Tia, for Tariq Al Mansur. 14, Windspree, Khalid Al Mamoni. 15, over the page, Abura, Victor Gutierrez. 16 is Ayadat, who's the second favourite, Abdullah Al Fayrouz. 17, Large Authority, Mohammed Al Daham. 18's been scratched, so 19 is Najma Al Shaib for Ayad Al Tarisi. 20 is Tarabot, Osama Al Sharani in good form. 21, 22 doesn't go. 23 is Mandub Al Riyadh, ridden by Mohammed Al Sharima, and 24 doesn't go. So they are the runners, big field of them going on the dirt for the Ministry of Media Cup. The market suggests it's going to be either Salfan or Ayadat who wins this one, lads.
Yes, it does look to be between that pair, and that's certainly reflected on the international markets. Salfan 11 to 10, closer to even money. The main danger that comes from the 16, Ayadat at 15 to 8. Rustam Basha, our old friend, at 7 to 1. Al Wahif at 8s, Marut at 10s. But you listen to what Jimmy was saying there, you wouldn't be rushing to take 11 to 10 for a horse who's had setback after setback after setback.
I wasn't rushing to take the 11 to 10 prior to Jimmy's interview, let alone after it. Look, Salfan's a very classy performer. He's rated 111, which is what the traders have seen. But he's had 2 injuries. He's been off the track for 15 months. He's not for me.
Okay.
I don't trust him.
The one is for you, though, is a horse who got beat by Rustam Basha and has gone on to win her next 6 outings.
Adat, yeah, the 16. Should she not be really short in it? Should she not be 4 to 5?
She should be favourite.
Definitely. I think she should be odds on as well, Adat. She's a strong performer. Here she is, Rustam Basha with the black cap in 3rd. She's super strong on the front. You can see it looks like the horse in yellow, the other white stable horse, is going to come and beat her. But no, she fends that one off. She's already fended Rustam Basha off. Korba makes a run up the inside. Korba's won since. And Adat holds them all off. She's 10 from 16. She's on a winning streak, which is very hard to do here because the racing's so competitive.
And she's versatile, 14, 16, 18.
I think this is her preferred distance, though, today.
So?
Yeah,
okay.
I do. She's definitely the horse to beat for me.
Well, this is the horse the international market thinks she's got to be. This is Selfan. He is top rated off 113, but we've not seen him on the track in a race under rules since November 2023.
He's a good horse, but like a very good horse, rated 111, so he's only one off Al Musmak. But is he a 111 horse now? I don't think so. He beats Almabeer this day on the inside in the yellow and black silks, but eventually finishes 3rd. This is a good effort. If he runs to this level, then sure, he's a major player, but that's no guarantee.
I mean, he's been in a custodian of the 2 Holy Mosques. He's won a King Khalid Abdullah Cup as well. I mean, he's got some really good form.
Yeah.
And he goes up against Rustam Basha as well, who holds very few secrets from us and was 9th last time out over the 1,200 metres. This is a run back on the 4th of Jan when he finishes 2nd.
Yeah, that run last time was on turf and he didn't handle the grass, so put a line through that. His previous form, including this race, was solid on dirt. He is what he is. He'll go forward. He'll make the front from an inside gate under an aggressive rider in Alex Moreno. He'll cling on for as long as he can. I don't think he's good enough to beat Adat. Maybe not Selfan today either, but he should run a place.
Well, Selfan is the market leader. In shot, though, we can see Fly Wing, who is one of the outsiders in the field here, Callum.
But just a horse I really like following in the parade ring. Eddie Castro getting the spin today. Basically, what you say about Flywing is that look at the way this horse has matured throughout his career. He used to be an absolute nightmare in the parade ring and is now just settling down. He's also filling into that frame. It's going to be a tough ask today, but watch him get down to a rating of around 70 and then pop in a 0 to 70 or a 0 to 75 handicap. He could be very dangerous going forward. He's learning and growing all the time. Let's go back to the 6, Hoot Al Karain. Lovely, gorgeous individual, big, strong type, has run very well at this level before. Saab Al-Tiniak getting the spin today as well. And yeah, no negatives about that one. We'll go back to the 7. Marut is the next one. A really big, strong, imposing individual. Typical type for the team. Looks great in the coat as well. And you've got Abdullah Alorfi in the plate, who's certainly a big race jockey. Let's drop back now. Now we're going to drop to the 10 and the 11, the 2 serious talking horses in this race. We'll start with Rustam Basha, the 10, who's just coming towards us now. No, that's the 9. We're just looking at one more. Is the 10 just coming towards us here? This is Rustam Basha, who's a very nice type. Is a horse that I absolutely adored last season. Hasn't quite hit the heights this season, but a return to dirt should certainly suit, and the team will be hoping that he can go one place better than Hoot Al Karain, who the team had finished 2nd earlier on in the card. Here's the next horse. He's absolutely gorgeous, isn't he? This is Selfan. The horse has been off the track for a long, long time, but very, very attractive. Jimmy's already given us all the information on this one. He does very little at home, but hopefully he can do more on the track. Look at the jockey booking, Ricardo Sosa Ferreira in the plate on this very good-looking individual. Son of Article Faith here is a Selfan. Hopefully he can run well here today on the back of that layoff. The final one we'll take a peep at, because the rest of them are leaving, is Winsbury, who's actually quite good because we get to see Winsbury very in and out of late. He was putting together a decent run of results, but just ran a disappointing race last time. On a good day, he's very good. On an average day, he's pretty much below average at this level. But Khalid Al-Mamoni will be hoping that the FMQ runner, who's always been good looking, can take a big step forward today. Guys, they're stacking up to get out the parade ring. It's Rustam Basha is the pick for me.
Rustam Basha, the pick over the paddock for Callum. You say disregard the turf run last time.
Yeah.
I just wonder about the trip as well. Is Rustam Basha more effective as a 1,200 metre horse?
I agree. Yeah, I do think so. He's good enough over 1,400 to contend in this race, but yeah, I think the shorter the sprint, the better for him. and it enables him to use the bias even more as well because he's a front runner. Over the 1400, he'll make his beeline straight to the front as per usual. It's just whether he can hold on. There are other speed horses in here, the likes of Hoot Al Karain.
He's a big price at 33 to 1.
He is a big price. He ran okay last time up as well. Wind Spree, another one that probably wants to be up with the pace. That horse isn't without a chance either. The 14 in here, who was a runner-up in 3 consecutive events in November and December. Last time was disappointing, but if you put a line through that, he has form claims. So there seems to be some speed. Adat will be up there as well from the outside gate, no doubt. And that leaves Southan. Where's he going to lie in the opening stages? Because we saw in that footage he comes from behind in these races. You don't want to be too far back. First time up, he's going to be a little bit rusty. Just another potential negative. Look, I would love to see him win because he's a very high-rated horse. Jimmy Jerkins, of course, but
on top of the problems and the layoff, is he not also better over probably 1800
further?
plus?
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
It's just a total no-brainer. The only downside for the 16 would be the draw, wouldn't it? Apart from that, she looks bomb-proof.
Yeah, she has a lot of early speed, so she might be able to negotiate her way across some 18. Obviously, we're jumping from the 1400 metres, so it's not a huge run to the first turn. It's about a 400-metre run to the first turn, maybe a little bit longer. So, yeah, she's going to have to get out and get across, but, I mean, she's by far and away the horse to beat on what we've seen, and especially considering the negatives about the 11.
Al Wahif, number 3, isn't far behind on the figures. Was off the track from March, came back with a 5th over Shorter last time, and did win an open race here over a bit further back in January.
I've only seen once this year, though. I mean, it's similar to Southan, not anywhere near as bad in terms of injuries and layoffs, but you just don't know if he retains.
Well,
yeah, just don't know if he retains his ability. That run last time wasn't anywhere near as good as he is, or showed last year anyway.
And there's been a big move on the international markets for the 14, Wind Spree. Only rated 86, got a bit to find, but 11 starts, was in Cup company last time out, and has been second over this trip.
Yeah, I mentioned him earlier. I think he's a good each-way play. If you're looking for a bigger price, he's the one I would play maybe to beat the likes of Ruston Basher or Southan if he's not on his game. But I'd be very surprised if Wind Spree can beat the likes of Adat.
Adat 13 to 8 from 15 to 8, 6 to 5 for Southan at the head of the market. Ricardo Ferreira looking for another winner on the card here today. Had a whole host of winners here last week, and what's he on today? 3 so far? Or is it like as the meeting overall?
Yeah, 2 today, 1 yesterday. Yeah.
Or 2 yesterday, 1 today?
No, he's had 2 today. 2 turf races earlier on.
Did he have 2 yesterday then? On 4.
Okay, so he's on 4.
On 4, yeah. Between us, we'll work it out.
Yep.
It's what they call teamwork. Yeah, he won races 1 and 3.
Yeah.
Today, yeah, 1 and 3. Maruford National Gallery. Okay, well, 6 to 5 and 13 to 8 at the top to the market. Ruston Basher's 13 to 2. Al Wahif at 17 to 2. Marut easy to back goes up to 12, and money for Wind Spree 16's down to 9 to 1. It's the Ministry of Media Cup. It's race 9, first prize here of 75,000. So I think we're both in agreement, aren't we, Tom?
Yep, Adat.
Adat to win the next then. You've got to go into 5 winners for the 2 days. I'll go into 3. Still trail you by 2. Or maybe, Callum, you'll get one back on Tom here as well, with a different selection.
Yeah, it would be nice just seeing the 10 Ruston Basher go down to start. Just an absolute gorgeous individual. Just hasn't quite worked out how I think the Red Stable would have wanted to with Ruston Basher. He was owned by the Abdul Waheeds as well as trained at that earlier point in his career before he changed hands. Hasn't quite taken the step forward. But I think on dirt, without the likes of Seodad in this field, you'd argue that this is a big opportunity for Ruston Basher, who's now just slipped down to a mark of 96. I say slipped, I mean, he's one of the proper horses out here. That run on turf was hugely disappointing, though. He had previous form on turf as well, so we can't just blame the surface, which I'm almost tempted to do with making him my selection. But he was a good turf performer before, and then that run was just too bad to be true. I'm hoping he can bounce back. I'm a big fan of his. Southan, I have to admit, it's absolutely drop dead gorgeous, but we were struggling with horses coming off a 4-month layoff, let alone horses that are coming off 23 months off the track or however long he's been off. I mean, it's just big concern for me. Winsbury's gorgeous. I didn't get a chance to really see Adat. It was very busy in the parade room. We didn't really get a chance to lock eyes on Adat, so I apologise to everybody for that. But she's just an absolute winning machine, isn't she? And she did it in Thai, she's done it in Riyadh, but she just scrambled home last time. And are the wheels beginning to slightly loosen? I mean, she looks great, doesn't she? She looks like she's not had too much racing. She certainly doesn't look too tired to keep going again, but you'd be slightly concerned. Just maybe, is this going to be one run too many? She's just been on such a good stroll. She's been on such a good run. It's just hard to see it coming to an end. But all good runs do have to come to an end at some point, and is today the day? Lajo Sarti's in here, winner of a handicap, 0-75, chucked in on that day. What a day that was. Couldn't repeat the feat in better company last time out, and this is arguably an even further step up in class. The 11 is gorgeous. That's Alfam. Real good looking type, but nice to hear that shows nothing at home, so it'll be interesting to see how this horse really goes today. Is today a fact-finding mission, or is today a big day? It'll be fascinating to see. Abora runs for Victor Gutierrez, who's had a quiet time in Riyadh this season. Almabia is usually his winning machine. Well, poor Almabia hasn't won too many races this season, but he did win last time, 2 starts ago, and then was given far too much of a tough task last time. So the boys are going to stick with the 16. I am going to go with the 10 and hope I can try and claw back Mr. Tom Collins. And they continue to circle down at the start. No one getting vet checked, just one horse getting the tack adjusted. But Anthony Ennis, this is probably the best race on the card today. Hopefully you can call home a Rustam Basha success.
Good luck, Callum, with Rustam Basha. Jockey's got the white cap on, Alex Moreno, who looked very happy down at the start. The red cap worn by Abdullah Lawfi on Marut, and Salfan's right. You probably saw there Ricardo Ferreira got a black cap for Salfan. There's the silver colours of Windspree. And the runners are just circling at the start. The grey horse there is Lajal Thati, who we've seen a few times before on our coverage. And in the background, the white cap of Rustam Basha. And the runners are at the post. We should have mentioned number 21 does run here, Nema Al Moghtara, so that reserve gets in. Abdullah El Saidi is the rider, is 40-1 currently to win the race. The other reserve that runs is Mandub Al Riyadh. Muhammad Al Sharima is riding number 23. Al Wahif looked really well there, the green colours. So runners still circling. Red and blue of Mostahish. Abdullah Al Khamis on board that one. Ricardo Ferreira looking for a treble, rides the international market favourite Salfan, who is 6-5 still. 13-8 Ayadat, Tom Collins and Martin quite keen on that one's chances. Rustam Basha for Callum is now 11-2 from 7. It's a bit of a run on Rustam Basha. And as the lads were saying, there's money for Windspree as well. Maybe people looking for an each-way alternative international market-wise. 9-1 Windspree from 16s earlier in the day. The drifter is Marut, 14-1 from 10s. First 3 are in now. So we shouldn't be too far away from a start on the dirt here for the Ministry of Media Cup. And this valuable race to be run over the 7 furlongs, the long sprint on the dirt, 1,400 metres. There is Salfan off this long layoff. We heard in detail from Jimmy Jerkins earlier on about his chances here. Marut going in to the outside there. That's Najman Al-Shaib in purple and white. Comes out of stall 20 on the outside. The darker blue there, that's Tatia. Still to go forward. Got the blue headgear on as well. Blue blinkers. Kind of light colours there of Abura's gone in. Got 7 to go. And here's the one that the boys like. Ayadat for Abdullah Al Fairuz. Second favourite currently. Still to go is number 20, Tarabot. Osama Al Sharani along with Ricardo Ferreira. The other jockeys rid a double today. Now we're working on Murano. Still at the back is Ayadat. It's Murano going in. So down to the final 4. Tarabot is a grey, as you can see. Osama Al Sharani on stall 11. So now waiting for Salfan. Black cap for Ricardo Ferreira. And we're waiting for Tatia and Ayadat is the other one, the other fancy runners. The two big guns, two of the last three to go in. Well, Salfan at the moment doesn't want to go in, hasn't raced for a while. Carter Ferreira trying to edge this one in. Stall 5. So Salfan's in. Big market rival is Ayadat. A little bit warm between the legs there, you can see in the back. What are we? It's just past 7 o'clock here, local time. 13's going to need the blindfold to go in. That's a Tatia. Tariq Al Mansour on board. Horse is kind of making the way towards the stalls in an unorthodox manner. Tatia. Now it's turned around, but doesn't want to go in. Ayadat's got a ticket to go in late as well, but I think Ayadat's connections want Tatia to go in first, but Tatia is not having it. So Ayadat's going to go in. Not sure how more chance this horse is going to have, number 13. So just Tatia we're waiting for. This horse is really refusing to go in. Despite the blindfold, to know exactly what's happening, doesn't want to go in. So I'll take that off. And I'd say this horse is pretty much the last chance saloon to go in, Tatia. Star's going to lose patience soon with this horse doesn't go in soon. He's backing away. That might be it, you know. I think that's it. Tatia, take him away, I think they've said. Yep, going to go without him. Flag's going up for the Ministry of Media Cup. I think we're set to go here. And they've gone without Tatia. So withdrawn there, refused to go in the stalls. Tatia, the others race away here for the Minister of Media Cup over the 7 furlong distance. Withdrawn number 13. Looking for the big guns. Salfan broken about 6th place. A good start made by Ayadat out wide. The green cap is on a strong stride early on. The silver colours up there too is Wind Spree. The yellow and green towards the inside. Nema Al Mokhtar got out well too. But it's Rustam Basha showing that early zip. Down on the inside is up there, the white cap. Rustam Basha going to lead into the turn here for Nema Al Mokhtar, the yellow and green. Wind Spree is caught 3 deep, caught 4 wide. The green cap of Ayadat. They're just off the speed is Salfan, back on the inside about 7th place. In front of him is Hoot Al Karain at this stage. Very wide in the green is Al Wahif as they come around the side of the course. Tara Bot, the grey, is next in the field. Then behind that runner is Marut. Around the turn they go. Ridden along Ayadat on the outside. It's Wind Spree who's going strongly now, the silver jacket, to come and pick up the lead here. And Wind Spree and Khalid Al Mamodi has picked it up and got on. Wind Spree, Ayadat's giving chase in second down the outer. The inside, Nema Al Mokhtar. Salfan is now plugging on, but a lot to do from there. And Al Wahif is running on down the extreme outside. Wind Spree in front. Ayadat going to try and run him down late on. Salfan's getting into gear. Likewise, Al Wahif. Still a few chances here. Here comes Ayadat in the centre, running on with Al Wahif. And also from the back is Saab staying on well. Ayadat got to the front late. And Ayadat just maybe from Saab. I think Ayadat scrambled in from Saab in a driving finish. Good running behind by Wind Spree, who got a bit tired late on. Then came Salfan, but it will be 16, Ayadat. Abdullah Al Fayrouz, I think he's just got this. He has. 1 minute 28.07, the winner's time. 16, the winner, Ayadat. What a late run that was by Saab. Number 12, who flew at the death. And has got second. Wind Spree's the horse on the far side. And the other one is Al Wahif, who wasn't beaten far at all, but looks booked for 4th money. 16, the winner, Ayadat. 12 was second, Saab. 14, Wind Spree was 3rd. 3, Al Wahif was 4th. Good shout by Tom Collins and by Martin Kelly. Ayadat just by a head wins the Ministry of Media Cup. 16, 12, 14. The numbers there in a driving finish.
Oh, she doesn't know how to lose. She is so tough. She is so determined, and she simply does not lie down. Aedat is your winner of the Ministry of Media Cup under Abdullah Al Farouz, and for the entire race, if you backed her, you would have been sat behind your sofa sobbing violently, because she never looked like winning until the final 150 yards, where she sprouts an extra leg, fights back and defends the late lunge from Saab, who ended up finishing in second. Abdullah Al Farouz is your winning rider, and wow, he was over the moon with that success as well. Lovely scenes all around as connections gather to celebrate this success, and what a horse, what a performance, what a jockey, and unbelievable. Can't believe this horse still got up and won. I was absolutely shocked to see this horse has still got up and won. I've just seen Talal bin Sharan's going to join them, so we'll grab him after the photo. They're just going to wait for the photo to get taken, and then we'll go and grab Talal. We'll just wait and just let them take the photo first. All the photos getting. This horse is just so impressive. I've never seen a horse here in Saudi who's just got the will to win that she has. She just keeps on winning, and not by a streak, not by a distance, but she just keeps on winning. We'll go in now and grab Talal and just wait for all the congratulations to go through. He's hugging the horse, and so he should. Talal, firstly, congratulations, well done. She does not know how to lose.
Yes, alhamdulillah, thanks God. Big congrats to Prince Meteb and all the white stable team. Alhamdulillah, she unbeaten this season. She's great filly, great, yeah. But the question is, she didn't have any invite to the Saudi Cup meeting. So I hope after this race, unbeaten filly, I hope inshallah she deserves to run in that week, inshallah.
Do you think she can turn around so quickly and run in that week? Because it's, 3 weeks away now?
What can we do? Because she's unbeaten, she's local bred. So we'll try her with the import horses that week, inshallah. I think she is best filly in this season. If you agree with me, I don't know.
I certainly do agree with you. She doesn't know how to lose. She looked beaten all the way around today and still wins.
Thanks God. And don't forget, she ran 3 weeks ago and 9 furlong. We were afraid from that boy. But alhamdulillah, she do it today.
She is your favourite filly, and so she should be. Well done.
Thank you, I appreciate you.
Well, she's done it again. She rattles off the 7-timer. She was the last 6 starts after being beaten by Rustam Basha, but it wasn't pretty. She's had to fight for a dinner.
But that shows how good she is, because she's been winning head and chest on some of her starts. But to rattle so many victories up in a row is very hard here. When she gets in a scrap, she doesn't back out of things. She wants it. It looked like Winsbury was going to win for much of the home straight, but I wasn't giving up because I knew she wanted to fight, and she kept going all the way to the line despite being up with the speed and going wide on the turn. Unfortunately for her, the line comes just in time, because a stride after, she's behind Saab, who really rattles home down the outside. Amazing from connections. 11 wins.
Someone suggested he motored home Saab.
He did, to be fair. These car jokes, by the way, it's become the theme of the show. 11 wins from 17 starts, incredible. We take it from the start. Rustam Basha goes forward as anticipated. Hoot Al Karain's up there early. So is Abora, and the eventual winner's 5 deep at this stage. That is Aedat.
Nima Al Muhtara?
Yep, Nima Al Muhtara is up there as well. Just in behind the speed was Salfan. Well, I say just in behind, it's just at the bottom of the picture. He was a little bit disappointing, but I think he ran kind of as we expected. He only got beat around 5 lengths into 6th, but he shouldn't have been favourite. Aedat should have been, as we into that. Aedat's 4 deep on the track at this point, in 4th. It was when her rider wanted to make the move, really, and how much she was going to find under pressure. But then suddenly, Winsbury kicks here in the FMQ stable, Silver Silks, goes an extra length ahead of Aedat, and now Al Farouz is thinking, well, I didn't realise this horse had what he had in the locker. Can we reel him back in? Aedat is still under pressure and is still not making ground up on Winsbury. It remains in 3rd, now goes 2nd. The closers are coming on the outside. Where's the line? It's a length clear Winsbury. 3/4 of a length clear. Aedat's coming, Saab right out wide, and just in time Aedat gets her nose right down on the line to chin Winsbury, and Saab, who's closing the fastest right down the outside, just cannot get there. Great finish, good victory for us in the studio.
Yeah, and Saab has gone past when they go through the line. But you still think the 1400's her best trip?
I do, yeah. Because she doesn't want to run much further. because she, as you can see at the end there, she's kind of curling. She's not curling up, but she's at the end of her tether. 1200, she doesn't really have the speed to lead, so she has to take a second flight position. And I mean, she can win over 12, but I think 14 is her proper trip.
I really like this. I mean, she's shown real guts today. She had every right to capitulate in the last 200 metres.
Exactly. Well, look where Ruston Basher finished, way out the back. Winspree, who made a winning move, got beat and finished second. She had every chance of losing this contest, but she's won. Again, 11 from 17, phenomenal. And here we see the White Stable racing manager, Talal bin Sharaim, picking up the trophy.
Yeah, the Ministry of Media Cup, and of course one of our more significant races on the cards. They are down on the main presentation podium in front of the grandstands. The lights on the royal box in behind, in which many of the dignitaries and royalty from across Saudi Arabia will be assembled 3 weeks tomorrow for the Saudi Cup meeting. The photographers out in force as well from the media teams getting the pictures following the Ministry of Media Cup, which goes the way of the 7-timer A-Dart. That's going to be one of the we have to pick a highlight later on. We've been talking about it as we've gone on. I thought National Gallery was good a little bit earlier on. The King's General would be arguably could be one, but I think she may have to go out on top, might she?
She's the highlight. Spoiler alert. She's won 11 of 17. She has to be the highlight. She's the best horse we've seen today.
You're continuing the car theme now. We've had Saab, we've had Ferraris, spoiler.
Spoiler, yeah.
Spoiler.
Yeah.
What, have you got your Ford Escort at home with the Go Faster stripes and a spoiler?
No.
I bet Enzo did when he was younger, didn't he? I bet Enzo was a 90s kid with a Ford Escort with a spoiler and Go Faster stripes.
I wasn't quite at that Ford Escort club, a Ford Fiesta, sadly for me. Anyway, I haven't quite moved on from there either. Let's go to our next race, shall we? Race number 10. Number 1 is Anna Kalajaya for Khalid Al Mamoni. That is the favourite currently, I think. Number 2 is Ronza Rose, Nawaf Al Mudiani. 3 is Dana Al Afras, Salman Al Rashid. 4 is Nard, Ayad Al Tarisi. Gets the call up for that one. Number 5, Hod Hureya for Muhannad Al Nassar. 6 is Tareya Abdullah Al Hussein. Over the page to find number 7. This is, by the way, is the Jcsa, the final champion of the race courses, race 10. Number 7, Osula Abdullah Al Rashid. 8 is Dardat Basmar with Berto Ramos searching for a double. Tours is number 9, Abdullah Al Saidi. Caroline is number 10, Ahmad Al Tayyar. 11 is Sahabeya Yasser Al Bakawi. 12 is Bint Mohajda. And number 13 over the page is going to be Bali for Louis Morales. 14's been scratched, 15's been scratched. 16 is Ghazal Al Arab, Ricardo Ferreira looking for the treble still. 17 Najma Al Salmaya, Abdullah Al Khamis. 18 Takfura is ridden by Abdullah Al Fayrouz. And we've got number 19 Doa Al Thakrin, Rahid Al Fayroz. 20 Abdulaziz Al Faradi is riding Raudat Saham. Over the page then, 21 doesn't go, 22 is out, 23 is out. So that's it. We've got the runners and the riders, scratching 14, scratching 15. And the other runners are in the paddock. Are they out, those ones? No, 22 is a runner, of course. Hadaba is a runner. So just confirm that. And 21. So 21 runs. Bint Al Ajwad, Ahmed Al Shra. 22 is an important runner too. Hadaba, Abdullah Al-Lawfi. There we go. Very important runner because Hadaba is currently 11 to 8, 5 to 4, that kind of price. Second favourite. So confirming 21's a runner, 22's a runner, 23 does not go. Also take out 14 and 15. And the market suggests it's a 2-horse race between numbers 1 and 22 as we go back to Martin and Tom.
Enzo Ferrari, you just gave Tom a coronary here suggesting that 22 might not be running. It's his selection in here, but it is, as Enzo Ferrari suggests, 1 and 22 a match race between the pair, Tom?
Yeah, very much so. It's hard to make a case for many others in here. I mean, we will talk about some of the outsiders, but there's a reason why it's 16 to 1 bar the top 2 in the market. They are clear-cut first and second in terms of likelihood of winning, and the rest needs to improve upwards of £20 to even get close.
Okay, give us the case for the 22.
Yeah, so I like the 22. Hadaba gets him as a reserve. Actually, when I did my race comments, because this horse was a reserve, I left her out from the top spot. Usually, I wouldn't even put a reserve in any of these races into the top 4 positions because you never know if they're going to run. However, she was so far clear of the remainder that I had to put her in as my best alternative, just in case she did run. And now that she is running, she's going to be leapfrogging the one and being my pick. Hadaba is a major form player if she's able to break from her stall. She looks the only danger to Anna Kalesia. She won a Group 1 last season. Full stop. No horse in here would win a Group 1.
It was 12 months ago.
Yeah. You could run... none of these horses are capable of winning a Group 1, apart from her. It doesn't matter when it was.
Well, if she's rated 85 and Anna Kalesia is rated 87, surely Anna Kalesia should be capable of winning the Group 1.
Maybe. Maybe, but we don't know. Let's have a look at her in action. She's by Teletext, a stallion that does very well over here, and you talked about last week. She's 3 from 3. We'll see her latest performance.
I love how she's gone through the grades.
I don't like her finishing effort, though.
Okay.
Hadaba is in second in this stage. She does beat Hadaba, so I'm not completely confident that Hadaba was going to reverse the form, but I thought Hadaba was at least...
Which is Hadaba here?
Green and yellow on the outside with the yellow noseband.
There's more size and scope about the top one as well.
Yeah.
A nicer type to look at.
Yeah, apparently Callum's giving me abuse for flip-flopping. There's no flip-flopping here, Mr. Helliwell. I've always been with the 22, if she got in the field.
That's a bit rich, though.
Very rich. Yeah, look, there's no excuse, really, for Hadaba on this day. Anna Kalesia wins well, but Anna Kalesia's better placed throughout the race. Hadaba was further back. I think, if I'm right, Hadaba will break from stall 10, which is one spot inside Anna Kalesia, and that could be interesting.
Okay, they are top 2 in the market. That's it, right, Callum. You keep this Collins character right here.
22. Thank you very much, guys. Yes, while Tom flip-flops between these horses like a flippity-floppity thing, I'm going to show you the winner. This is Anna Kalesia. She's the local girl. She represents Al Riyadh, the local team, and that is why she's going to dominate here. They're on the home turf. The others have to go for the away goals rule, and she is going to absolutely dot up here. Anna Kalesia, look out for the all-white silks. They're that confident that they've not even decided to run another horse in the race. They are absolutely pinned in on the fact that Anna Kalesia is going to dot in for Al Riyadh. So look out for Khalid Al Mamoni, who was quite unfortunate on win spree last time out, to get his victory here in this 150,000 Real first prize. Let's go back to the horse in behind. This is Ronzna Rose. Good looking individual here, the two. Nawef Al Mudiani is on board, this 4-year-old filly. She's a 2-time winner from the 9 career starts. I thought she looked great in the coat, but just look at her walk. She's not the most fluid of walkers, is she? She's not eating up the ground. I know she's not getting a real push on in her walk, but she's not blowing anybody away. Nawaf, don't worry, don't follow that one anymore. We'll go straight back to 22. This is the next one we'll have a look at. Poor Nawaf's about to get crushed by a horse, but we'll be fine. Go right to the back to look at Hadaba here, right at the other end of the proceedings. I forgot here, Al Riyadh have absolutely torn this race up. The local team are going to crush this. They might get the 1-2. I forget that Hadaba, because it was a reserve, I didn't quite get the colour of the horse on this one. Hadaba also represents Al Riyadh, the home team as well. So if there's one thing you're comfortable, if you're the manager of Al Riyadh, you're having the time of your life, because you've got the top 2 in the market and the top 2 on ratings. And here comes Hadaba. She is by Stratford Hill. Not quite your typical Stratford Hill type. They tend to be a bit leggier than her, but she's certainly got plenty of ability. As Tom's mentioned, she's won at the highest level before already. She was behind the previous horse we mentioned earlier on, but she looks in really good shape fitness-wise. She's keen enough to go, and she's partnered by Abdullah Al-Lawfi. Plenty of ticks in the box, lads. It's between 2 of these, I think, but I'm going with the 1.
I think he's right, Callum. I'm in agreement with the great man.
Are you?
Yeah. Well, look, this filly, she made a debut in October. She wins her maiden over 1,400. Comes out a few weeks later, wins a 0 from 1 over 1,600. Comes out again, and we saw that run last time out, winning over the 1,800. She's 3 from 3. She won by 7 1/4 last time. She pummeled your selection into 2nd place. She's got the size to keep on developing. Just there's very, very little downside to her.
Yeah, I don't disagree. There isn't much downside to her.
How is she not rated? She beat your horse last time, and there's only £2 between them on the figures, yet she won by 7 1/4. Surely one of them should be less than 85, and one should be more than 87.
Well, Anna Kalesia going into the race was rated 83. Hadaba was rated 86. So Anna Kalesia's been hit with a £4 rise. Hadaba is £1 lower. So there is a minor shift. Also, Hadaba was giving Anna Kalesia a kilogram, so £2. Now they run off levels.
Yeah.
Anna Kalesia was closer to the speed. Hadaba was off it. I feel like, okay, on that evidence alone, if you're just treating that as one race, that's how good both of these horses are, then of course you're siding with the one. But I think Hadaba is just going to bounce back to something like her best. Bearing in mind that she finished 5th behind ADAT on her penultimate outing, that form's taken a boost. Last season she won local grade 1, the King Fahd Cup. That came in January. We're in January now. She's been behind Didan, Al Kawakabi, who we'll see tomorrow, Tabor Fail.
But what's the common theme behind all these horses? She got beat by them.
What, she got beat by them? Yeah, of course, but so would Anna Kalesia. She's not getting anywhere
She might.
near
We
ADAT.
don't know that she might be.
No, I wouldn't say so. It's a good. This is a good match race. I'm not as strong as you in terms of my opinion on the horse is going to win, but I do think that Hadaba is every bit as good as the one.
Well, there's a couple being backed at bigger prices. Big move as well for the 16 as we've been talking.
Who's that?
That is Ghazal Al Arab, who has gone 16 to 1 down to 10 to 1. 5 runs so far. Last time out down the field over 1200, but was third over this distance in the local bred fillies maiden prior to that.
Yeah, I've got this horse third in actually, so I understand that. If you're looking each way, then Ghazal Al Arab would be my selection. Jawswell gets the best rider in the race on board, Ricardo. Hard to make a case for her actually winning though, because she has got 20 odd pounds to find with both Hadaba and Anna Kalesia.
Rated 62.
Yeah, she might be better than that, but she's not an 80 horse.
And an even more perplexing move for Osula, 25 down to 16. She's had 13 runs and rated just 52.
I think the traders may be reading my race comments now, because I had that horse fourth in. Why else? Who else is betting these horses?
Maybe someone who fancies a horse to win on the 14th start and improve £44.
Limited amount of people. Yeah. I had a fourth in as default. I didn't have a strong case for her. The rest are just much for muchness.
Okay. I mean, can we see anything bar the top two finishing first and second?
No, they're going to be 1-2, but what order? That's the question. I like the 22 to beat the 1. You like the 1 to beat the 22.
So does Callum?
Yeah. Well, you can both grab one score back on me in the studio. Title, championship, tipping competition.
Which is 5-3-2 at the minute.
Yeah. You need one back.
Could be 5-4-3 after this.
Could be. Could also be 6-3-2.
Won't be. And if you've got a selection between these two and you're watching us on the YouTube channel, do drop us a note and let us know which of the two you fancy, or indeed if you are fancying Ghazal Al Arab at an each way play or Sula, 25-18, now 16 to 1 as a play. 21 as well is there with a price of 16 to 1 currently. At least that horse, Bint Alawaj, has won, but 0-0-0-0 the last 5 form figures.
Barely beaten rival as well. That horse shouldn't be 16 to 1. That horse should be much bigger.
Okay. Well, confirming I'm with the 1, you're with the 22. Callum, hopefully we can team up against this guy here, this Collins. We've got this horse who's beaten his selection last time by 7 1/4 and beaten in 3. She surely can make it 4 from 4.
You'd hope so, team. You really would. Anna Kalesia, I know Mark Francis absolutely adores this filly, so he'll be at the edge of his seat watching on and hoping for success. So just fill you in with the team names. We are at the final champion of the race course here, so I thought I'd give you some keys. If you're looking for pink colours, that is Team Taif. We were there a couple of seasons ago. The grey colours, all grey, that's Team Ruma. The red colours are representative of Al Qasim. The green colours represent Al Hassa. The yellow colours represent Al Zufi. They had a good weekend last weekend. The black colours represent Al Majmar. The orange colours represent Hale. Very, very, very imposing name, Hale. The blue colours represent Al Jif. The green and white colours, they've done quite well. That's Al Kafji. They represent that district. Then you've got the black and white of Al Jubail. You've got the blue and white, very similar to the green and white, but blue sleeves of Al Daman, famous for their road. And then you've got the yellow and white of Hafa Al Batin. And then you have the red and white of Al Madan Al Munawaba. you have the green of Al Hass, and then we've seen about the white and grey of the rest of them. So keep an eye out for this. Lots of local pride coming into this contest. You can see Al Riyadh are hoping for a 1-2. That would be massive for their supporters because they are holding the cards at the moment. Clearly, everyone on the Dammam Road is very keen on Ghazal Al Arab, who's made a big move. One of the ones that caught my eye massively going down to post was Tours under Abdullah Al Saidi. That horse was a really nice mover going down to post and looked really well within herself. So hopefully she can run a big race. You've got Caroline. All those fans of Outcast will be looking forward to Caroline winning. If that horse wins, I'll give you the full song because I don't know whether anyone in the studio would know that one. In fact, lads, they've only just got down to the start. If I said the word Caroline, what would you think of song-wise? And before you even answer, it's not Sweet Caroline because that song is truly awful.
What song, Caroline?
My answer was Sweet Caroline.
Well, it's not that one. Which isn't awful. I mean, it's a crowd pleaser.
It is indeed.
It wouldn't be like on
At
my...
a sporting event, it's decent. Anywhere else.
It wouldn't be on my Apple Music in the car driving home tonight, but...
Vera Lynn is on yours.
But no, that's your favourite singer. If you look at your search history, who's got to have Vera Lynn on the search history?
Me, after you told me to Google her yesterday.
It wasn't my fault. Let me just have just 1 second. Caroline. There's got to be, from my DJing days, there's got to be a Caroline that
Everyone's waiting on with tenterhooks right now.
No, I can't think of it. Sweet Caroline's the only one I can think of. Enzo, when you're on your Ferrari, what song with Caroline in the title do you listen to?
Well, I'm a bit like Sweet Callum's only horse there, so I'm completely lost as well. Callum's obviously a lot cooler than me, but yeah, I'm a bit lost as well, but not for the first time. Yeah, Sweet Caroline, get that blazing out. But yeah, Caroline, there we go. So it's an education every day. We'll find out from Callum, hopefully after the race, which a bit more about this song. But anyway, runners are at the start here. It's the big matchup, isn't it? We're looking forward to this. Hopefully going to materialise between number 1, Anna Kalajaya, and number 22, Hadaba. And the different silks, as Callum was explaining here, why they're wearing these coloured silks. And there's the green with the white cap. That's Terea, number 6. We have all green this race as well with number 21, Bint Al-Ajwad, for the same team. And the white colours, the black cap is being worn by Abdullah Al-Lawfi on Hadabar. Tom's quite keen on, and Martin sticking with the one, Anna Kalajaya, Khalid Al-Mamoni, who's in the all-white colours there. So they're loading up now. One check on the international market, 10-11, Anna Kalajaya, 6-5, Hadaba, 10-1, bit of money for the 16 horse here. Ghazal Al Arab has come in 16s into 10s, and also Usula nibbled at perhaps each way, 16 from 25. That's number 7. That's in yellow, all yellow colours, that one. Okay, so we've got a few left to go in. 4 to load. That's Tours, who's got the white cap, the dark jacket. This is the 10th race here, sponsored by the Jcsa. On the dirt. Will it be the duel of the dirt between Anna Kalajaya and Hadaba? We'll find out, because we're just about set to go. 9 furlongs, fillies and mares, and they're off. They're racing over 1,800 metres for race 10 here at Riyadh. The yellow colours of Sula was a step slow towards the inside. Also, Darnat Basmar missed the kick as well down the outer. One that's showing bright speed towards the middle is Darnat Alafras as they go for the first 400 metres. Orange with the white cap up there as well. That's Sahabeya as they sort themselves out. Now the white and blue. That's Najmat Al Salmir is right up there as well. Looking for the big guns, white colours for Anna Kalajaya. Has got a good position there in the centre. Looking for the black cap. That's a bit further back to find Hadaba as they make the run well down the back straight here at Riyadh under the lights on the dirt. And up front, real burn up for the lead here. Towards the outside, still there is number 17, Najmat Al Salamaya. That's got the blue cap. Towards the outside, getting a bit closer now is Darnat Basmar with Berto Ramos trying to get into it. Anna Kalajaya is on the move. White colours into about 3rd place now. And is moving quite nicely. Just towards that one's inside, racing there in the pink jacket is Ronza Rose, every chance as well, as they head towards the final turn. Towards the outside, still there is Najmat Al Salmaya. So it's Najmat Al Salmaya in the blue and white colours on the outer. On the inner, it's Dana Al Afras. Between them, Travelling strongly, though, is Anna Kalajaya, who's moving like a winner at this stage in the all-white as they turn 4 home. 450 to go. Rindalong to go past Anna Kalajaya, but she responds. She takes the lead now from Dana Al-Afras, who looks in trouble now in second place. From the back, staying on is Bint Mahajda. Nothing at all at the moment from Hadaba. Now she's getting going, but she's a mile back down the outside, and the bird has surely flown here. Anna Kalajaya has gone clear by 5 widening lengths, and the race is for placings. Hadaba is now running on out to the centre, but only for minor money, because Anna Kalajaya is well clear for Khalid Al-Mamoni, and the well-fancied Anna Kalajaya, number 1, goes on to win. Bint Mahajda, massive run in second. Third, Hadaba, never nearer. And fourth, Dana Al-Afras. It didn't really turn out to be much of a match race at all, because Anna Kalajaya was far superior in the all-white. 1 minute 55.64 seconds. Anna Kalajaya has galloped these into the ground in the end. Massive run by the second horse, Bint Mahajda, number 12, comes out second best, beaten 5.5 lengths. 1 minute 55.64 the winner's time. 1 beating 12, and 22 was third. That was the other fancied runner, Hadaba. But Anna Kalajaya on top. Number 1 comes home in front. The favourite wins.
The people of Riyadh, stand up. You've got yourself the winner here of the final championship of the racecourses contest. And Anna Kalajaya absolutely toyed with them here in this contest. Always broke well, travelled really nicely into the race, was travelling all over them coming into the turn. When asked for an effort from Khalid Al-Mamoni, responded immediately and won with authority. But the real story is the people of Al Juf. Get on your feet in the north of Saudi Arabia. You will be over the moon with your performance of Bint Mahajda, who has come and finished second in a really good run ahead of Hadaba, the other Al Riyadh horse. They couldn't quite get the 1-2. They got the 1-3, but big shout out to Al Juf. You'll be over the moon with that success. Up right at the top of the country. They say things get better up north, and they certainly do with that performance in second there, but they could do nothing to stop the capital, Al Riyadh, for success here in this race. And Khalid Al-Mamoni in the all-white silks has landed this victory. Had a white cap, he'd be very similar to the Buckley colours, wouldn't he? But he doesn't. He's got the black cap. The Buckley colours belong to Hadaba, and that horse has run a creditable race in third. I think Tom will be questioning the running and riding of that horse, but take nothing away from your winner here, Anna Kalajaya. One thing I do love, I will say before I hand back to you boys, is that the grooms are still in the original owner colours, which makes life a lot easier for me in the parade ring. I must admit, that's a change from what we had a couple of weeks ago, where it was very, very confusing. But great to see Anna Kalajaya take victory. She is a star, and she's won very, very well. That makes it 4 from 4, boys. And Tom, you should have flip-flopped the other way, my friend.
Yeah, you should.
Probably should have.
No, you shouldn't have done. No, Callum, no, he shouldn't, because he's still 5, beats 4, but he's still in the lead. So
I am leading, yes.
I'm quite glad you stayed where you are.
Yeah, you both get one back on me, which is absolutely fine. Loads of races to go. 14, in fact, this week. Yeah, I don't really have any regrets about it, to be honest. I preferred the 22 anyway, so I was just wrong, and that's fine. I do want to say the colours, which obviously symbolise the region in Saudi Arabia, which is great, they put me off because I don't know where my horse was in the early part of the race. I didn't realise it was a black cap, the group, yeah. I'm used to seeing Hadaba in the green and yellow, so...
I think you're about 7th or 8th through the mid part.
Really?
Yeah. The 22 down is sitting 7th.
Okay, we'll have to watch it from the start again. I was watching your horse from the outset. She was in a great position. Moved up, coming down the back straight. Turning for home, she looked like the obvious winner and galloped clear. I don't think she wants to go any further than 1800. This is definitely her limit, but yeah, she's won easily at the line. No excuses for any others, supposedly. Let me see the 22 and the full race replay. Similar silks, full white if you want to watch Anna Khalija back again. If you want to watch Hadaba, white with the black cap. Take it from the start. Again, the colours just make this
break
very
well,
difficult.
don't you? And just get back there.
Pulled back in the middle, yeah. Anna Khalija pushes forward, but Hadaba pulls back and is around 12th or 13th about now, Hadaba. 2 lengths behind Anna Khalija. It just doesn't really make sense to pull back. I don't understand why you drop back. Here is tracking Anna Khalija through, so nothing wrong with this position on Hadaba. You're looking at the 2 white silks in the middle of your shot. Red saddlecloth for the eventual winner. Hadaba is now getting shuffled back.
Whereas the winner's starting to make her move to get up onto the front end of the race.
Yeah, and Anna Khalija doesn't have to cover much ground on the turn. She gets into a really great spot under Khalid Amamoni coming into the turn about now. She's able to push up and get into that kind of box seat in 3rd place, not covering much ground and also going between horses. Hadaba has been asked for effort, back in the pack, bottom of your screen, white silks. I mean, it just looks like she can't go with them at this point of the race. She's about to tip wide, which is far from ideal about here because there's a wall of horses in front of her. But while she does this and gets blocked off, the winner's going beyond recall up front, moving into 2nd, about to take over in the lead and get the job done. There's probably a minor excuse for Hadaba, but only to finish 2nd. She'd have never got close to the eventual winner.
No, best horse has come out on top.
Yeah, I agree.
She came in here with a mark of 87, so she's gone through the maiden, the 0 from 1. She won again last time. She's now won this. She won a qualifier for this last time, and she's now won again today. She's 4 from 4. Where would you rate her now?
It's a difficult
she must be
one.
clocking on for late 90s.
That's a difficult one because she won by 5.5 lengths from a horse who's rated, well, didn't have a rating, but was 0 from 1 and finished 7th on the debut, so wouldn't have been considered highly rated. Hadaba's quite clearly not run to her mark of 85. She was 7.5 behind. And then behind that was a horse rated 58, only 3 lengths behind. So I don't know whether the handicapper even punishes her, to be honest with you. It's a difficult one. With these final championship of the racecourse events, such a big disparity in terms of ability between these horses that you can't really read too much into the figures.
I think she's likeable, though.
She's likeable.
Very likeable.
Very likeable. I wouldn't go beyond 1800, as I say. I think 1600 is probably her ideal trip. She gets home over this distance, but she is getting tired in the latter part of the race. I would cut back to a mile next time, if they can, depends on what is available. Cut back to a mile and see if she can retain her unbeaten streak.
Thanks to Katie getting in touch on YouTube. If you are watching today, we'd love to hear from you. Selections and also where you're messaging from. Katie just makes the assertion still undefeated.
Correct.
Yeah, 4 out of 4. And a nice performance in the first of our champion of the racecourse events, the final champion of the racecourses events. We've got 2 more to come. Race 11, again sponsored by the Jockey Club of Saudi Arabia. We've got a purebred Arabian contest over the 1800 metres, and we go up in distance for the final race of the night, which comes up as race 12. That's in just over half an hour's time, 8:20 local time, the final race, and that is another final of the race courses. It's for local breds over 2,000 metres, and it's getting close in the competition. We're 5 to Tom, 4 to myself, and 3 to Callum.
Yeah, the last 2 races are going to be crucial.
So we need to disagree on one of them.
Well, we're not going to.
We're not going to agree on both, surely.
I think we are.
Yeah, I might have to do a switch. Right, we're still on the wires that ends up about this Caroline carry-on, are we?
No, still absolutely clueless with regard to that song, so I have to try and do some research when we finish. Okay, let's move on to our next race for the Arabian Breds. Another one of these final champion of the racecourse contest. They'll be wearing those colours again. 1 is Al Qaza, it'll be in white colours, Jimmy Carrion, and it's the favourite. 2 is Al Hareth for Abdullah Al Saidi. 3, Malatam Athbar, ridden by Abdullah Al-Ataybi, 4. Geshamsham Al-Jazra for Abdullah Al-Fayruz, 5. Lamat Brak is ridden by Rahid Al-Fayroz. 6 is Badi Al-Cham for Khalid Al-Mamoni, who just won the previous race. Over the page to find 7, Bisat Al-Riya for Tariq Al-Mansur. 8 is Rabah Gudar for Asil Al-Sahari. 9, Hafid Al-Khaladia, ridden by Muhannad Al-Nassar. 10, Hadid, ridden by Mohammed Al-Mazid. 11, C4 Al-Mori. 12 is Juras Gudar. 13, Game Over, Camille Ospina, looking for a double. 14, Tarban, Abdullah Al-Kradis. 15 is Garad, Abdullah Al-Orfi. 16, Rams Gudar, ridden by Wa'el Al-Hazmi. 17 is Kasab Aldham, Ayad Al-Tarisi. 18, Hammarabi, Mohammed Al-Daham. Over the page to find 19, Badi Gudar, Thab Al-Timyat. And 20, Hamlol Al-Barak, ridden by Abdullah Al-Rashid. Take out the reserves here. 21 through to 24 don't go. As we go join Callum.
Thank you, Enzo. Yeah, looking forward to this one. Team Riyadh are looking to double up here. They've got Jcsa here. This is horse number 1. Comes here with a rating of 110. If you're judging it by ratings, is the one to beat. A winner 2 starts ago. Actually, it's been in quite good form recently, this 11-year-old. We know quite a bit about Jcsa. With a decent winner 2 starts ago, that doubled up and then ran a very good race to finish 3rd last time out. Certainly deserves his place towards the top of the betting in this one. However, the pick will be Al Hareth for me. This is horse number 2. A real classy individual, but often a wee bit challenging. Sometimes Al Hareth really wants to win, and other times Al Hareth wants to go home, and not very quickly. So we'll be hoping that Al Hareth runs a big race today. Famously got a cracking ride from Fawaz Wanas a few months ago. So he was a lovely type, and his one ability is his ability to stay, which means the 1800 might not suit him down to the ground, but he'll be sent for home early and play catch me if you can. Been a while since his last wins, but he's been placed regularly, and he certainly has every chance. Let's go back to Rabah Gudar, who represents Al Zulfi. That is also in the east of the country here in Saudi Arabia. This is the 8 coming towards us now. This beautiful grey, nearly white individual coming towards us. Rabah Gudar. Here we go, this is Rabah Gudar. Has only had the 3 career starts in Saudi Arabia, but certainly been running elsewhere. One of those with a win. 8th place effort last time out will not be good enough to win here. But in a race where a lot of the field looked pretty weak, you'd have to give Rabah Gudar a chance on ratings. Walking around fairly comfortably, no negative for me, and represents the east of the region, Al Zulfi. Let's pull our way back to horse number 13. This is Game Over, coming towards us now. Trying to find him. Where is he? Where is RB Game Over? There we go. I always keep thinking that RB Game Over is grey, but he's not. It's very well turned out here with the beautiful quarter marks on board. Camille Ospina in the place. I cannot get out. Very well turned out by the team. Come there with a decent enough rating. This one comes with a rating of 102, which would give him a chance of placing at least on paper. Are you okay? And he represents the region of Al-Khafij. This is, we'll find out what that is in the country as well, but they had limited success earlier on in our last race, and they'll be looking for more success here today. The 13 walking out really well, covers the ground nicely, and is a very nice type. Finally, the last one we'll look at is the 17, representing Al Daman. They moved the markets in the last race, but they didn't get much success, hoping for more. The 17 coming towards us now, really good-looking individual here. This is Kasab Al-Dam, Ayad Al-Tarisi in the plate. He's just jumping on now. He'll have the hopes of Al Daman pinned on him. They'll be excited about this. This is a nice type and certainly holds claims here. Has had the 22 starts in Saudi, but is always running there or thereabouts, and at this level has to be watched and has to be a danger. So looking forward to seeing how the 17 gets on in this absolute corker championship of the racecourse.
And I do feel this has got a similar, I know the betting market would suggest not, but I thought this has a similar makeup, that there was 2 key horses in this and then numbers 1 and 2.
Yeah, I agree with you. This is an interesting race for me personally, because I have a soft spot for Al Hareth. I don't know why. I've just developed.
Go for it. Switch.
No, I'm not going to. I have a soft spot for him, and actually we were here 2 weeks ago, I think, when these two horses ran against each other. I've probably got this written down somewhere. No, it was last week. When these two horses ran against each other, Alcasa and Al Jerez.
In the Abaya qualifier.
Correct. You went for Alcasa.
And I'm staying loyal to my selection.
I went with Al Jerez, and Alcasa beat Al Jerez 3rd and 4th. We should see that race right now as I talk over it. And I remember saying in the post-race analysis, you were right, Alcasa is a better horse than Al Jerez. Only £1 separates them, but they're very similar types. But Alcasa keeps beating Al Jerez. It's a consistent theme. Alcasa, this was 2 starts back, not last week. Alcasa's in the middle, I suppose, with the red saddle cloth. Al Jerez, green sleeves on the inside. Alcasa just finishes better than Al Jerez. Last week, Alcasa was ahead of Al Jerez and maintained that advantage all the way to the line. There just hasn't been an excuse for Al Jerez in those races. So why would Al Jerez beat Alcasa today? I don't really see it. So I'm changing, I'm flip-flopping, as Callum likes to say, onto Alcasa. Sticking with my pick, but flip-flopping on my loyalty with these horses.
Well, that was a qualifier for this race that we saw there, where Alcasa came out on top, winning over the course and distance, having won over 2,000 metres previously, beating Al Jerez into second, and they were then 3rd and 4th last weekend in the Abaya qualifier as well. Rated 110, rated 109, to say £1 between them. Not an awful lot. Just the overall record would suggest Al Jerez needs to find a little bit from somewhere.
He doesn't like winning. He always runs on well, but he doesn't like winning. That's the problem. He's 5 from 39. Alcasa's 8 from 30.
Which is nearly a 30% win strike rate.
Yeah. Alcasa's just the more logical winner. Not much separates them, and the market is kind of right having them close together. But Alcasa's desire to win is a little bit better. Just for those who may have played Alcasa, he's wearing the white cap and he's got red bandages around his legs. The two, Al Jerez is wearing a black cap. That's the difference between the two. White cap for Alcasa, black cap for Al Jerez.
And that just have it between these two because they're even money in 13 to 8 on the international markets.
Yep.
The third in is the 9, Hafid Al Khaladir, who's rated 98, so is £11-12 behind the principals. Only had the 7 runs, that's the upside. There could be more to come, but off the track since March, then got whacked by Afsan Al Khaladir last time out back in November, not been seen since.
Yeah, well, Afsan Al Khaladir would smash all of these, so the fact that horse beat Hafid Al Khaladir isn't.
But the second whacked it as well.
Correct. And also, it was his first run, as you say, since March, so fitness is still there to be proven. He's got £10 to find on official ratings with Al Jerez and Alcasa. That's, why the horse is 3rd best in the market and 3rd likely to win.
And the 4th best in the market is 4th best because that was 4th to Asfan in the same race.
Is that RB game over?
Yeah.
Yeah. He's got a relatively decent profile, the 13, but his last victory came in a 90 to 105 handicap in October. And he finished behind Hafid Al Khaladir last time. Right? It's just hard to make a case for him winning.
Kasab Aldham is next best, number 17. That one comes in currently at 9 to 1, easy to back as well, rated 105, a 4 times winner. Off the track for March before finishing 8th here a couple of weeks ago with 1600.
Yeah, 10-month absence, as you say, from March. That was in this grade, that performance last time up where he was 8th. He needs to take a huge step forward to get close in this race, but he is a course and distance winner, so he handles the tracking trip. That's not a problem.
I still understand why it's not sort of evens 13 to 8 as it was in the last race and 10 to 1 bar, because the rest have got a lot to find with the principals.
Yeah, I suppose there is kind of a second tier insofar as horses rated around 80 that then deserve to be a lot shorter than the horses that are bigger prices. So you've kind of got to have a second tier of betting rather than 10, 16 bar and then whatever. The likes of Rabaguda, I think, should be in the second tier. Hafid Al Khaladir, as we've already talked about. Kasab Al Dam, game over. That is the second tier. The only one of those we haven't actually discussed is Rabaguda, the 8, who won a 2,000 metre maiden at the second time of asking here in November. But he was beaten by Alcasa and Gasham Shamal Jazra, who's also in this field, last time up. On that evidence, Alcasa's got his measure by some considerable margin. He does get a weight swing, Rabaguda, but it's not enough to warrant support. Yeah, it's the 1 v the 2, and then the second tier horses will fight out that 3rd place finish. The 1 and the 2 are very consistent, so it's unlikely that either of those won't run close to their rating, and therefore they should finish first and second in whichever order you prefer.
And just Alcázar, the good run of the qualifier and had won the previous 2 starts before that, whereas, I mean, you've got to go back to Al Jerez. Last win was when?
A while ago. I remember him winning last season, but I can't remember exactly when. I wasn't here.
I just think it just wins, Alcázar.
Might just win.
Might just win.
He's the most likely winner by far.
And this is your fault as well.
Why?
We've been a fly-free zone in here today.
Yeah.
You've gone outside, and what's happened?
I made a mistake.
We've got to fly again.
Quick toilet break, and yeah, we've now been invaded.
I've been the chief fly squatter the last couple of weeks.
Good at it as well.
Yeah. There's a few warning signs on the windows. Right. Come on, Tom. Just jump, go with your horse from last week. Go on. Jump ship.
Alcázar for me.
Alcázar for me as well. So we're going to stay one behind on the interstable tipping competition. Callum, Alcázar for us, boys. How about yourself?
Oh, boys. You didn't see Constitution Hill over the weekend? The Michael Buckley colours flying along in front, toying with the rivals. I'm hoping Al Jerez can turn the form around with Alcázar and give a very similar performance. The real takeaway is here, Al Riyadh in typical Man City dominance, are sort of dominating all of this really. I think there'll be a financial fair play question has to be brought in here because the dominance that Al Riyadh have had over the first 2 races seems very unfair for some of the other districts. I mean, Al Qasim have only got 1 runner. They've only got the 70 rated Badi Al Sham in this. You've got teams like Ruma. They've only got 184 rated Gasham Al Jazra, and then Lamart comes in with a rating of 50. I'm just trying to see the only other teams who are going to struggle overall. Al Khafij have got one horse who's got a rating of 102, game over. But they've also got Tarban. This could be an interesting one that we didn't quite get a chance to mention. Al Khafij, Q80, first time up without a rating. We've seen this before, haven't we? Remember Rhea earlier on in the season? Came out of nowhere and won on debut, but that was in a maiden. You'd argue that this is a much better than a maiden contest, so it'll be a massive shock if it was to win. But Tarban, we've got previous of these Q80 horses, Qatari horses, Qatari horses just coming over and picking up the prize money on the back of a no previous form, although they may have been running in their native lands. Kasab Al Daman we mentioned as well. But again, look, imagine that if you're Al Daman, you're going, hang on a minute, lads. We've got one horse in here rated 105. Okay, we've got place claims. Our next horse is rated 57. No, we're really only able to fire 1 dart. Seems that most teams can do that, but Al Riyadh are firing multiple darts at this one. But it's a fascinating race. Looking forward to it. Enzo, I'm really enjoying this competition, and I'm hoping Al Jerez can keep the good times rolling.
Okay, Al Jerez, number 2, the black cap, as you say, Constitution Hill colours. The all whites for the boys, Martin and Tom, with Alcázar here, both greys. And about to load up these runners then for this 11th race, the Arabian runners for the final champion of the race courses contest. And yeah, Badi Al Kam, number 6, still to go forward. Alcázar comes out of stall 18, Al Jerez only 2 away in 16. They're pretty much almost together towards the outside. Still a few left to go in. 17, Kasab Al Daman is still to go forward. Very light pink of Malatem Athbar. Still to load. It's down to the final 5 or 6 to go in. Badi Al Kam, one of those still to load. Also 17, Kasab Al Daman, number 2, Al Jerez, about to walk forward now, white with a black cap for Abdullah Al Saidi. Alcázar, number 1, is in. Badi Al Kam, then the red and white, it's going to be the last one by the looks of things to go for race 11. Just about set here, 9 furlongs, 1800 metres on the dirt for our 755. Big field of runners are ready, and they're off. They've jumped away for race number 11, looking for the big 2. They're both towards the outside. Black cap, Al Jerez, just missed it a fraction, and showing good speed towards the inside, meanwhile, is C4 Al Mori to come through and lead. C4 Al Mori in the blue with the white cap is now going into the lead. They're going on by a few lengths. Badi Gudar is trying to give chase, and also up there on the outside, that's Game Over advancing to the green sleeves for Camillo Espina, a horse with the noseband and cheek pieces. So up front towards the inside, C4 Al Mori is leading up to Game Over, racing in second place. Now on the move is Al-Qasa in the white colours, going to a much closer third or fourth position up on the outside of Hafid Al-Khalidi, another grey horse. White with the red sleeves back in the field to find Halmol Al-Barak as they make the run. The black cap of Al Hareth is caught a bit deeper out, the market rival to Al-Qasa, as they come around the top turn and head for the final 750 metres. So up front now, Al-Qasa has got to the front here in the headgear on the outside. Game Over in second place. Racing in third position in the black and white is Hafid Al-Khalidi. And then behind those, under pressure to close, is Al Hareth on the outside. Not going as well as his teammate at this stage. Further back to find the red sleeve jacket next to the field of Halmol Al-Barak as they come around the turn. The front five are still clear of Rabar Gudar, who's going to make up some ground now on the inside in the yellow with the white cap. The leader, though, is Al-Qasa. Al Hareth is now making ground, though, to go off in chase into second place. They're going to be 1-2 at the top of the home straight with 400 to go. But Al-Qasa is travelling much the better of the pair, at least by about 6 lengths. Rabar Gudar is going to split the pair now, goes into second. Back in third, but Al Hareth, who looks beaten. Down the outside, staying on now, is Rams Gudar in the black cap, and they've got 200 metres to go, and Al-Qasa's a mile in front. Al-Qasa with a 7-length lead over Al Hareth, who's regained second place. The weakening Rabar Gudar, and then down the outside, keeping on, is Rams Gudar. But one-way traffic here. Al-Qasa is a class apart for Jimmy Carrigan, and the favourite wins. Al-Qasa. Al Hareth will be second. Third place just going to Rabar Gudar on the inside. So Martin and Tom were right to stick with Al-Qasa, the favourite, winning this emphatically in the end. Wasn't much of a duel, was it? Because Al Hareth was nowhere near Al-Qasa in the end. And great gallop clear in the all-white colours. Al-Qasa, number 1, is an easy winner. Second, number 2, Al Hareth. And third will be number 8, Rabar Gudar. 2 minutes 05.28 the winner's time. Jimmy enjoyed that, and nice performance by this horse. Second, number 2, Al Hareth, beaten 7.5 lengths in second. And third, number 8, Rabar Gudar. So it's 1-2-8 with number 16 back in fourth. But Al-Qasa, way too good in race 11.
The people of Riyadh, you were standing up for the last race. You can keep standing here because unlike the last race when you got the 1-3, this time you've got the 1-2. Al-Qasa absolutely stamped his authority all over this contest, defeating Al Hareth and never really looking in any danger. Travelled much better, broke much better, and ended up just putting this race to bed in the turn into the straight. What a performance from this horse, who has absolutely toyed with them. Very similar to Anna Kalajaya earlier on, and has just made a mockery of the rest of the field. Al Hareth has ended up plugging on the 1 pace, finishing second. Rabar Gudar sticking up for the ratings there in third. Rams Gudar running a big race in fourth. Gasham Al Jazra in fifth, and Best Al Ray is finishing in 6th. Well done to Jimmy Carrion on board. Jimmy doesn't get too many winners, but it'll be lovely to hear from him, so we'll have a quick word with Jimmy. Doesn't speak the best of English, so we'll take it nice and slow with him. But Al Jerez has now made it 3 wins from the last 4 starts, I'm pretty sure, which is very, very good and be a pleasure to own. And everyone from Al Riyadh will be over the moon with the local success here, and we will find out more. They've also got a big chance later on in the card as well in our last race. So good luck to the Al Riyadh team. Good luck to everybody else trying to get a win here. We'll grab a very quick word with Jimmy. He's got his hat and his whip. Make sure we'll hand that over. Jimmy, don't run away just yet. Jimmy, he's running. Jimmy's running. They're going to do the presentations. They're doing the presentations quickly, and now we're realising that people are being sneaky. Don't worry, we won't get run away from before the last.
Yeah, heading down to the main presentation podium, but another impressive with the international markets getting it right once again. And the favourite goes on to score. Jcsa, building on the 3rd in the qualifier last week for the Abaya, and wins here as the even money favourite, beating the 2nd favourite into 2nd place.
Yeah, good result for us, good result for favourite backers and everyone who's basically looked at the form, to be honest. It was the most obvious forecast in this order that we're going to have all day. Who was 3rd, did you say? Was it the 8?
8.
Yeah, okay. So
yeah,
I had
the
1, 2, 3 as well. I mean, they were the 1, 2, 3, the best 3 horses in the race. This is a race that's actually gone to plan in terms of figures. Take it from the outset. The eventual winner jumps from out wide. White Silks jumps really well and better than Al Jerez, which is key. It means he's ahead of Al Jerez, and it means that Jimmy Carrion can move in from his outside gate in stall 18. From here, he's able to save a little bit of ground. He's in around, if you don't know which horse we're talking about, he's in around 7th right now. White Silks, big white horse, red saddle cloth. He's able to save ground. He's not pitched wide on the turn, that's key. Crucially, Al Jerez is behind, just at the bottom of your screen. You can't now see him, but he's on the right-hand side. There he is, White Silks, black cap, grey horse. That's the market rival who eventually finishes 2nd. There's 2.5, 3 lengths separating the two at this stage. The last 2 races between Jcsa and Al Jerez, Al Jerez has been more forwardly ridden, and Jcsa has come from behind Al Jerez and out-finished him for the place. This time Jcsa already has track advantage. He has a better run through, he's prominent on a speed favouring track, and he's not covering as much ground on the turn that's about to happen. So there was no way Al Jerez was going to back-run Jcsa. Just impossible. And from here, Jcsa has to just go away and win the race. It was game over, to be honest, on the top of the turn. Jimmy asked for a little bit of effort now, and the horse draws clear with game over, a length clear, and then starts to stamp his authority on the contest. Al Jerez does stay on into 2nd, as kind of anticipated. He is the 2nd best horse in the race. And Rabaguda, who was the unexposed type, who finished behind this pair last time, runs home for 3rd in the yellow silks up the inside. Predictable race, and we haven't said that too much in the 3 weeks that we've been here, but completely predictable, 1st, 2nd, 3rd, and an easy winner in the end.
And a bit like the previous race, I mean, the final champion of the race courses, there are a certain number of horses in here with a chance. You can knock out a lot of them, and the top-rated horses have come to the fore.
Yeah, very difficult to write race comments on because half the field are no chance of winning. But when it comes to finding the winner in the international market or for our competition, for example, these events are easy to kind of dissect and, you know, narrow it down to 2 or 3, maybe 4 horses. And in this instance, everything has kind of run to the rating as anticipated. Jcsa just dominant, even from this stage on the top of the turn, out in front, 2 lengths clear, never to be caught.
And Jcsa was beaten around 10 lengths last time. If your connections of Niyahaz, who won the Al Diriyah Cup, the qualifier for the Abaya, you'll take a bit of heart from that the 3rd and the 4th from that race have finished 1st and 2nd.
That horse is only a 4-year-old as well. He could be good.
Yeah.
I think that's just his 4th career start, Niyahaz. So he could be one of the...
We said at the time he fit the sort of profile of a horse you'd want to be going forward into that as an unexposed improver.
He could be one of the better Arabians here, and he's definitely the best young Arabian in the country. So, yeah, I think he's a promising type, and this obviously boosts his form, albeit the horses in behind Jcsa here, except for Al Jerez, are much for muchness.
Okay, well done if you got involved with that, and also well done to Ray from Perth in Australia. It's gone 1 o'clock down in Australia. I hope you're still with us, Ray. You've kind of signed off. You've said it's 1 o'clock, and thanks again for great work. It's been a big night, and Ray's had 4 winners there down in Perth tonight.
Superb.
He could retire on this. He's had Mekdam Al Hazam, biggest paying $41 on the tab. Cool Legend at 16. A King's General won at $11. and Mummy Arza at 16. So 41, 16, 11 and 16.
Great darts, yeah. I mean, I'm just topping him with the 5 winners, but they are much better than mine.
Well, are you here next week?
I am here next week.
Well, maybe we'll just see. Can the producer maybe get in touch with Ray and see if Ray can come and do a stint here next week?
You trying to offload me?
We'll give you Thursday off and Ray can come in and do a bit.
I'll be up for that.
But well done to Ray, yeah, with those winners. A terrific night for Ray there down in Perth in Australia. Ray, look forward to seeing you back tomorrow. Sleep well, and we've got another 12 races for you tomorrow. One more still to come tonight, though. Enzo Ferrari's had the call for us this evening, and he's got the runners and riders here for race 12.
Yes, here we go. Thank you, Martin. Race 12, sponsored by the Jcsa, the final champion of the racecourses event on the dirt over the milder quarter. Right, number 1 is Fel, who is well fancied to win. And there's white colours, Nawaf Al-Madiani. 2, Al-Rahawi, Mohammed Al-Daham is the teammate. 3, Wafi Along, Camille Ospina. 4, Al-Haf Al-Hamar, Abdullah Al-Saidi. 5, Mombaha, Abdullah Al-Atabi. 6, Marie for Abdullah Al-Hussein. Scratch the 7, that's out, Gard Assad. So 8 over the page is going to be Huayshan, written by Ayad Al-Tarisi. 9 is Al-Abali for Feras Al-Sunaitam. Number 10 is Al-Zahu, Mohammed Saeed. 11, Umami, Abdullah Al-Fairuz. Scratch the 12, Shibble Lady is out. So 13 is Qassam Allah for Khalid Al-Mamoni. 14 is Mutfay Al-Dureya, Abdullah Al-Kradis. Over the page to find 15, Ibn Al-Wakas, Hamza Saad. Scratch the 16, Barek Al-Ayez doesn't go. 17, Rayad Al-Aker, Ricardo Ferreira. 18, Kassab Al-Maitan, Rayan Al-Toesh. 19 is a runner, Adari for Osama Al-Sharadi. 20 is Yazd, Tariq Al-Mansur. 21, Sel Safe for Abdulaziz Al-Fairuz. 22 is also a runner, Shibble Saleh for Thab Al-Timyat. Takeout 23, takeout 24. They are the runners and riders. Market headed by Fel. Let's go across and join Callum.
Well, here is Fel. I remember Hannah, our intrepid reporter, while we were in the studio, picked out Fel at the paddock pick, and I remember telling everybody, I tell every single person, don't go for Fel. He looks great in the parade ring, but he hasn't matched his juvenile ability on the track. Well, he certainly did on that last time out run, and this is probably a bit of an easier contest for him. So I think he's been well found here. They've clearly targeted this race. They've gone, we'll miss out on the big weekend of stuff last week. We'll save ourselves for the championship of the racecourse. And it represents Riyadh again, and they're looking for a 3rd winner of this meeting from 3 races. And if you were crazy, you'd be crazy to go against them here. And Fel looks like their number 1 choice. Typically looking really well in the parade ring. He's a lovely looker, Fel. Hopefully he can follow up on the track. Number 2 is Al-Rawi, a horse who we know plenty about, sort of burst onto the scene a few starts ago I should say, when winning. Didn't quite live up to the expectations that were set since. Has been banging on the door, but the last 2 runs have been disappointing. This is an easier contest, but he looks well held by Fel on form. Comes out of stall 11 while Fel gets a 3. It's hard to fancy him here. Hard to fancy him beating his rival from the same region. But connections of Riyadh will be very excited to see this race. They're hoping for another 1-2. Right, let's pull our way back. We're going to have a look at the 4 that's just coming towards us now. Great spot there from Nawaf, because I literally forgot where I was. Al-Haf Al-Hamar is the 4. This one represents Rumour. Rumour has it that they're looking forward to this contest, and they've got this horse here who arguably has major place claims in this race. As you can see, from a physical standpoint, it's not close to the previous 2 he looked at. Quite a small, unattractive prospect, but he's a nice hard worker. He's got a lovely walk to him. He covers the ground well for a horse with such small stature, but this is a tough day. Abdullah Al-Saidi is on board, which will give him every chance. So that jockey's been in fine form today and over the last couple of weeks. Now, let's pull all the way back, right to the back of the group here, where we're looking for horse number 18, Kassab Al-Maidan. Hopefully see it come around to us now. A real big model of a horse with the red blinkers on and noseband. Nice enough type. comes towards us now here with the purple saddlecloth on. Again, I cannot stress enough how much I enjoy the fact we've got the original silks on the grooms. It just makes life so much easier so we can see who's who. It's a bit challenging a couple of weeks ago when they were all in the region colours. It just made it all very confusing. But the 18 here is Kasab Al Maidan. Now, arguably in a normal day, Kasab Al Maidan would be quite fancied. A winner on penultimate start, not disgraced last time out, but might just find one or two too good here. But the connections of Hafa Al Bitan will be hoping, the residents of Hafa Al Bitan will be hoping that they can get a big winner in the lucky last. Boys, for me, it's all about Fel here, surely.
I can't believe after a fly-free day, Tom Collins goes to the bathroom and lets in an influx of flies have come attracted by the light. Anyway, Fel tops the international market. We can have a look back at this horse winning on the 27th of December. That was a qualifier for this race over the course and distance when he hangs on to beat Al Rahawi, who's number 2 in the field.
Yeah, Fel's up the inside, just making a beeline for the front here in the two-tone blue silks.
Had he made all this day?
He was always up with the speed. He didn't make every single yard, but he was always there with the pace.
So he's well drawn today to do a similar thing in 3.
Exactly, yeah, the caption comes on here, and he holds off all rivals. This was his first ever attempt over 2,000 metres. He just gets home. The runner-up also, Al Rahawi, isn't really a 2,000 metre horse, and he kind of wilts late. It looks like he's going to go by Fel here. Fel drifts out to the right-hand side, and then they both just finish at the 1 speed. The third place horse in the red silks is Multka, who was sent off 5-4 for a similar race yesterday. I say similar, not really, but a race yesterday and got turned over. The form's not great.
Okay, but I know you query the trip, which I'll come back to in a second, but I just put an exposed over the trip, 1 from 1.
But that's true. Yeah. I'm just going from a visual perspective.
Okay, let's have another bit of form as well. We're going right down towards the bottom of the race card here. And Kasab Al Maidan. This was a win a couple of starts back, but surely this horse is best over shorter.
Yeah, this horse doesn't stay either. He clambered over the line to win over 1,200 metres. I think it was this race, yeah. That form gives him a chance, but he's never gone 2,000 metres before. Surely he doesn't stay.
And he got lapped on his only start of this trip as well.
Yeah, I don't think he stays at all. I'd be writing the 18 off here. Draws well, could get a nice trip, but will be very weak coming home.
So Fel's 9-4 in the international market. Al Rahawi's 5-1. Got £7 to find for a half-length beating when they were first and second. And he's been turned over since on 2 occasions as well.
He is 1 kilogram better off. So, okay, official ratings, I don't think you can take literally. Let's just say that one performance of that we just saw of Fel and Al Rahawi. Fel won by half a length, giving 1 kilogram, so £2 to Al Rahawi. Today, Al Rahawi gets a 1 kilogram swing, which if you're taking weight literally and you think the horses run to exactly the same level, Al Rahawi should reverse the form by half a length. However, that's not the case. In horse racing, it doesn't work like that. They are very closely matched though. But Fel's drawn better. He's more forwardly placed in his races that will help over this track. You would marginally favour the 1 over the 2, I think.
2-1 and 5-1. Kasab Al Maidan is one that's been backed into 9-2.
Doesn't stay.
Doesn't stay, no, but it's been supported. The other one on the international markets who's quite well fancied is at 6-1. This is horse number 4, Al-Haf Al-Hamar, who's had 1 win from 16 starts and has got course and distance form.
This is the one I might switch on to. Again, I'm not sure. I think Fel's the horse to beat, but the more I watch that replay, the more I'm unconvinced that he gets home. He could still win. You don't have to stay to win. We found that out 2 weeks ago.
Well, you do.
Yeah, the 4 here, Al-Haf Al-Hamar. The strike rate doesn't really entice you in, does it? Just 1 from 16. The official rating of 68 suggests he's got loads to find. He's drawn poorly in 13. However, if you go back early in the season to see some of the horses he was beaten by, he was beaten by Alawaji, Mostamsek, who's a proper horse for the White Stable. He was behind Multka.
Who? Yeah. Fel beat.
Correct, but I think, let me just double check as we're talking. Fel was also behind Multka in that race. So if you want, here you go, here's a good form comparative for you. Fel was 3rd in that race in November behind Multka. Al-Haf Al-Hamar was 6th. Fel was giving Al-Haf Al-Hamar 1 kilogram. He's giving 2 today. And he beat him by 3 lengths. So they should be closely matched with Fel just coming out on top on that basis. Long story short, Felfel's the most logical winner, but I think the value lies elsewhere. So if I was betting in this race, I would probably play the 4. From a selections point of view, the 1 is the most logical winner.
I might disagree, this is the value lies elsewhere, but that's for different reasons. Felfel is now into 7-4 on the international market. He has been backed. Al Hamra is currently sitting pretty at 6-1. Yaz number 20 is at 8-1. We've only got 5 horses at single-figure prices. And we get down to Yaz, who is number 20 here. 2 runs so far, 7th and 3rd. This sort of premium tap.
Yeah, it used to be with the white stables, now being moved on, so that would be a negative for me, but very unexposed. I do briefly want to mention the 15 as well, Ibn Al-Wakas. Steady improvement during the Taif summer season, not totally discounted now that this horse stretches out in distance, but on official figures has plenty to do to actually match the top ones here. I am going to stick with you on Felfel as a selection, but I would say from a betting point of view, for the people at home, horse number 4, Al-Hamar, is probably the better value in my opinion.
Okay, come on Felfel, do the business for us. We've been in good form, we've managed to find a few winners at the back end of the card. So you're 6 winners for the 2 days, I'm on the 5. That'll stay with 1 advantage to you if Felfel does go in. He has been back to you, Callum. Felfel, he's the 7-4 pick on the international markets.
I must admit, I think 7-4 is a pretty good price for him, to be honest, in this company. Al-Rawi, he ran a decent enough race behind him, just ended up getting run out of things to end up finishing in 3rd. It's just, I don't know. I think Felfel is just a wee bit better than Al-Rawi, and we seem to have seen the stables, the team's first string, Al Riyadh's first strings, have each won. The second strings have finished 3rd and 2nd respectively, so you'd be thinking that Felfel is probably the one they've all got to beat. And at 7-4, you'd be fairly happy with that. Look, at the end of the day, they found a race for him last time. His form has sort of gone a little bit off the boil in the previous 2 starts, but he did a little bit better on that time and won that contest. Now, I imagine, and I don't think it takes too much imagination to think that if he repeated that effort, he'd be too good for them here, you'd think. But again, he might be able to take another step forward. He might have picked up some confidence from that. It's just a fascinating little race. The 18 is the other one that's been mentioned, Kasab Al Maidan. That win on penultimate start was very impressive. He sort of sprouted wings halfway down the stretch and ran on well, hit the line hard. Didn't quite repeat that last time out, but dropped way, way back in class here. I think from a race watching perspective, you get the nice draw with Felfel. You'd like to see him up there, very much like the Anna Kalajir ride. Don't overcomplicate things. Get yourself in a position where you can strike. We've seen it in the 3 races previously. It's not that there's a speed favouring track. It's just get out the way of all the rubbish around you. Just make sure you're in a positive position. And if your only concern would be if Felfel just missed the kick a little bit, ended up in behind a wall of horses, and it didn't quite go to plan. But of all the short price favourites in this championship of the racecourses, I would say this is the most vulnerable, but this is the one I'm very keen on. I wasn't so keen on Jcsa, and I was proven very wrong. I'm not going to make the same mistake twice. I'm going to stick with Felfel here. As they gather up behind the starting stalls, it would be nice to see Taif get themselves a winner. They're represented by Wafay Along. They've only had a single runner in each of the races. They go in the pink colours, so keep an eye out on Wafay Along for Taif. Coming to the rivals' turf, and it's a derby for Taif, surely. And so it'll be a good race. Looking forward to it, team. Felfel is going to be the pick for me, which is the first triple kiss of death of the week, I think. All 3 of us teaming up with Felfel. Let's keep all our fingers crossed. Anthony Ennis, for the final time, are you with us or are you against us?
I don't want to saddle Felfel with my selection. I quite like the other one that Tom was talking about, Al-Hamar, in this race. So, but good luck to you, Felfel fans. Martin's keen on this one, likewise TC's Rodin and Callum. All white colours. They've been the silks to follow, haven't they, so far in this competition? But, yeah, good luck to Wafi Along in the pink for the Taif team. Cameo Espina on board. Take out the 7, the 12, 16 is also out here. Well, it's just circling at the start for our final race on the dirt here, under the lights, 2,000 metres. So 1.25 miles they're going to go. The long stretch down the back straight. Jockeys just getting their final instructions to go in. There is Al-Hamar. Abdullah Al-Saidi in the plate. Seeing Al-Rahawi there, jockey with a blue cap on. Let's use the colours, isn't it, as well? If you've been following these horses in their other races, obviously they're not wearing their normal, jockey's not wearing the usual colours of the owners tonight, due to the fact we're in this final champion of the racecourses events. There's that stretch down the back straight with the floodlights on. Well into the evening here now in Riyadh. We head towards 20 past 8, past 20 past 8 local time. Runners are loading up then for our finale. Fell supported on the international markets, heads to betting. Runners are going in. Fell just going forward there, white colours into stall 3. Al Rahawi is in. Yet to go in. In fact, Al Rahawi's on the outside. I can still see him there. The horse that's gone in on the inside there is number 18, Kasab Al Maidan, is kind of in white with the yellowy coloured sleeves. Down to the final 4 for our final on this Friday afternoon. Been a good day's racing. And we're almost set for the last, I think. Here we go. Race 12 here at Riyadh on the dirt. Over 2,000 metres. Fell the favourite. We're ready for the final champions of the racecourses contest. And they're off. They've jumped away for our finale here at Riyadh. Started caught them in a good line this time. 1 or 2 a little bit behind the others. Maybe Monbaha missed it a fraction, the red colours. And one that was slowly away was Huayshan in the yellow colours. So racing for the first 300 metres, showing good speed towards the outside is Mutfael Al Daraya. That's right up with the gallop. Also up there too is Yazd as well. These two go on in the early part of the race. Just off the pace is Alabali, who's more towards the inside, the black with the white cap. Fell is towards the inside in white colours. Also in white is Al Rahawi as they race through the opening 400 metres here. So up front, with overall command now towards the outside, coming across the blue cap of Mutfael Al Daraya, is going to lead up here for Abdullah Al Kradis and heads towards the running rail in front by a length. Mutfael Al Daraya leads the pack down the back straight. Shibble Saleh has now come forward to go into 3rd place. Just racing in company there with, on the outside, Yazd is now gone 2nd. Behind those advancing is Umami in blue and white colours as well into 4th place. And they're just off the pace is Qassam Alar as they make the run well down the back. Red colours, white cap, Al Zahu is trying to get a bit closer. Mombaha as well is advancing. That's gone into about 5th place now. Looking for Fell. Starting to make up some ground. White with a grey cap. Shorter room there though. Oh, got a little bump from the horse who was retreating, which was Umami. But Fell has now moved into about 6th place. The other horse moving up is Al Rahawi, who's also in the white colours, the blue cap. And Al Rahawi's well ahead of Fell at the moment. They come around the crown of the home turn. So turning for home and up front on the inside, Mutfael Al Daraya looks a sitting duck though for the strong travelling Yazd, who's moved up stylishly, and Yazd is absolutely full of running. Giving chase to Al Rahawi might be the threat. From the back, here comes Al Haf Alamar, who's making ground. Down the outside, the dark grey colours with a white cap, but the leader's still got a break, and that leader is Yazd and Tariq Al Mansour by 4 lengths. So on the outside, Alaf Alamar is trying to close that deficit. Back in 3rd, Al Rahawi couldn't go on, entering the final 150 metres, and the running rail to help here. This horse is well clear. It's Yazd who's going to go on and win for Tariq Al Mansour. Yazd, driven out, number 20, is first. Al Haf Alamar was second. 3rd, Al Rahawi, and 4th in behind those. Trying to stay on was Ibn Halwakas is involved, but we'll confirm the 4th placed horse. I'm afraid Fell was eased down late on, but the winner was Yazd, number 20. Tariq Al Mansour came in for the ride, and it was a good ride. This horse powered clear, gets hard up against that rails. Yazd in the visor and the tongue tie. 2 minutes 10.35 seconds the winning time, wins by 4.5 lengths. Second number 4, Al Haf Alabar. Third number 2, Al Rahawi. 24-2-6. The numbers, lads, for the last.
Yeah, the win goes the way of the unexposed Yazd at a bit of a price as well. Was battled international markets. Sat third, the other one has been favoured by a bit on the speed.
Yep, unexposed as well coming into the race, so we didn't know too much about him. Previously owned and trained by the White Stable and their trainer, but was moved on, broke from a wide stall today, got the job done. Not difficult to find, but also not the most obvious. We need to quickly mention Fell.
Awful.
Terrible
It's found
ride.
trouble every single where he's gone.
Yeah, he had
pushed wide from an early stage.
Nawaf Ahmadiani had a bumping match with Khalid Al Mamoni going down the side of the course as well. It's just everything went wrong for him. I don't necessarily think he actually did stay, but the race had already gone at that point, so it's hard to make that conclusion.
But with Al Bahari finishing in third, he should have been there or thereabouts.
Correct. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Right, that's the end of the cards. 12 races been and gone. I think we could pick out a few highlights today, Tom, but what would be on top for you?
Well, Ricardo Sousa Ferreira early on, National Gallery was a great ride, but it has to be ADAT. In race 9, the Ministry of Media Cup. This was the best performance of the day from the best horse today, and she was racking up a 7th consecutive victory. Green cap, white noseband, 5 off the rail, in front with the red strips down the sleeves. At no point was I ever confident, I'm sure you were never confident that she was definitely going to get in front, but it always looked like she was gaining and gaining at her one speed in this contest. Just manages to tip out Windspree, who's on the inside in the FMQ Silver Silks. And then Saab finishes right powerfully down the outside and just doesn't get up. ADAT held on. 11 victories from 17 career starts. She can win over 1,200, 1,400 and 1,600. A brilliant filly and one of the leading lights here in Saudi Arabia. And
she's now won her last 7 starts. And she showed a different dynamic today because she had to dig really deep and find reserves.
Yeah, off the speed, slightly off the speed today. Had to reel back in a horse who went for home early and then hold off the challengers. Hard to sustain a run like that, and she managed to do so.
Okay, well, that was our Ministry of Media Cup a little bit earlier on today. Thanks for coming today. Well done to Ray, who got in touch on YouTube. He's had a great day down in Perth in Australia. Hopefully he's back with us tomorrow. You're back, aren't you, tomorrow?
Of course, yeah.
You're one ahead in the stable. I keep saying stable, but it's the studio tipping competition.
Yeah, form study's all done, so I'm ready.
Okay, well, I won't wish you good luck because I'm one behind you. Do tune in tomorrow. Lots to look forward to here in Riyadh. We look forward to rejoining you here from King Abdulaziz Racecourse.